Welcome back, everybody. We are live again for the late session, as I'm calling it, of let me adjust my stuff here. A streamer event. So thank you, Wizards, for letting me participate in this thing. But yeah, this is cool. We played a lot of different decks earlier today. We're gonna be playing a lot more. So don't know how long I'm gonna be on this evening. It's 8:15 local time on the West Coast here in the US. Probably, I'm guessing at least 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. Kind of depends on how the games go and what we need. We're going to try to record all the footage we need, but we are a touch early, so I'm going to give everybody a chance to get caught up and get in here that may not be here just yet, because I did post up the starting time a few minutes ago, about 25, 30 minutes ago. So I'm going to give everybody a chance. Joe says, I'm here to watch the whole thing this time. Had too much going on during the stream earlier. Hey, I feel you. I had a lot going on, which is why I needed a break to handle some stuff, get something to eat, reload my beverages. So I'm all good to go there. And yeah, we're going to play some things. We're going to see how stuff goes. I do want to start out with the squirrels. Partly, one of the things I want to say about the squirrel deck is that it didn't, the first version didn't really work out the way we wanted. So I changed it up, played some other games. I think it's still worth watching the games that failed to understand, and I think there's conversation in there to just understand that ultimately squirrels are working better right now as a part of something else more than being a hardcore squirrel deck. But we're still going to try it out, see if our newer version actually works better in the later part of the video. So we'll see. But anyway, let me go ahead and catch that on a recording, and then we'll get into some squirrel stuff. Let me repeat all that for the people who just got here as well. But yeah, so basically we played some squirrels, but what we discovered, even though I think it's still worth watching the games that failed, we discovered that squirrels are better being part of something else other than a pure squirrel deck. So there is footage of actual squirrels to watch, but in the video, when this is all live, I will mark a spot where the new footage or the newer deck also starts. So you can kind of compare the two, see what it is, kind of by the end of everything. But for now, let's play. Do 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 do. Yeah. All right. Thank the Lord, best of 3 exists. Aggro is still oppressive and best of 1. I don't think it is necessarily. I play a lot of best of 1. I see a variety of a lot of different decks. Nothing wrong with playing best of 3 if you want to, but there's definitely still a variety of decks. All right, we go first. As much as I want to play a Might Caller here, I don't want to put this on Frog. Obviously, I want it on Squirrel. So we're just going to play this on 1. Hey, that's a good little pickup. Oh, I'm just realizing I have sounds coming from all over in my ear hole right now. I hope that's not distracting to y'all. Okay. Oh, all right. Is this dude gonna die? How do I need to treat this? Put this on Squirrel. I'm just gonna attack with this and see if they kill it. Oh, they don't even have a kill spell here. All right, cool. Then we'll just play this straight up. Oh man, what's about to happen to us? Okay, I was saying, because it's always scary when your opponent doesn't play anything for multiple turns. Like, that's not what you want to see. Yeah, we'll kill this. I mean, we could play Rotmouth Viper, but I don't want to do that just yet. All right. Do I think every color got good cards? Genuinely. Opponent's going to beseech the mirror for something. They didn't bargain, so it won't come into play. All right, there's another land. think we attack and then just play Rottenmouth Viper. I mean, I would discard 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe worth it. I don't know. Let's find out. The thing is, I'd have to get rid of everything to play this for that. So let's not do that. Let's do this. And I would sack this and this. Is that enough? Oh, and this guy. All right. And then pay the difference. That works. Okay. We have Rottenmouth Viper. They're going to sweep the board. Yep, season of loss. That's what I thought. All right. Well, those are gone. All right. Some good news in the sense that we can just put this on Squirrel and then attack with this thing, right? Oh, no, because I need 4 plus. Oh, yeah, it is that. All right, cool. Wasn't sure I had the lands for a second. Wait, why is Arena trying to... What the what? Is Arena trying to... Oh, because I can't... It's only used to make creatures. Duh. That's why. I'm the idiot. Yep. 1, 2, 3. And then this can have the food. All right. Yeah, I was with the opponent. I thought I could attack for 4 there, but I can't because this doesn't activate. So it doesn't do what we want. Good news is we were able to hold on to this and we can just attack with Menace. Whoo! All right. That works. This was interesting because we'd heard that some people were playing mono black with bats. Hadn't seen it yet. That was the first time I ran into that. Has anyone... Hold on. There's a lot of stuff happening here. Want to try out rabbits. I love decks revolving around tokens, and seems like they're the ones for that. So far, I haven't found enough token rabbits to make it worth it, but there are some rabbits that care about tokens. Anyone find the creature in the set? I'm not sure what that means. Has anyone found a game stopper creature in the new set? I don't understand really. Has there been a game stopper creature in the last couple of sets? Give me an example of what you're calling a game stopper. Because the closest thing I can think of is Shieldred, and Shieldred doesn't even stop games. I mean, in reality, Shieldred doesn't even show up in most tournament decks right now, even. For as much as people were worried about it. I mean, Atraxa is it. That's like going to be the top end. Atraxa is already busted. But even then, Atraxa is mostly busted if you're playing a bunch of other stuff to let you affordably or cheaply get Atraxa. See, I wouldn't call Atali a game ender. Like, it's a really good card, but I don't think that's as much of a thing as Atraxa. We will keep this. All right. Making a Chatterfang deck with the Hazel Precon. Yeah, Chatterfang's a sweet card. All right. How badly are we going to die to the otters? What are we trying to do here? Let's go ahead and play this because we at least get food if it dies. We get a little bit of value for it. All right. Cheap card for you. And I'm sure another spell on top of it. Yep. Makes sense. Get us some foodstuffs. Oh, no, because it gets exiled. We don't get that. Oh, stole my glory. We don't even get that. That sucks. All right, I'm going to do this because there'll be a couple of food left behind for the Dre leader if we end up doing that. Honestly, I'd like an untapped land so I could like play one of these plus a creature kill spell would be much better for us under the circumstances. Sure. You got it. Go nuts. Yep. All right. What's funny is I almost just took a turn off to kill that. Now I'm feeling like I probably should have. But we will. 4 cards in hand. You've already used 2 obliterating bolts and a monstrous rage. What if. How badly do I want a 1/3 here? Probably plenty enough. All right. Let's just kill this. All right. I mean, I'm just thinking maybe I get to attack and get a couple of points of life next turn, depending, but we'll see. Could also just play like tough cookie, sack of food, you know. Wow. Okay. Well, I play this. This is not a. Oh, it is a squirrel. So we get 1, 2, 3. I'd have a 4/4. I don't think that's what we're wanting to do here. I think the plan is. Ugh, can we take 3? Maybe. Ugh, am I supposed to just discard tough cookie here? You know what? I'm gonna gamble. If I die, I die. If we die, we die. All right. I mean, we could still for real die here. Opponent has 4 cards and a prowess creature. Like, we could die to a lot of things. Like, not even an exaggeration, but we will block. And if there's ever a time I hoped for an untapped land, this is it. Okay, that actually wasn't terrible. Like, obviously not totally what we wanted, but that is more than fine. All right, so we get this big 5/5 duder. Pass the turn. I mean, we may still have to just block and trade, sadly. It may not even be a trade. They could easily get this above 5 toughness, but we still have to block. Because it's that or risk taking more than 10? Okay, with 2 cards, it's less likely. Still possible, but less likely. All right, awesome. Let's draw a card. I mean, gain life. I don't know why I said draw a card. I've been playing with clues for too long lately. All right, pump this guy twice. Play a fountain port. Pass the turn. I don't think we want to attack just yet. Get a little bit more life first. We could also draw a card potentially if we want to. Yep, that makes sense to discard that. Flashing in a duder makes sense. I mean, we could also block with the 7/7 and a 4/4 here. So I think we're mostly safe with 2 cards, but those could also be things that draw cards. Okay, that's a good sign of sorts. Maybe. Like, what else is going on here? Uh-oh, they're checking their graveyard. That's usually bad. So you want to lightning strike this guy. We'll just. Oh, I can't sack it yet because I have to tap it to gain the 3. Do we want to make a 4/4 here or not? I don't think we do. I think we just let it die. All right. It just dies an ugly death. Gonna draw again. Yep. All right. What's that last card? Oh no. More options. All right. I mean, not a ton I can do here. Yeah, copy it. Get access to more cards for next turn. Why not? All right. So what are we looking at? Season of the Bold, which exiles the top 2 cards. You get to play them till next turn. Fable. All right. That's not the scariest hand we could have been looking at from the opponent. I'm going to draw a card here, actually. So let's sack a token. Even though the life is important here. Ooh. Oh, not really what we wanted to see, but it's also not terrible either. Till end of turn, whenever you cast a spell, Season of the Bold deals 2 damage up to 1 target. Huh. That's going to cost them 5 mana. Trying to think about when I would want to use the Terra Sunder. But I think we just pass here. Could have attacked, also grown the Dray Leader. But I have something to do with the mana here, obviously. All right. So what are we looking to do? Maybe you cast non-creature spell. Could you get +1/+1 till turn? This gives you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Season of Loss would let you exile 2 cards. I think I just wait till they're ready to attack and we just try to kill an attacker. We kind of just let them have the cards, I think. Because I can still get rid of something for 4 mana and draw a card or gain life. So that seems mostly fine. Oh, but they get to copy it. I forgot about that part. Oops. All right. I guess I might as well just kill this here and then before any more shenanigans happen this turn. All right. Well, they hit 2 lands on the first run. That was good. Those are not as nice for us. All right. And this says until the next turn, Season of the Bold deals 2 damage. All right. So card draw, gain life it is. Because those are going to hit us for extra damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we still have mana to gain 2. All right. Or gain 3. Let's go. I don't think we can afford to attack just yet with both of them, but is there anything they likely to get back? I don't even know if they can recur anything. Probably not. All right. End the turn. I mean, we're only at 13, and there's 4 damage already from those spells. So, I mean, it's very possible something bad could still happen here. Oh, I thought it was to... Is it to a target? Oh, I wasn't even thinking about that. Oh, it's a target creature. Oh, I thought it was just to a target. All right, then. Yep, that's going to do exactly what you want it to do. All right. Well, got me. I mean, well done. Yep. Oh, and another Rand's Resolve. Gosh dang it. I thought we were in the clear, but no. All right. And they'll have another. Well, no, that'll be going away, the other Season of Bold, I think. Yep. Squirrels can't eat the food to get bigger, unfortunately. All right. So we go to 5, then go to 8. No, no. I just want some bodies, man. I just want some bodies to throw in the way. I don't think we can get out of this one now. Yeah, we're just dead. There's no real outs. Because they have enough mana that they can just Season of the Bold, get extra cards, and then just kill us. All right, GG's. Man, we just bricked. We drew so many lands there. Ugh. So many other things I felt like we could have had. Lands were not the answer. Yeah, unless he somehow bricked and drew only lands there, we were going to be dead. Yeah, he can just attack and just shoot us with the shock. Like, that'll do it. Yep, you got it. Do. All right, you got me. Man, I just needed something else to attack with there to give us a shot at ending things. Missed it, though. But yeah, I think that's the problem. Like I said, I think as much as we want squirrels to be squirrels, like we're used to seeing, right? Like where you just have a bunch of different squirrel tokens, whatever. There's really not that many squirrels that are worth playing. So you end up having to have squirrels be part of something else, I think is what we're seeing. Oh, this is bad. Mulligan. This is not any better, but we're going to keep. That's not true. It's slightly better. Hey, frogs. Do. Grown to hate prowess more than anything. Prowess is fine. It was funny. We were just talking about this the other day. If you can keep that going and just get a card every turn, like that's actually a totally reasonable little package. Let's go ahead and play this. Nice. There you go. That's the little package you want right there. That's what it's like. If you're going to play frogs with the 1/1, this is exactly what you want right here. Yep, no blocks. That makes the most sense to me. Let's go ahead and do this. And I'm just going to pass. Let them do their thing here. We'll ultimately end up getting rid of an elder, I think. And try to figure out what to do from there. Oh, another mic caller. Ooh, good draw, buddy. Why do I not just have like my good little removal cards? Where are them at? All right. Take the hit. Well, I get one now, but it's not as good. All right. We might just be dead. I mean, tap or bounce a couple of things with other creatures and then attack us. That'll get it done. Another mic caller. Yep. That's exactly all you need. There you go. That's it. Yep. Not even blocking. There you go. I knew that hand was bad though when I kept it. Like I can't even say anything. I knew the hand was bad, and he had a good draw on top of it. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out like what is the closest to like playable actual squirrels that we can do, because you can't go hard on squirrels the way you would think you'd want to. Turn 5 is possible by a lot of decks, surprisingly. I mean, I guess theoretically, even squirrels, the way I have it built, has a turn 5 draw. But again, you're also talking about minimal removal or interference. I mean, we really didn't do anything that game. We effectively played 2 creatures and killed 1 thing, you know? Oh, there's nobody else on right now? Where'd all the players go? Where's everybody at? Nope, it looks like a lot of people are still here. Nope, looks like people are still playing. We're just in a weird spot in the queue, apparently. Nope, no bird decks. I didn't expect we'd see very many bird decks, if any. I said earlier, birds is the one that makes the least sense for people to build right now till they figure out what everything else looks like. You can like whatever team you want to like, friend. All right, let's see what we can do with this. Do 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 do. All right, I guess we're going with this duder. Then either we can kill something or play tough cookie and then try to go for a big rotten mouth viper, maybe. Okay, well, rock or might caller's kind of nice here. Only problem is, well, yeah, I guess that's fine. Let's attack. Then we'll go might caller into one of these. All right. Then we'll just figure out the rest next turn. I don't know what it needs to look like right now. Third one. Man, you're going to get to draw a lot of cards here. Yep. Okay, well, that's a land that's tapped, so it doesn't really help us, but it does give us some options with this and the bodyguard next turn. All right, so if they bounce that, they're going to get 3 cards. All right, let's still attack with this here. All right, so if we play Viper, actually, we could also play this first and then sack 1, 2. Hold on a second. I got to do some quick math. I got to sack 5 things to be able to play this for 1. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, leaving out might caller, maybe. All right, let's see what's up. Maybe this is a little too greedy, but let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, I don't want to do. I want to leave 1 food. Actually, I guess technically that is a food. Is that what we want to do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. And then that makes another food we have access to. All right. I mean, they could always end up bouncing our Viper, too. There's a lot of things that can happen here still that are not necessarily favorable to us. All right, so you tap the Viper. That makes sense. Yep, we'll block one. Okay. So we have the mana to... we can't quite forge completely. Well, the first one, if we sack this for food, we could forge the other one, but then we still have the treasure here, so it's kind of silly. All right. I think we still do it, though. All right. So we sack this. And then we sack this because it happens to be food. And then pass the turn. Yep. And then get to draw a giant pile of cards. I mean, this is what Frogs is supposed to do, right? If you're going to build Frogs, I think his build's actually pretty sweet. Yep. Three-tree Scribe. Whenever a tree scribe or another creature you control leaves the battlefield without dying, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Okay, we can attack with our land, but that doesn't do much. So we probably want to do something like this. Get rid of probably this. And then at least force some not great blocks for our opponents. I mean, it's kind of like the best thing we can do. Also, just put a counter on our stuff. Because why not? All right. We did what we could. And we have a creature land we can still attack with. Yep. GG's. So just killed himself with his land. So yeah, I don't know. Like there's something there with squirrels, but it's just not quite there. You know what I mean? And Yigoro has been bad. Yigoro was real bad. We played it earlier. Like I never wanted him. Like if you have a combo thing, it's good, but as a creature, it's not great. This hand, very, very, very precarious. I would like to draw another untapped land off the top so I know that I could safely play Might Caller in 1 and Forager on 2. All right, that is something. Got to be careful what I wish for, though, because now I'm not going to be able to play one of my cards with black mana, but that's okay. No, Yigra as a commander deck is fine. I'm not saying the card is unplayable. I'm just saying it's a better part than it is a creature. You know, that's the big thing. We're doing the mono blue combo thing or counter thing. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. All right, guess we attack. You got something you want to flash in there? Nope. Oh, there it is. Okay, works for me. I don't remember what the ability on this thing is. Enters target creature goes, oh, gains hexproof. That's what it is. All right. Well, that's good to be aware of in case we try to go for the throat something. You want a demolition field that? All right. Feels a touch aggressive, but I'm okay with that. Question is, do we kill their creature now? Or attempt to? Oh, they have white mana. That's why they did it. Ooh. All right. I guess I'm waiting. Like, I was going to do something, and now I'm like, should I though? All right. Get to go 2 creatures here. Oh, no, because never mind. That's not a squirrel. I have to play a different one next turn. Come on, untap land. That's what we need right now. Ossification? Oh, not even on my Dre leader. You went after my other little dude. Okay. It's not what I expected to see. All right. This gets put on Squirrel. And I think we go here first. All right. Then attack. Quest Caller. Huh. Okay. I mean, it does pump other birds and other stuff too. So, credit them. Okay. Opponent says GG. All right. Well, we're attacking with these because that's the appropriate thing to do here. I mean, we play a Viper. I don't even think we play a Viper here. I think we just pass. Like, it's really not. I was like trying to think, why would we want to do something else? But no, that's probably it. Could have killed this to get in for another couple points, probably. But I was thinking about actually playing a Viper and then changed my mind. Mockingbird enters as a copy of something else. All right, let's kill this. Yep. Sure. All right. Yep. All right. Cool, cool. Yeah, Tyvar's Insidious Roots definitely is still a thing. You know, it works pretty well with stuff like the cash grab. You know, I think that's a real piece for those decks. Squirrels might fit in a regular Golgari deck with Mosswood and Glissa and some of the squirrel elements to it. You know, possibly. I mean, I think that could be a real thing. I mean, the problem is, though, I just don't know if they need it, right? Like, other than the 3/2 squirrel that makes food, what else would you want to, like, what other squirrels do you really need in that deck? And what problem are you solving that it can't deal with already, you know? All right, let's see what this can do. We're on the play with a couple of cottages. But I don't hate this considering we can go mentor early, maybe a rot mouth viper or something. I was thinking of bristlebud farmer, which is a card I kind of want to add to this and just have that be another element, especially since we're playing rotten mouth vipers already. All right, let's go with this. Tokens alongside Sentinel, you say? What Sentinel? Opponent's going to kill our poor Vine Reap mentor. That's right. We actually kind of really want the treasure. Treasure actually helps this, or the food helps this quite a bit. All right. Glarb. Feel like I've got to make a little bit of a gamble here and decide how much I want to pay for. So this is 6. I could pay 3, sack 1, 2. Actually, I could pay 4, sack 2. Yeah, all right. Let's sack 1, 2, and then just pay 4. No attacks. Let's see if they bounce our Viper, because that could be real. All right, there's a Nissa for some extra mana. Okay. They're doing some big back shenanigans of their own. Valley Mike Collar, are you beneficial here? Think about attacking with our creature land and maybe removing lands from their graveyard, because I feel like that's sort of part of their strategy here. But maybe that's too ambitious, so I'm just going to attack with this Viper first. These Rotmouth Vipers are pretty annoying cards, to be honest. They're pretty rough. Oh, they're just giving up the Glarb? I feel like when I said that, I said something really dirty. They're just giving up the Glarb? We do have another Glarb, though. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'd only have to sack one thing. All right, I'm in. Mike Collar's kind of no good here, right? All right. What can we do with this? There's going to be like Lumber or whatever her name is. Oh, okay. Well, that's still pretty good. Tough cookie. You're cute, but I don't think you do much here. All right. I guess we're attacking with this bad boy. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, we'll get rid of this thing. Okay, I think we do this. And then we'll end the turn and we'll search up something during their end step. Though I guess the other option is I could have just played this. Oh, they had another one. Eesh. That's rough. All right, let's see what we can find. Dre Leader currently would just get a 1. Rock Collar could attempt to try to end the game after we play another thing. I think we're just playing. Well, Dre Leader. Yeah, we got to get this, I think. Ugh. Oh, well, we just found a Camellia. That's sweet too, I guess. All right. And then go here. All right, pass the turn. I mean, their board can get really big real fast. All right. I mean, let's see. If we have 3, we could sack a food. We can sack this that's also food to. Oh, man, this is going to be tight. This is going to be real tight. Yep. They're going to have a bunch of mana. I can't do nothing about that. What do I have in the graveyard? I have 4 things. All right. Whew. We'll see if we can pull this off. This is going to be really difficult. Second analyst. Yep. That makes sense. Yep. All makes sense to me. Yep. We're going to take some big old piles. Opponent's at 4. What can we do with that? The problem is I'm one squirrel short of being able to do what I need to do. So I don't know if we could pull this off. If we get see, there's the kicker. I was hoping they didn't have a removal spell as their last card. That would have made the math a lot easier. So now we have even one fewer squirrel, which makes this bordering on impossible. But we'll see what we can do. An untapped land would have been much nicer. Let's see. We play Camellia. We can sack a food, make a token. All right. I guess they could also maybe not draw great here either. That's a real thing. All right. And I mean, in an emergency, we could just sack food for damage. I mean, for life, but yeah, we're dead now anyway. Yep. All right. GG's. They got it. Deranged Hermit will be in the next core set. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if they. I mean, maybe they put Deranged Hermit in. There's no like. I don't. The people like to ask this type of question, and I don't think it's a black and white question that is a certain thing good to craft or not. I think sometimes it's just what are you comfortable playing? What resources do you already have? Like, I feel like I need to ask like 20 other questions before. That's why I tell people to hop in my Discord to have like a deeper conversation more than just like, is a thing good or bad? Because I think there's not as many things that are black and white, right? Like, there's certain decks I would say like you probably aren't playing if you're playing a tournament. But if you're on ladder, there's a bunch of things you can play that are going to be more than reasonable and you'll still win a lot of games. All right, here come the rabbits. Oh, no. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, yeah. No tax. I mean, we might be sacking everything for just a Viper next turn and just living on that, y'all. That might be all we can do. Actually, that's not true. We're not going to do that. That would be silly. That would just be a suicide run. We attack, they block. All right, let's see what happens. I mean, we're ultimately just going to try to kill a quest caller here. Nothing else is really going to matter too much. Wow. They were like, nah, we're making sure we kill this thing. Sure. At least I'll get to kill 2 of them. All right. That's about as good as we could have hoped for there. So I'm not going to be too upset about that. All right. Bunny Corn, you got it. Yep, equally good. Okay, this gets kind of interesting. So we play this. Still have 2 of the permanents, right? So then we could pay 3, sack. End up with the. All right. I mean, if they have the removal card, they'll get us anyway. Oh, I got to do that first. Sack. All right. And then if this one dies, I can at least sack the food and tap my lands to play the other one. I was about to say, or if they have a get lost, that's not the worst thing either, right? Oh, that's hmm. Hmm. How do we feel about that? All right, let's attack. So they have to sacrifice an on-land permanent or discard a card twice or take 4 twice. All right. I do not hate that set of blocks. So these would each become 3/3s after I kill something. Sure. Let's kill this. And then we get to kill all those. I'm into it. I mean, I feel like we've done so much to deal with a lot of their early run here. All right, we're not even going to sack anything. I'm just going to straight up play a Viper. Cost 1 to cast. Yeah, all right. Just the hard way, pay 6. Don't know how often that's going to happen, but if it's all we got in hand, then I guess it is what it is. Nope, going to return some stuff from the graveyard, it looks like. This is a spot too where if they're playing the card I think it is, like they can either return 2 or like give us a card to get 3. Oh no, that's Season of the Burrow. Oh, that's way worse for us. Sick hit, opponent. Oh, that's so good. Pass the turn. Wow. So good. All right. Well, I mean, removal cards, I guess. We can deal with the other big threats that might show up. Paw Patch. All right. This is tough because what we target, they get to put a counter on something else. That's gross. All right. Sure. Yep. Little 1/1 gets bonus. No blocks. Our turn. Hey, all right. Now we got some things cooking a little bit here. I don't know what we're cooking, but we at least got the recipe book. We can start picking something to cook. All right. We can go ahead and remove 1, 2, 3. All right. We kind of don't want all this land, though. It's not particularly what we're looking for. But at least for the moment, we can block things they're trying to do. Ooh, hop to it. All right. Eventually, this is going to end up being enough damage that we're not going to be able to get around this. All right. You got a bunch of little duders. All right. I think this is where we go ahead, sack of food, right? And then we'll go ahead and forage again from the yard. Oh, no. That's not what we wanted. I mean, it would allow us to forage again. Oh, no. We'd still be short a card. I guess if we did both of these. All right. So if we target something, the bunny lets you put a counter somewhere else. They have to double block right now, but they obviously have plenty of blockers. So that's not a thing. All right. I guess this is kind of it. We just pass. That's tough. That's tough. All right. Brogard Mentor, you got a 10-10, friend. Sure. I mean, they're doing the math. They almost have lethal. I mean, I don't blame them. Like their situation is not terrible here. We'll go ahead and kill the 10-10 and discard. I mean, it sucks because it gets put a counter elsewhere, but kind of gotta give it to him. Yep. I don't even know if I want to get rid of these. I think I'm gonna wait. All right, that might help. All right, pass the turn. I was waiting because I could have got the squirrel that with offspring that gives us another thing, and we want to forage and maybe do something. But let's see what happens here. This is where everybody comes in. No, they did not. Ooh, I'm gonna still wait. I think. Oh well, that didn't make much difference, did it? So we attack, we drain for how much? For 3. Opponents at 2. They would need 2, 4, 6, 8, which they do have to block with 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they'll have plenty. It's just what do we kill off and what lives? Probably not much of anything. And what's that extra card in hand? Man, I am confused on what we need to do here. Because you put that and that here. I mean, all right. I'm just going to go for it. I think they have more outs to draw here that are winners than us. So we're just going to go for it. I mean, we're at 17. So, you know, it is what it is. I mean, just doing the best we can here. Like, I mean, if the card in their hand's a kill spell or a pump spell for their stuff anyway, we're going to die regardless. So this is just hope it's enough. Yeah, I don't blame them for taking their time here and like trying to figure stuff out because I can pump stuff. They might have a card in their hand, you know, so who knows what's happening right now. They want to block the rot collar, maybe. I'm assuming there's a trick here somewhere. What are those two blocking? I'll at least do this. And then we'll see. I mean, I say if they have an answer, I can't do anything about it. So we just Oh, they just said GG. All right. Woo. Ooh. Oh, they had Dawn's Truce, but we did have a creature get through. Oh, my goodness. So we wouldn't have killed any of their stuff off. So this was literally the only way that they were going to lose here. But they were also worried about trample damage too, which makes sense why they put so much stuff on the other guy. I get it. Whew. All right. That's enough squirrels for me. No, I don't have any wrath cards or anything. I'm not doing that in a creature deck. If we just don't get there, we don't get there. All right. So I think this is closer to where we want to be, but I still don't know if it's exactly it. I mean, what's here works. I mean, I don't know. I almost feel like maybe we just need to be playing 4 Rottenmouth Viper. Should be at the end of the day, because this is the best card in the deck. Honestly, that and Camellia probably. Right? That's not true. I guess Vine Mentor is actually pretty good too. But I'm gonna really have to think about what this looks like at the end of everything. But spell wise, we've got 4 Valley Bite Collar, 3 Bitter Triumph, 3 Go for the Throat, 2 Rot Collar, which could be more Rot Collars, honestly. 4 Bushy Bodyguard, may or may not keep these at the number they're at. 2 Terra Sunder, 3 Thorn Vault Forager, 4 Tough Cookie, 4 Vine Mentor, 3 Honored Dray Leader, 3 Camellia, 3 Rotten Mouth Viper. I think there is a world where if, let's say, we were to cut the Bushy Bodyguards and we just went in on Rot Collars, we go to an extra Thorn Vault Forager, we could play another Dray Leader, another Rotten Mouth Viper, and then just try to go for it. You know what I mean? Just say, these are our squirrels. We're going to try to attack and do as much as we can. If not, try to finish you off with Rotten Mouth Viper. You know, that's probably what we're looking at doing. But yeah, I don't know. Lands kind of are what they are. You could play some number of Fabled Passages and stuff. That could help a little bit, putting stuff in the graveyard. But other than that, I don't think there's much else to do here to this one. I think you're either... I feel like this is close to as how aggressive I think we can get squirrels, or we're just going to play squirrels as parts of other things. But I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what people come up with. I don't think we saw anything too crazy, at least early on here with people playing squirrels. I think everybody was kind of in the same headspace, just trying things. But we kind of saw squirrels being parts of other things versus just being a squirrel deck. And I think that's sort of where we're at with these guys. But we'll see. I'm sure we'll learn some things over the next few days, and we'll probably change our tune on that. But for now, if you want the deck list, it will be available over on Moxfield. And like always, you can check out the other stuff we've been playing, because there was a ton of stuff to play here in the streamer event. But all right, that's that. I don't know if I would say this is something to crack, though. I think individually, if we're looking at squirrels and we kind of want to do a big breakdown, it's just that individually, if you look at what an individual squirrel is doing compared to almost any other individual thing, they're not as powerful on a one-to-one basis, right? Like, it may also be because there's already been a bunch of squirrels historically, and they didn't just want to make more of the same thing. I don't know. But, for example, if you're looking at lizards, every lizard is like, deals damage to a thing, your stuff gets counters, give stuff menace or whatever, give everything ability to do an extra damage over the damage it's doing, whatever, right? This whole pile of super cohesive things that are quick. Same thing with mice, right? All the mice stuff either gets bigger by targeting other mice, or it's mice that target other mice, right? Every other creature type, really, like even the frog stuff, is just like, okay, playing these things, bouncing these things, doing this thing, right? That's kind of a thing. But I don't feel like squirrels really has that level of cohesiveness or that level of strength, right? There's a bunch of stuff you can do with food if you get access to food or tokens or whatever. There's other things that care about those, but not even that many squirrels. Like, actually, here's the interesting thing. Like, if you even look up forage, right? These are the only cards that say forage on them. I'm pretty sure that's everything. Let me make sure I'm not missing something, but I'm pretty sure. Oh, so there was one more because it's a forager, not really a thing that cares about foraging. So yeah, this is kind of it, right? It's not like this is the craziest set of cards that cares about foraging. Realistically, it's kind of like bodyguard this thing and this that makes mana. The rest of these are, you know what I mean? Like it's not great. And like you don't want to be playing this guy because it just forages during your upkeep, which to get a 1/1, that's not, or 1/1 counter, that's not particularly what you want to be doing. So you just don't have the great options. And even if you look at just Squirrel as a whole, oh, I guess it helps if I spell Squirrel correctly. Come on now, fingers. There we go. There's not a ton of stuff here, right? You have this guy that lets you play stuff from the graveyard. Okay. But again, if you're already using all your stuff foraging other stuff, then that's not great. The duo's not that good because you're not often paying 4 mana. This, you could draw a card if you've had 3 or more things leave your graveyard, so you have to be foraging, particularly from the graveyard. Yeah, they're just not as individually strong, I think, is the biggest deal, you know? I think that's the problem. Well, Food Fight isn't even Golgarian. Isn't Food Fight red? So even that's not an actual green or black card. But I think that's the issue, right? When we're sitting here looking at squirrels, and then there's the talent, which I had in the earlier version, which seems okay, but it just never really like the other talents, it just doesn't go. I think the issue here is the other talents give you value right when you play them, right? Your opponent's discarding cards, you're fighting a thing, you're getting a +1/+1 counter, you're getting an 0/4 wall, whatever it is. This one, you play it, but it's like, okay, well, I still need something else to die. And then I got a food, but is that food enough? You know what I mean? Like, if spending that one turn to eventually have a thing die and get a food, does that do enough, say on turn 3 or turn 4, if my creature died, to get enough value out of it? So just didn't really feel it, unfortunately. So I'd love to be wrong on this, and I'd love for somebody to figure out, like, hey, let's just do a hardcore Squirrel deck. But I feel like the version I have is as close as I could probably reasonably make it right now. All right. Let's look at some big back stuff. This is basically a different version of the deck we saw earlier, right? Doing a lot of similar things. Only the difference is here, I'm playing Bedrock Tortoise. So 1 gives ourselves hexproof, but 2 just lets us fight if we just want to fight. We do have 1 Lumber to get stuff out of the graveyard. We can also doppelgang to try to end things too. Because like if you doppelgang a green shell when you already have 10 lands, like all your stuff's big enough that it almost doesn't matter. You know, so like we'll see. But yeah. We know to say when summer's almost over, it's time to get into big back season and start preparing to eating all those snacks and everything else, right? Because you already got your bikini body, you don't need it no more. So we're going to go into big back season, and most of the creatures we're playing are going to have bigger toughness than they have power. So we're going to see how we can make this work out. And a lot of this works together really well. And I would say this style of deck, not this particular build, obviously, but this style of deck, I think, was probably the most popular deck so far on the streamer event, early access, whatever we're going to call it, that wasn't a creature theme deck. So I thought that was interesting. I didn't think that was going to be the case. But we have Vine Lasher because we're going to be putting a bunch of lands into play. And this, of course, also has a big back. Philagi, Archaeologist, big back, 0/3, can put a counter on it, can return something. Hey, thanks for the follow, by the way. Right? We could do some stuff with this, actually. We'll see. I don't know if it's the right answer, but since we're already playing Doppelgang, why not? Some Go for the Throat, no surprise there. Aftermath Analyst, obviously, if we're putting lands in the graveyard, getting them into play, this is the best card to be doing that. And, of course, it has a big back, right? We got Cash Grab, put some stuff in the yard, can return something to our hand. We are playing a couple of Preacher of the Schism. I don't know how important this is, but this can get us some life gain. This can get us some cards. It is Death Touch, so if some big things come through, we could stop them for a turn. And with the 2/4 big back, we might be able to attack with it as a 4/4. Clifftop, look out. This 2 has a big back, but it just finds a land, puts it into play. It does have reach, which randomly does matter against like bats and stuff. So it might come into play, but yeah, it's just a quality little guy. Of course, Nissa, without a big back, but does make us mana if we're going to be putting extra lands into play from different things. And then we have Bedrock Tortoise. This is the biggest of backs for 4 mana. It's an 0/6, but our stuff gets hexproof on our turn, and we switch the power toughness effectively when attacking. So this can attack as a 6/6, which is super nice. Blossoming Tortoise doesn't have a big back, but does actually put lands in the graveyard and get lands back. So we like that, obviously. Fecund Greenshell. This is the main reason a lot of people have been wanting to play this, because as you play something that has a big back, you can possibly get more lands into play. And then when you have 10 lands in play, you get +2/+2 on every single creature, which is super nice. And then Lumbra. We're playing one of these because if we can turn a bunch of lands that are in our graveyard, cool. Lumbra is also a big body if we get there, and it tramples. So this is super nice. And of course, Doppelgang gives us options of copying several things that could end up being really good for us. So we'll see what's up. Lands, we're not doing anything special here. This is just a bunch of miscellaneous cards to make it work as best we can. But all right, let's go ahead and hop in. As always, if you want the deck list, it will be over at Moxfield. Go show them some love. Host your decks over there. All that good stuff. They are a channel sponsor. But for now, yeah, let's go see if how big our backs will get during big back season. All right, let's see what we can do. Hey, Ephalie, what's up? We will keep this. Probably going to play this and go get a swamp and then just figure out what we're doing after that. I don't know what the rest is. We'll figure out where the profit portion comes from. Unfortunately, this only turns a non-land card. Wish it was possible we could get a land with that. It would be awesome. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do it now. It's not going to change much, really, either way. Come on, land. We need a land off the top. That would make our life a whole lot easier. All right, there we go. That makes things much better. Got 2 lands in the yard. Love that. Playing 3 Tree City. First time we've seen this so far. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, that's a land, but it's the wrong one. All right, well, let's do it. I'm going to offspring this bad boy. All right. I kind of want to untap land because I feel like I want to Nissa, play a land, get the mana, play the other Analyst, be able to get some 3+ lands into play, hit them for 6. Like there's a sequence of things happening. We'll just see if we get there. All right, let's go. I mean, there's a lot of things that the bats can do here, so I'm not taking anything for granted. All right, here we go. Wait, okay, tapping for colorless. Come on, opponents. All right, so given that flying to attack, that's fair. Don't hate that. Ooh, look out to get a land. Put the land into play. All right. I guess that's fine. Sure. I mean, it does block bats right now, so that's not the worst thing in the world, right? And I think I'm willing to attack and trade. I mean, it's an ugly trade, but I think I'm signing up for this trade. I feel like their creature's better than my creature, ultimately. But all right, we got a free point in there. Sweet. Oh, man. Depending on if we can flip some lands with this analyst, oh, we could do some things. Yep. Lookout is the blocker here. Yep, fell. It did. All right. And another lurker bat. Sure. Okay, so the plan here is see how many land. Oh, I need 4 mana though. Yeah, that's not going to work. That's going to be definitely wrong. What's the best we could do here? Fable Passage. Well, let's see. If we play Nissa, we Fable Passage, get a land. It still gives us 3. We could play the other analyst and then try to go ham. Yeah, all right, sure. Like, why not? I'll get an island. Actually, we need just another forest. Is fine here. Get green. Oh, we didn't even hit a land anyway. Okay, well that's tough. Yeah, no point to do anything. We don't want to put the analysts at risk, and we're not attacking with the Vine Lashers here, of course. I mean, they have to kill our Vine Lashers, right? I mean, oh, okay. We're gonna see if Vine Lashers can get it done here. Otherwise, we die next turn, very likely. You are not the card here, friend. You are not the card. All right. This will get back 4 land. Oh, yeah. This will be enough. All right. Oh, no. We're going to be short, actually. Yeah, by just a little bit, I think. Let's get one of those blue, the other's green. There's a Lumra. We have access to 4 mana. And all of our lands are in play. What's the answer here? Lumra's no good. So, I mean, I guess we do this and see what we could find. Oh, no. We got there too late. Oh. Yeah, just can't pull this off, I don't think. Damn. So close. So close. Yeah, if they have any way, well, they do have a way to lose life. So, yeah, we're just dead, right? Because we take all that in the air and we can't block anything. Ah, that's tough. That's tough. We were right there. We were right there. Yep. All right. GG's. They saw the writing on the wall. I mean, you're good. I said, didn't have anything. Oh, wait. Green Shell has reach? Oh, I didn't even realize that. How did I not know? Oh, that's my fault, y'all. I could have had a green shell to block with. I wasn't even thinking. Yep. I mean, they could have also had a removal card. Who knows? But still. That was my fault. I wasn't even aware it had reach. I mean, like I said, they could have had a bunch of other answers too, but fact of the matter is, I still should at least played the card that gave us the best shot. Also, yeah, I should have, because if I play that, then there's a chance we get a land that, yeah, there's a couple of things that could have happened there, actually. I misplayed that. I should have played the green shell, for sure. Well, let's see if other people show up. Otherwise, what have y'all seen today that y'all have been having fun with or thought was pretty cool? I know everybody wants to run and ask the streamer, but I'm asking the viewers. What did y'all see that you enjoyed so far? Because it feels like there was a fair variety of stuff that got played today. Not a ton of the samey stuff, which is pretty cool. Bats. Yeah, I mean, I think my issue with bats, and not that bats are bad, I think bats are totally playable, is just that they still feel like the deck we just had. You know what I mean? With the other life gain shenanigans. So I don't know if we really got a new deck by getting bats. That's sort of what it feels like. Just kind of more of the same. We will mulligan this. All right, that's somewhat better. I guess I just go get a forest here. Bedrock Tortoise. Where were you last time, friend? I've been wanting to play more of this Tortoise. Oh no, Deep Cavern Bat. Well, there goes an Aftermath analyst. I just realized there's a little hedgehog that pops up and you can like whack-a-mole them. That's funny. I've never noticed that on this board. All right, get a forest. I mean, play the expected things. Wow, only creatures and lands flip. That's okay though. I kind of wanted more lands to be part of that. All right, we take the one. There's a rock caller. All right, let's see what we get here. All right, we get a doppelgang. Don't know if that solves any problems yet, but we do have a doppelgang now. I mean, there's a world where you just doppelgang for one probably on the right thing. But I don't think we're at that point yet. All right, so then we take an extra point here since we can't block, and that will drain us for another one. So we take 3. Sounds like a plan. Ooh, can we do anything with this? Not really. I mean, it's cool with the doppelgang, though. But I think we just do this for now. And no attack. I mean, if their hand's just a bunch of kill spells, then whatever. They just get to kill some things. And this Acklazot's off the top rope. Yep. I don't know how I knew it was Acklazot's, but I just felt it. So this kind of creates a weird thing where, like, is it worth it to just doppelgang for another Bedrock Tortoise? Well, now it's not for sure. I was like, is it? Nope, now it's definitely not. The answer is no. Oh, a backup doppelgang. That's interesting, at least. All right. I mean, they're going to be gaining a lot of life, but I mean, at least we're getting to attack for big numbers. Oh, that's going to be gross. Oh, they had another fell. Gosh dang it. All right. Well, this could be beginning of the end. Let's see. Oh, they did not attack there. Why no attack, opponent? Oh, do you ever feel a little weird out when things don't happen the way you anticipate them happening? Man, no land to save my life. Oh my gosh. Oh boy, what are we doing here? I guess we're attacking with the green shell. I mean, got to do something. All right. Man, we bricked on all those opportunity to get lands in play. Ah, this hurts. Oh, green shells have reach. What am I talking about? There's a damn good reason the opponent didn't attack. New cards. Got to read them. Though technically, they would still get us a discard a card and they could just flip the Aclazotz back over next turn, but I get it. All right. All right. We get another battlefield tapped. So I'm just like, do I play Nissa? Nope. We just. Oh my gosh. Like I feel so bad right now. Um, we do this. We get a land that would trigger. Let's just do this. See if this matters. All right. What do we get? Yes, we will take action. I was like, I would love to do more damage right now. We've been waiting on lands for so long. Oh, now that's nice. Uh, I'm like, do we attack here? I guess not. All right, no need, I guess. End the turn. I was just thinking like they could block with Aclazotz, gain some life, but like we don't really want them gaining all that life and stuff. So we'll wait. Because during their end step, I can kill Aclazotz, and then we can try to do some other stuff going off next turn. Though if we get a land, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Nope, I need to still be short a little bit. All right, what's happening? Oh, one of these green shells is gonna die. I would totally understand if it did. How many lands do I even have? I have 1, 2 lands in the graveyard. Because I was thinking there's a chance we also kill like Deep Cavern Bat. Yeah, that's fine. And then just get back one of our things there. But here, I think I'm just gonna kill Aclazotz. And it takes away better blocks for them next turn. Oh, and a Fable Passage. That's actually really good. All right. Yep. Hey, all the land triggery things. It's actually doing what it's supposed to do. Don't really need that now. Green? Why not? Take action. More damage. Don't really need that. Blue? Deal damage. Green, go get a land. Blue, don't think we can do a lot here. We can copy green shell, probably. It's probably worth it. X is 1, because that's what we can do right now. No land? We found a land. All right, cool. Managed to get there. Okay, cool. Ooh. Mm. I mean, all the decks were fine except for squirrels. I want to caution people on this thing. Like, what you see today is going to change very drastically over the next few days. It happens every early access thing because you're not seeing the best versions of decks people are playing or playing against. So I will just tell you that squirrels as a creature squirrel deck is not good. Squirrels assisting other things is actually fine. Everything else was actually pretty solid. Sure, let's do this. Let's keep. We'll put you in there for later. All right. Ooh, yeah, we'll keep that. We don't want that going into the graveyard. That's true. You can copy lands with Doppelgang. Like that. That is a real thing. What am I doing? Bloomin' Marsh is a better choice there. Do I play this now? I probably just want to kill something potentially. Like if they play Gev or something here, I'd rather just kill that. Oh, all right. No Gev, no nothing. Probably get their point in first and then play something. Gecko. Oh, Gecko into more stuff. Well done, opponent. Mentor. All right. I will kill a mentor. Why not? Okay, that's not quite what we're looking for, but let's see what we can do with this. All right, can we get an untapped land? That would actually still be reasonable. If not, I think we're going to be in a lot of trouble here. Yep, damage in. No blocks. All right. We were lucky it wasn't like a flame caller or something there. Ooh, laughing Jasper. That's going to hurt a bit. That's not cool. We did get probably the best land we could draw there. All right. Let's go get a forest. Deal some more damage. Get this guy. Probably get the Fable passage for obvious reasons. All right. No attacks. Some stuff we could have used. No doubt. The thing is, though, this is interesting because I played Lizards, and there is an interesting kind of situation that happens here is unless you get removal cards or things from the opponent, sometimes you're just better off still playing more Lizards, right? And kind of ignoring the cards you get, even though sometimes you want to play them for value. Oh, byway barter. Whenever you expend, you can discard your hand. If you do, draw 2. All right. That's real. Oh. So a go for the throat, huh? Hmm. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I hmm. All right. I think we do this. I'll get a swamp here. We'll play this. All right. Nothing good to get there. Let's go ahead and kill this dude so we don't have to deal with it anymore or think about it. And yeah, I'll attack. If they want to trade here, I think we're up for a trade. Ooh, Restless Cottage isn't terrible, but with the plan we're on, I think we're just doing this. All right. It said you discard your hand and draw 2 cards. Yeah, I just didn't think that one. I actually played in mine more Jasper and Hellspur Posse Boss. That card's so good though. Yep, we don't have a good block to that. We're just going to take 4 damage here. Maybe you attack with one or more lizards. This guy not a lizard? Oh, he's a raccoon. Oh, okay then. Sure. 2, 4, 5, 6. We could copy something. Probably a tortoise here. All right. I'm down to copy a tortoise. Actually, if I copy this, we get a land. That's not enough. That'd be 6. But then we kind of get the same thing here. All right, whatever. Just let X be 1. Copy a tortoise. I mean, we have plenty of lands we can return, so sure. And then attack. Whoa, not you guys. Back up here, y'all. Just that tortoise needs to get in there. Y'all slow down. All right. Then we crack this and play this, and that'll do it. All right. Crack this one. Man, this Vine Lasher is a silly magic card, man. Yeah, it's wild. Is the new set available to buy? No. Every streamer event is always going to be on a Wednesday or Thursday. Then the following Tuesday, the set goes live on Arena. Easy way to remember. The Vine Lasher did almost all the damage except for 2 attacks from a turtle. Like the rest was Vine Lasher. So it did 14, I guess. Because the other damage was just attack for 3 they got through, attack for 3 they got through, and the rest was all Vine Lasher. It's a wild card, man. It's a wild card. So why don't you just look at it and say, hell of a magic card, you know? All right. Hey, it's Jay Villain. What's up? Ooh, this is a tough keep. Oh man. Ooh. I think we have to mulligan this. I was just looking at that going, I don't think we beat anything with that hand. I'm gonna put Preacher back. And we're gonna see if this is good enough for us. Oh, an early recruit makes us sad. All right. I think I'm just going to do this because we may end up just having to block or whatnot. Some situations we don't like, but we might just be stuck with them. Oh, we're going to use a removal here early? I would not be upset by that. Oh, yep. Hunter's Talent. That definitely does a thing. All right. Let's go here. Oh, we didn't even put lands in the yard? Oh, no. The plan is, in fact, not coming together, team. Oh, Lumra. How close are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, you would mill some stuff. I'm just trying to think what the next couple of turns look like. Oh, sure. We'll gamble. We'll leave that on top. Why not? Let's see what happens. I mean, we don't have any lands otherwise over there. Warren War Leader. God, that's tough. All right. So this is pretty unfortunate because I think the situation. What do we do here? Yeah, I should have just killed that pre-combat, but it only saved us a point. All right. Just bad news. All right, you get to pump a thing. Have fun. Though maybe saving a point was still worth it in the end. All right, no attack. Yeah, not having another land in the yard is real rough here. Because we could have at least gotten close to setting up a Lumra, but we don't have any real value here at the moment. When you attack, you can give something +1 and trample. And then you get to draw a card who has something 4 or greater. Oh, now that's tough. that's a tough situation. All right, well, I guess we do what we got to do here. We do take a little bit of trample damage. All right, hey, you know what? You're at least in the kitchen with the recipe book, you know? Sure, go to the yard, friend. Okay, that wasn't a bad card to hit there. We can live with that. That, however, sucks for us. Can I win if I don't block here? I get Lumra, I go to 3, but then they'd be able to. So we can't win anyway here, right? I'm trying to think. Like, if we go to 3, we're in bad shape. Like, because even if we get a removal, we'd still die. Well, no, we'd be maybe. All right, I guess we just got to go to 3. Vine Lasher. I mean, yeah, there's no way we survive this, actually. We're just dead. Unless they just top deck a land, I guess. Because then we chump block. I mean, all right, we got to try. I mean, if they miss, we have a chance. Oh, no, because then we take damage from our own land to cast this. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's so bad. I think we have no outs, team. That hurts. Oh, yeah. All right. Nothing we can really do. We'll go to 2. That really did not work out. Dang it. That early miss on the elf putting no lands in the yard is what got us. All right, GG's. We're dead. Yep, you got it. Not even going to bother blocking. We're dead. Oh, that was so rough. Man, what's funny is we were genuinely the whole way 1 card away from turning it around. Like, had we been on the play, had we hit a land in the graveyard earlier, like a whole bunch of little things could have went a different way, and that would have shifted the game. Ah, that's tough. Those are hard ones to lose. All right, let's keep it. Yeah, I think anytime I think the plan is if you're seeing like rats or lizards, just go ahead and just play Vine Lasher early. It's just on blocking duty. Yep, we can live with that. All right, let's go ahead and play this. Well, sometimes that's the downside when you have removal go to your graveyard. Yep, down to 17 because we ain't blocking. I mean, I guess I could have blocked, but I also don't want this to die to just like a silly shock or something. Okay, so here's the question: do we? No, we just Nissa, right? Pass the turn. We'll just see what happens from here. Because if they have removal, they're just going to use it on Nissa anyway, right? Yeah, that's what I assume. Like, if you got it, you got it. All right, here we will block. You were so close. You were almost the right answer. We'll put you in the yard, I guess. All right, we'll take cash grab. No attacks. We're at an okay life total, but it's about to get real dangerous. All right, I think our plans are just block like this. We're kind of on a hope for the best kind of situation. All right, we're at 11. Oh, Valley Flamecaller. Oof. Oof. That's tough. All right. Well, we can at least do this. I mean, it doesn't take a lot for us to die from this point, though. We played some lizards. I know how much damage they could pump out with almost nothing. Yep, that's the card. I think that's the card people need to be playing that they're totally not playing. Yeah, we're just dead. Like, just attack with all of it. I mean, I could block, take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Do the other dudes? Yeah, I was gonna say those have haste too, right? Oh, I think he's just double checking the math. Oh, wait, he didn't attack? Oh, wild. Really? Why? Why 4 is that the thing? Well, all right. Well, we didn't get anything worthwhile, unfortunately. So that sucks. Yeah, we just pass, I guess. Oh, well, that'll get us next turn. And sadly, I think we put oh no, only one of our removal in there. Oh, it has haste anyway. Yeah, of course, we're dead. GG's. Yeah, no blocks, obviously. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Got us clean on that one. That draw definitely did not come together. New Path of Exile League into a new Magic set rotation. I don't know what Path to Exile is, actually. People keep saying that. Like, mono green is already playable. It's been playable. I've made videos playing it. Like, what's her name? Ash Lizzle played a version of it. I think Jay Villain had a version of it. Like, if you're just playing on the ladder, mono green is already viable. 100% believe that. Like, it's already been a thing. I see that a lot, though. You're not the only one to ask that question. Like, a lot of people keep saying that, and I'm like, are people just building bad versions of mono green and can't win games, or maybe people aren't playing it well? Like, I don't know what the situation is. Okay, let's see if we could turn this into something. Oh no, fast skeletons. That's gonna suck for us. I mean, we'll take you. I don't know if we're gonna get to where you get to do anything, friend. You might just make us real sad. All right, we got one land over there, so we got to keep track of what's happening. Dread Knight. Then they get to Bronco here. Yep. Land. Hey, it was a land. All right, cool. Oh, and they still had to cut down anyway, so we didn't even get to block. That sucked. I was like, I thought we were going to get away with something. Nope. All right. Let's see what we can do. We need to draw our big 06 tortoise here is what we need. We need a big tortoise. That would make life a lot easier. Ugh, that hurts though. Yeah. I think sadly I need to just block this. I don't really want to, but oh, and he has another cut down. All right, GG's. Like we're dead. Like you had the removal for our guys perfect. Like we can't do anything about that. Like yeah, I'm just gonna pass and let him have it. Like we got nothing. Like if you hit it and you have the cards, like do your thing, opponent. I don't even know if they're even playing any new cards in the deck. That's just like the old deck. Come on. Do. All right. Do. Convoke has definitely changed because remember, like losing access to the 1/1 is a big deal. The red one. Not getting that extra permanent on that first turn really does matter. I just realized we've been on the draw a lot today. I need to get on the play a little bit, especially with this deck. All right, we'll keep. You know what? Being on the draw, I'm going to see. Well, that didn't help. I was going to say I was going to see if we could find something else, but this is just worse. I was just trying to find some more playable action. Oh, sure, that can stay there. All right, get you an otter. Sure. All right. I don't think this is going to do much, but at least gets to jump off for a turn, if nothing else. Oh, well, land shock. I guess I'm losing a 1/4, but that's okay. You did your job. You did what you were designed to do. You took one for the team. All right. We can live with that. All right. Play the mentor. Probably just kill our preacher of the schism. Oh, nope. Those are going to just kill it outright. Oh, there's a monstrous rage. I'm definitely just going to block this one, though. Yep. I was like, only thing that made sense to do there. Okay. What are our plans now? We go Lookout into Fable. All right. And then we can get a green shell. Next turn. I guess that's fine. Like, not good, but fine. It's acceptable. All right. You know what's wild? Every opponent we've played that's played otters has drawn multiple Rins resolve. Like, that's how our luck's been today. We just take the 4, I think. All right, let's go find a land. I say that, but would I Nissa get a land? No, I'm probably not. I was just debating like what other options there were, but I don't think we're doing anything else there. We're just gonna go here. All right. How crazy is it gonna get for us? They can pay 4 and return an instant sorcery. Well, there's definitely some good stuff you can get back. That's for sure. All right, let's see what we got. I mean, they can go get a rage and then just rage their way past the green shell. I mean, that's a legit play. No, shock also works. Oh, no. Well, that's not cool. Yep, just force some damage through. That's the other option, especially since you can get a rage next turn. And then just kill us. All right. Ugh, green shell. So we have 3. 1, 2, 3. If we green shell, we don't have enough to do anything else. I got to get just more bodies, I think. Well, we would have 4 with this. Still not enough, though. Get green, I suppose. Get green. Ah, man, if that could have hit a land. Oh, it did hit a land. It's off the top. Awesome. So we will get green. I was kind of hoping to get lucky there. All right. I mean, we're only at 4, so there's a lot of ways we're still dead. But let's see what happens. Crazy, though. We drew 4 Storm Chasers talent and got multiple Rins resolves. Like, this made this game very difficult for us. Oh, well, that'll probably kill us. Yeah, then you just get that back and shoot us next turn. We're totally dead. Yep. That's all you got to do. Don't think we have enough to make anything out of this. Opponent's at 20. Nope, that doesn't change enough of anything. Look and see. 1, 2, 3, 4 lands in there. All right, we'll just have some fun, but this game's over, obviously. Green. Oh, man, Doppelgang was late, huh? Get green. Crack this. Get that. Crack this, duder. I don't think there's a world where this matters. All right, so we only have 6 anyway. Like, what could I even copy here that would do something? I'm just like, what's the best thing that could happen here? We play this. I mean, it pumps everything again. All right. Hey, you know what? Hey, cool. Oh, you are forever late. All right. Cool. I mean, this is the best we could do. Couldn't quite get there, but it was close. All right. We tried. We gave it the college try. Yep. Actually, you know what? Hold on. When I had no, I needed one more mana. If I'd had 7, I could have copied a green shell twice. But because I only had 6, yeah, I was a mana short. If I could have copied the green shell one more time, that would have been the play. Man, that was really, really close. Damn. Actually, no, it wouldn't have changed anything because that would have just given everything an extra +2. Yeah, so they'd still been at 2. Yeah, we were short. We were short a couple of different ways. Man, that close. That close. All right. We'll keep this. Go here and pass. Duress. Well, I guess the good news is I only have cash grab to get, so whatevs. We'll go get a forest, so we at least have access to green for a second. All right. Okay. Here comes another discard spell. Nope, just a kill spell, a cut down. Hopeless Nightmare. Okay. I'm going to get rid of this because I don't think we're going to be anywhere close to casting that anytime soon. Pass the turn. What does this let us get? Oh, well, that sucks. All right. You got it. I mean, probably take our Blossoming Tortoise. Yep. Let's go ahead and use the cash grab and see what we can find. Oh, hey, you're not a bad choice. Okay. We could have definitely done worse. All right. Hey, at least whatever we get is live now. I mean, any of our creatures we get except for maybe Lumra. Oh, well, never mind. We just had to discard a land. Spoke too soon. All right, another tortoise. Not really the plan we're looking for here. Come on, deck. If we can get another tortoise, we could be in business. 3/3 tortoise. I guess I have to be specific because there's like 3 tortoises in here. They might be looking for something to kill Nissa here, though. Nissa isn't super threatening, all things considered. But I would block if they attack with a 4/3. Okay, hey, maybe we'd be cooking a little bit here. All right, what do we got going on? We got a lot of lands in the yard. All right, no attacks. So now the analyst, I'm sure, is the one that's got a target on her head. Oh, they bought them both. Wow. I wonder what's in their hand. A bunch of lands, maybe? Please don't kill our analyst. Like, I almost want them to be more afraid of Nissa here. Hey, I wouldn't even be mad if you used Demolition Field. That's fine, too. Okay. Whoa, Rush of Dread. Half their creatures and half their life. Oh no. Well, that sucks. Well, damn. All right, I guess it's got to be these two. I mean, I could have kept Nissa, but I don't think that checks any boxes. We just pass here, right? So maybe I could chump block with Analyst, sack Analyst. Now any tortoise. Actually, now I want the big 4/6 tortoise because that blocks flyers too. All right. Oh, so that's going to potentially deal damage to us next turn also when they level that up. All right. Well, that's unfortunate. Sure. I mean, we can't do anything about it. Yep. All right, go to 5. Before they draw, we'll do this. In case they drew like a cut down, we'll at least get the triggers off this. I mean, bro, you are not what we're looking for right now. I love you, but you are not it. All right, down to 3. We don't have any creature lands in play either. Oh, how did we manage that? Oh, that's tough. Yeah, we're just dead, right? We got all this mana, and unfortunately, nothing to do. We didn't even hit any of our big. That's not true. We have one of the big tortoises in the yard. What's the best we could do here? Like, we could kill that, get this back, but that doesn't do anything, right? Yeah, that really just doesn't. Without a creature land or something here, we really needed the Restless Cottage, and we didn't get one. Yeah. I mean, this buys us one more turn. I don't think it's a turn that does anything for us, but it buys us one more turn. All right, our stuff has 1 toughness. Congrats. Yep, we're at 1. That card does not help us in any way, shape, or form. All right, GG's. That was a rough one. Like, we did all the things, but we just ended up with land. I mean, we've had wins with this deck that did some crazy things. So, I think the build is going to matter too. I don't think I have necessarily the best build right off the bat either. I think that's the other thing. Like, got to be careful trying to read too much into what we're seeing today because a lot of us are not playing what's nearly the best version of any of the decks we're going to be playing. And we also don't know what the metagame is going to do either. That's kind of the other problem. We're kind of just guessing, Once that shakes out a little bit, things will look a bit different. But yeah, let me get caught up here. What we got? Just straight up building bad versions of mono green out here. I don't know if that's a good way to spend your time, but it's fun. I'll tell you that. Anything to slot into Simic Merfolk? I mean, there's typical stuff. I mean, counter spells, bounce spells, but like, it's not the spells that were the problem for Merfolk. It was the Merfolk. Like, I mean, I played a version 2 weeks ago that was actually still decent, so you could play that, but that's probably as good as it's going to get. I mean, with no access to new Merfolk, except for maybe in Foundations potentially in November, that's probably your best bet. I mean, maybe you get another 1 or 2 mana Merfolk that does something cool, but it's really the power of the creature. It's the Squirrel problem, right? It's not the other spells you can play with the squirrels is that the squirrels themselves are the issue. Have I tried a blink deck with Gossip's Talent and green blue cloaker? I don't know what that is, but no, I haven't tried it. So that has definitely not been a thing. Yeah, as the night goes on, it's going to get a little longer for people to hop into the queue. So we got to wait a little bit, I think. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Well, I know there's still folks out there because I see them still chatting in our Discord. So people are still playing. So as long as people are playing, I'm probably going to be on. Well, that's not true. I'm not going to be on that long, but I'll be playing for another hour or two for sure. Nope. Do 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 do. Let's see what happened here. Mm 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 mm. Do 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 do. Looks like OBS is being bad to us. Mm mm mm. Oh, OBS and task. Open OBS back. Run normal. All right. Not sure what happened there, but we're back. And we're going to keep this hand. I think, though, we're just going to hold on to this passage maybe till we can find something else to do with it. But let's go ahead and play this here. This is mostly just a tease of like, if you have a cut down, maybe you'll kill that. But since it didn't even get a 1/1, they're probably not. And rightfully so. Valley Quest Caller. How much do we care about that? Probably not that much yet. Okay, I don't think we have but 2 lands over there. Yeah, all right. No attacks. We do have 2 go for the throats, which is actually reasonably decent business here. Yep, that's fine. We will accept that. We did lose a Lumra, though, and we only have 1 in the deck, so that's tough. Okay, they don't have any type of pump spells or anything, or they would have attacked there, I'm pretty sure. So that's good. I mean, I guess we'll get a Fable Passage. Obviously not attacking. Oh, was there a creature land I missed? No, there wasn't. For some reason, I thought I saw one that I skipped over. All right, so is our tortoise dead? Or do we get more fun with it? Another quest caller. All right, they get to scry. Well, I'm definitely not blocking with our tortoise. I know that much. Well, now we have to play the deep cavern bat shenanigans. Ugh. So I got to kill a bat to get the card back to kill the other thing. Hate when that happens. I mean, obviously, you still attack with a 3/4 here, though, right? Yeah, I was gonna say. Though, you know what? Okay, this kind of works out. I have to kill this to get that back. Go ahead and crack this. Get a forest. Go ahead and play this one. And get an island. Play this. And then I guess we attack, because why not? There's a restless vine stalk. I'll take that. All right. End the turn. I mean, we got to find some of our big tortoises. We got to get them into play. We ended up putting a bunch of them in the graveyard, and that's not good for business, to say the least. All right. Hope you don't have a way to save this guy. Okay, they don't. Cool. So we'll block. Okay. I have a land. Ugh. That's not cool. All right. Man, we need to hit some of our big monsters. What's going on? Well, I guess we just do the thing. I mean, we can't win by sitting here, right? Not another creature land, unfortunately. All right, hedge mage. There's a cottage. We'll leave that, I guess. Sure. We'll get rid of the menace guy. I mean, we take 4. They untap. We attack. Like, this is going to be closer than we want it to be. Tell you that. All right. I mean, I guess they do have to block at least a 3 here. So that does not kill them. How much? Okay, so this will take 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this will take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we could get in with everything next turn. Oh, that is ugly. Because here we don't get any value. Like, we attack, they can take it, and then we take 6. That's kind of bad. I guess we just attack with this by itself. I mean, it's kind of wasted value, but yeah, submit 0, I guess. I mean, I might as well pump this. Why not? But sure. We can live with that. Then we play this. I mean, we got to find something. I mean, we've lost so much value already. And we're low enough that they can find a few ways to get us. Oh, Visa. Oh, no. All right. Well, we're probably toast. Yep. That's going to do it. Oh, that card's definitely not helping. All right. Pass the turn. I mean, we're wrecked. Doon, 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 doon. I mean, whatever you want to do, we're toast, opponent. Like, just attack. I mean, we can't do much here. I mean, best play is just block a 4/4. Hope that's good enough. I'm just gonna go to 3 here. And a quest color. All right. I mean, if we got a kill spell for Biza, we're still up against it a bit here. I don't even think there's any more basics to go get. Oh, there was one. You. Is there a way, if we were to get a Vine Lasher with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lands? I mean, I guess if we can get an Aftermath Analyst, that's something, right? But I think we only have 2 analysts left. So we don't have much. This is kind of it. Yeah, because there's 2 analysts already in the graveyard. Okay. If we hit an analyst, we have a chance to win. If not, I don't know what else we can do. Because at that point, even getting our 4/6 is not enough. Oh, but a doppelgang, maybe, maybe. Hold up. All right, we're 3. What can we do with the doppelgang here? Hold on. Our problem is we're going to die to the channeler. Oh, that's not true because we can get a Biza of our own. So it's 1, 2, 3. We can make 4 things here. Hold on. Like this is real all of a sudden. Wait a minute. We could also get our own virtue of loyalty. Oh man. We can copy 4 things. So I think it has to be Biza for sure is one of them. Because that gets us life and creatures. Well, it won't once Biza resolves, but all right, we're gonna do it for 4. Question is, one of those is for sure that. The other is that. I guess we go Essence Channeler. Oh, we get copies of all these. We get 4 of everything, though. Yeah, sure. Man, I wish I would have still had a Fable passage in play. Oh wait, can I not? Or does it have to be 3? 1, 2, 3. How can I? Why do I not have enough? 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, I'm 1 short. All right, I guess it can only be 2. My bad. All right, then I guess one of them has to be Biza, unfortunately, even though some are going to die to being legendary or whatever. And we get this. Like, it's unfortunate, but just kind of the way it's got to be. A land, what does a land do? Land drains the opponent for 2. That's not quite enough here, I don't think. That's also not quite enough. All right. I kind of wanted to copy their virtual loyalty, but I was a land short. All right. I mean, this doesn't win. This is just keeping us alive for the time being. I mean, I could guess I could get another doppelgang. Is the other one in the yard already? It's not. We could still draw it. And we can still get an analyst. That's still on the table here. So we do have some realistic outs still. They can lose life and come over the top. So that's tough. All right. Let's see what we got. Man, I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed to copy something else other than the collar. Oh, another virtual OT. Ugh. That's gross. They just went to end of turn there, though. Ugh. What are we hoping to find here? I mean, maybe we flip a doppelgang? No luck. All right. Well, that didn't work. Good news is our outs are still in the deck. Doppelgangs and Aftermath Analysts are still 2 ways we can win here. Actually, I won't even say Doppelgang wins, but at least gives us some other options. Saying it wins would not be correct. All right. This gets to block 1. This gets to block 1. And we just take 6. All right, this is it. Do we have an aftermath analyst? One time deck. One time for the one time. Bruh, I mean, this at least blocks a flyer. So that's something. You couldn't even find us a land here? Seriously? Like, come on, land. Ugh. All right. I mean, our creatures are big, but that doesn't quite help us here. We're just dead. Yep. We needed a land or 2 to show up, and that could have given us some kind of fighting chance. But yeah, we just die here. Yep. Oh, that's not true. Not true. I'm sorry. I clicked the good game too early. That's my bad. That's my bad. I forgot I had the green shell. That's on me. All right, so let's block this. Block this. Obviously have to block that. That's not even a question. Actually, I think we're still kind of in the same boat overall here. Like, it almost doesn't matter. So we'll just block and block. Oh, that's still 5 getting through, though, right? Oh, so I have to block with more things here. That sucks. Yeah, I don't think we can win now. All right. Actually, that's not true. I could have blocked in the way that I kept. No, I wouldn't have been able to keep enough. Because once the green shell dies, all those others don't do anything. Yeah. All right. GG's. We had so many outs and we just couldn't make it happen. Ugh. Ugh. All right. I'm going to get one more in with this, and I think that'll be it. Yep. You like the Bloomburrow decks. Loomer was in there, but she was already in the graveyard. So it was not one of our outs, unfortunately. Man, those hurt. Those hurt because right there at the end, you're just going, there's so many things we could get. Why did we not get them? Man, just the way it goes sometimes, though. Why would we want it to be against Dev? Dev's my buddy. I'll be honest, like I don't even really playing against people for content that I regularly hang out with or know. I'd rather just play with strangers for content, truthfully. Like, and it's weird because I know that there is an appeal to viewers to want to like watch their favorite streamers battle each other, but I feel like there's a no-win situation there. Like, same way when I play against viewers, like I still play with viewers because I think it's, people enjoy that, but it feels on my end like it's a no-win situation. Like if I beat the viewer, then it's like, oh, I just beat somebody who supports me. But then like if they beat me, it's just like, okay, does that mean my content's crap because I feel like, I just beat your deck or whatever? Like, And then it's weird too, because there's situations where people want to play just like a degenerate deck to play against their favorite streamer or whatever. And I'm like, well, I didn't play a degenerate. So what is that? Like, all right, so you played a degenerate deck and won. But like, so now if I bring that up, then like I'm the bad guy for just like sour grapes. But you know what I mean? Like it just feels like there's no scenario in which that's good. I'll mulligan this. But people like playing against their favorite streamers and stuff, whatever. I for sure know that's a thing. All right, let's see what this turns into. And don't get me wrong, I don't think there's anything bad about wanting to watch your favorite streamers play. It's just, it's always felt just a little odd, and in the sense that I don't know if we're even providing quality content by doing that. I feel like the stuff me and Dev have done where we're like reviewing stuff and doing all these other things has way more value than it does just watching us play each other, you know? All right, well, that's nice. All right, I only have one land in the graveyard, so that's not super exciting. But maybe we get to do some fun stuff with Tortoise. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you gotta kill that. That makes sense. All right, take our one. Take our beatings and like it. All right, we're gonna go ahead and play this guy. Because we know we're getting at least one land. Hedge Mage, sure. Ugh, I will leave a doppelgang on top. Does our Tortoise die? I'm actually sacking Tortoise here. Like, that seems random, but yeah, I'm sacking Tortoise. All right. Well, the fact that you didn't get me a land's no good. Am I just copying Green Shell here? I think I am. Or I could be a liar and I may just play this guy. Yeah, let's just. I say that. Yeah, let's just copy a Green Shell. Because we might hit lands off of these. Yep, we did. That one did not. We will attack with this one. All right. Yep, he gone. Get to play a land. Play this, see if we find something. Well, that didn't go great, did it? I'm just going to go ahead and crack this. And get us a forest. Then we'll just go ahead and do this. And try to force the issue a little bit. All right. Yeah, I think we just activate this. Play. Oh, I don't have another dude that gets a land, huh? All right. Sure. Oh, no, we're just going to attack. Sure. I don't know if it matters even. All right, that's dead. Then a bunch of damage happens. All right. I think people played Magic for a while know that losing is not that big of a deal. Newer players might look at it differently. That is very true. I will say that's a very big thing. Like, people look at, like, I gotta win this game, right? And I get it. To some people, especially when they play against their favorite creators, like, winning the game is a big deal, you know, which for us is just like, all right, we're playing a game and we're fun. And we're trying to have fun with the community. It's the same way that, like, when I've sat down, well, here, let me finish this up and we'll talk about that here in a second. But yeah, so big back season. The deck works. I will say this though. I think you need to be playing one. I think it needs to be a touch more streamlined. I think that's a thing. But as much as I like cash grab, I don't know if it's the card I want because there weren't a lot of times I wanted to take the turn off to fill the graveyard, except for when I already had things that were going to put lands into play, but right, if I had analysts or something. So I think if the cash grabs were like an extra go for the throats and something, maybe another green shell or another tortoise. The reality is Bedrock Tortoise was kind of cool. I like the fact that at least allowed us to push forward the game state a bit. But I would even cut those maybe with the amount of mana we were getting to play another Lumra and another shell for sure. So the final list I put up might be slightly different than this, but this at least worked and it was playable. And again, kind of first attempt at it, but it was pretty cool. But you've got 4 Vine Lasher, 4 Archaeologists, 3 Go for the Throat, 4 Aftermath Analysts, 2 Cash Grabs that are going to get removed, 2 Preacher of the Schism, 4 Clifftop Lookout, 3 Nissa, 2 Bedrock Tortoise, 2 Blossoming Tortoise, 3 Fecund Green Shell, and 1 Lumra, which probably should be 2, and then a couple of Doppelgangs. I'm not going to worry about the lands because those are going to change by the time the list is up that y'all have. But yeah, overall, really cool. But if you want the list, like always, it'll be over on Moxfield and the next day or two. By the time you watch this video, it'll probably actually be up already. And yeah, check out all the other stuff we've got because there's still a lot of Bloomburrow decks to check out. All right, done. So I was saying something about, oh yeah. So the need to win thing, right? This is a thing we've run up. Hey, Felice, how's it going? Like, I run into this sometimes when I've gone to Command Fest, right? Where I'll go to sit down to play, and somebody who doesn't even follow me, but like somebody else in the pod or somebody nearby kind of points out that I'm a streamer, creator, whatever, YouTuber, right? So then they'll want to get their biggest, baddest deck and they want to be able to win. And then I kind of just look at them like, what are we doing? You know? Like I've literally had a game where somebody, like we said, even at the table, we're playing this level, we're kind of just having fun. We expect the game to go 8 or 10 turns, whatever. And then they're playing some like crazy over the top thing to try to like search combo, whatever, on like turn 4 or something. So I just let it happen. And then I was like, hey, if you don't mind, we're just going to go ahead and finish our game. Because like we already shuffled up and we were planning to play a longer game of Magic. And like the second time I've had that happen in my life, and they were kind of disappointed because I guess they thought that just like beating the creator was this really big thing. And it was just like, it's cool. I get it. I understand that means something to somebody, but like, we're just having fun, And it felt bad. It was a very awkward situation, but you have people who, when they find out somebody else is of status, I will say, I won't even say, because I'm not even big time by any stretch. They're definitely creators much bigger than me. But I think when they find somebody of status, it puts them in a mode of like, they got to win. They got to try as hard as possible. And it's like, no, most of the time when you see us out and about, when we're streaming and whatever, we're just having fun. We're not trying to steamroll anybody. We're not trying to build up credits. We're not trying, none of that. Now, if we're playing a tournament, by all means, it's a tournament. Do what you got to do, right? Bring your biggest, baddest thing. Play good. Good luck, right? But for just fun stuff, most creators don't enjoy that. Like, we don't want to be playing super heavy when we're playing against, especially people that do like us and follow us or whatever, right? We want you to have a fun time too. So let's just like smashing you and your deck doesn't get to do anything. That's not a lot of fun for you either. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things. I don't think there's a good solution to it. It's just the reality of stuff it is. It's always been that way. It's going to continue to be that way. But it's kind of one of those things when people recommend like, oh, you and so should do a bunch of videos where you play against each other. I'm like, but yeah, how's that different than just the gameplay content we already do? But when I get together and we could talk about like the state of the game, or maybe like we did recently, the underrated cards or whatever, right? That's value we can bring to you where you get to see the perspective and the expertise of two different creators, right? Whereas if we're just playing each other, you're just kind of getting to watch a game of Magic, which is fine. But we already make that, right? Can we do something more? That's why a lot of times if I'm playing, when I'm on somebody else's stuff, it's usually playing Commander or another format that I don't normally play, because then it's something different that if you do follow me, there's a different experience happening there, right? And that's just done purposely. But that's one of the reasons, if you look around, why I don't play a lot of games against other creators or other people. I've done it as part of like special events or tournaments and stuff, but I don't do it that often. I'm not opposed to it, but I feel like for me to feel like I'm giving you value, I feel like there needs to be a certain presentation or a certain thing we're trying to do with the decks, particularly that we're playing, whatever, other than just like, hey, here's 2 new standard decks and we're playing them against each other. I feel like we got to be doing a little bit more. Barry Drake says, you win casual games if you have fun, whether or not you win that game. Yeah, I don't even try to win. I mean, I win a fair amount of Commander games, but it's not really my goal. It's just we're playing Magic. I actually wouldn't mind watching you and Dev play games just to see the interaction, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I'm not sure, like, because literally, if you change, and I guess here's my perspective, I guess, is how I think about it. If me and Dev were to play games, right, but you were to cover up the names of either person playing, the experience would still be the same, right? The experience isn't enhanced because it's me and Dev, except for the fact that it's me and Dev. But if we're doing something different that we're each bringing unique perspective to, now it matters that it's me and Dev, if that makes sense. It's kind of like if I did my gameplay videos the same way as CGB's videos, like you just watch more CGB, and you should, right? At that point, if you like that type of content. Like my perspective is going to be different. The way I treat stuff different. Me and my stupid phrases are going to be different, right? So it's a unique thing that you're getting by watching my content. But anyway, if y'all can give me like 3 minutes, I'm going to take a quick break and I will be right back, and we're going to play some more Magic decks. So yeah, it'll be just a second. All right. Okay, we're back. Didn't take that long. And also, most of y'all stayed. That's an impressive thing. Usually, if a streamer gets up for like 2 minutes, you lose like half your audience sometimes. It's crazy. Like people are like, oh, that's it. You're not constantly talking. I'm out of here. All right. So we got some big back stuff done. What do we want to do next? What do we want to explore next? I'm kind of just going to keep going for a bit here, y'all. We got rabbits or I don't know how, like, I feel like rabbits are just going to be kind of okay, but probably still worth goofing around with. So there's rabbits. We've seen some, we got Balin token. The thing I have a concern about with my Balin tokens list is it really doesn't have removal. We're kind of just all in on various combinations of like War Leader, Balin, Mondrak. Like, just can we do it? That's kind of what this deck is. Probably what I should call it. It's just like, can we do it? There's some Gruul aggro. I think the only downside to Gruul aggro is we really do we have enough new cards in here? What are we playing? We've got Scrap Shooter, Wandertail Mentor. I guess we could justify this. It has enough new cards. I mean, we could do that. That's probably fine. And then we still have some mono green stuff over here, which we're trying. Let's see, that's got Paw Patch, Keen-Eyed Curator, Scrap Shooter, Season of Gathering. So it's got a few things in here we could probably make work if we wanted to do that. That's a thing. I mean, there's a few things here. There's a few things. I do not have War Leader Mice. I don't think that's an actual deck. Yeah. You know what's funny? Like, people ask me, like, do you enjoy building a lot of decks? I'm like, I just do it. I don't even think I think about it. Like, that's an interesting question, though. Like, do I enjoy deck building? I don't know, actually. I think I just do it. I've done it so much, I don't even think about it. I know what I don't like. I don't like double sleeving cards. I don't like perfect fit sleeves. Like, that's real. I've had people freak out because I'll have expensive decks and I don't have perfect fits on them. They're like, why not? I'm like, because it's too much of a hassle, man. It takes me like an hour to sleeve a deck. I'm not into that. So I just don't. Like, what if somebody spills a drink? And just don't let people put drinks on the table that you're playing on. Like, don't be a Neanderthal. Like, I don't know what the answer is. All right. Let's see. Yeah, so options. There's the Gruul aggro, there's the mono green, there's the Balin tokens. I think Balin tokens is more of just like an experiment more than an actual thing, but maybe. Think of oh yeah, Lizards was good. Lizards was everything you expected as far as speed and whatever. Like, it's what you expected it to be. We do still have mono black discard if y'all want to watch a little bit of that. We have a few different things. What's everybody feeling right now? We still have a decent crowd in here. So what's everybody feeling at the moment? Also, I don't want you, if you're over on the Facebooks, I don't want you to feel left out either. Like, you can participate in this chat. See, there's a few people watching from Facebook. It's open to everybody to have a say. We are an equal opportunists. I missed a question earlier. Scott Pierce was asking, is the new set out yet? But no, it's out on Tuesday. On Arena, anyway. You can go play pre-releases this weekend. All right. Play your fave. I don't even know what's a fave yet. We just got a bunch of new cards. Discard is cool. If you were going to build a pirate deck, which set would you get rather than crafting first? The set where all the pirates came out of. Ixalan. Easy peasy. If you need pirates, you gotta get them out of the set the pirates came in. I mean, don't be wrong. There's a few random pirates here or there, but it's Ixalan. You gotta get. I'd like to see the mice deck. Sure. All right, so let's do a few games with the mouses. We'll do, and yes, I know it's mice. Like, every time I just like joke, like, I have fun with language when you're talking all the time, because I literally like talk to myself for literal hours every day making content, or when I'm doing commentary or whatever. Sometimes you got to have fun with the language, right? So anyway, we'll do some mouses, and then we'll try some Balin, and then we'll go into either a mono green or a Gruul aggro type situation and see what's up. How about that? And then by then it'll probably be like 2 a.m. local time, and I'll be hating myself, and it'll be time for me to go to sleep. I won't be hating myself. This is actually fun hanging out with y'all and doing these long streams. I don't do a bunch of them. What do I feel the control decks get with Bloomburrow? Like, same stuff they always get. Like, I'm not being like, I'm not trying to just blow you off, but like, control decks get the same thing. You look for things that draw cards, you look for things that spot remove things, you look for things that wipe the board. They get those every set. So you just go get those cards and decide if you like them more efficiently or not for the type of control deck you're playing. It's kind of that's sort of what control decks do. Like, the best thing is, and I was talking about this earlier, control just waits for like a week or two, let the metagame shake out, then you know which cards you want to play over other ones to try to target meta decks or whatever, and then that's it. That's kind of what you do, right? That's why you don't see a lot of control doing well in the first, let's say, 2 weeks of the season, but then they pick up more as the season goes on because they can just hone in on what cards are better value or the efficiency they need to have or whatever. But yeah, it's kind of the same cards every set. You just sort of look for that. You know, maybe if there's a weird creature that fits, but I don't know if there was a particular one this set. But generally, you're just looking for those types of cards. That's why I love it when you stream. Yeah, today is a lot. We're already on hour 8. About to click out 8.5 of the streams that we've been doing today. So yeah, it's been a bit of a day. We're gonna end up putting in probably about 10 or 11 hours today, or until we can't find opponents anymore. But all right, let's talk about mice. Mice. Okay, so the mice are trying to do a couple of things, right? We need fast early creatures, but we also need things that can target the mice. Some of those being mice themselves, some of them being spells, some of them being equipment, so we can trigger all the Valiant abilities. And the goal is just to go as fast as we can, if we're lucky. So we're going to try some cheeky house mouse, because for 1 mana, we can target stuff and make it where things have a hard time blocking it, right? We've got Flowerfoot Swordmaster that when it's targeted, it pumps all the other mice. So that's actually pretty cool. Heartfire Hero. This is one I'm not sure on, but it is only 1 mana. And once we pump it, it gets a plus, or once we target it, it gets a +1/+1 counter. And then when it dies, we can deal extra damage. So that's actually pretty cool. Might of the Meek is a cool bonus. It just gives something +1/+0 and trample, but you get to draw a card. So you can kind of keep you going as we're running stuff out. We have a couple of Monstrous Rage. Probably should be playing more. I don't know. 1 Lost Jate, because it's an easy way to target stuff, which we like, you know, and it's colorless. We are playing a couple of Get Lost, but I'm going to be real. Get Lost could possibly be more Monstrous Rage and just say, hey, if we're going to fight bats or raccoons or whatever, we're just going to have to punch past them, and maybe they're supposed to be rage, but we'll see. Emberheart Challenger is pretty sweet. It has prowess. It has haste. When you target it, it lets you exile a card, and you have an option to play it. Manifold Mouse, also very cool because it has Offspring, which is nice. And then at the beginning of combat on your turn, you can give something Double Strike or Trample, which is good. Most of the time, it's going to be Double Strike because our mice are kind of small. Raging Battle Mouse is cool because it also can shrink something if it's a second spell, or shrink the cost if it's a second spell you've played for the turn. But at the start of combat, if you have multiple things come into play, you can target something by giving something else +1/+1. Then, of course, we're playing Lightning Helix because, you know, we got to have some removal extra there. We're trying out a short bow. Could play more Lost Jate, but Lost Jate is legendary. I don't know if that matters because you don't ever really need more than one anyway, but it's an option. We'll see if it's what we want. There's 1 Dewdrop Cure just as a late game catch-all, if you will, and then a couple of Mabels. So, yeah, I don't know if this is going to work or not, but we're about to find out. So, again, if you want to get the deck list, as always, link, you can just follow it. It'll take you over to Moxfield, channel sponsor. Host your decks over there. They're good people. They treat me right. And we're going to go see if mouses can go run past everything. Yes, it's mice. I know. Would map tokens trigger Valiant? Yes, because you are targeting your creature. Which is why if you kill the creature with the activation on the stack, they don't get anything because the creature goes away. Almost forgot what deck I was looking for. There's mice. Mises. No, that's for moose, right? And then, oh no, it's just like I hate them Mises to pieces. I guess that is mice. Got my cartoons mixed up. What are we doing here? Are we keeping this hand? I don't think this is bad enough to get rid of, right? I think we have to keep it. Yeah, we already played raccoons earlier. I mean, we may play some more. I have some other green decks, but like Capricorn MTG. I'm gonna keep this hand, but I don't think it's a good one. Bueller. Anyone? Bueller. Actually, how many people have y'all actually seen that movie? I just realized I make that reference, but that movie's so old. People don't even probably know what I'm doing. Yeah, we're gonna try this. It's not as efficient as we would like, but if we draw a 1 mana creature, it'd be pretty sweet. Jate it is. All right. We are going to, I guess, try to attack with the challenger. Trying to think if there's anything else I would do here, but probably not. Hey, challenger got in there. Oh, Bear says, you saw Ferris Bueller's Day Off in theater? I don't even think I saw it. I definitely saw it at home. I don't think I saw it. Or I say at home. I probably watched it on like VHS. They might be waiting to see what we target with Jate. Nope, they're just going to kill it now. Oh, because it's lay down arms. You're going to have to kill it now. Okay, so if they're playing mono white control, let's assume. Do we want to save our haste creature? I think we, well, I don't think we can. Oh no, Arena! How dare you? Oh, this game's already blown. And that's my fault. That's totally my fault. I could have got. I just ruined it. Dang it! I needed to have another red mana available there. All right, that's tough. All right. I could get access to another card, but it wouldn't really do anything. So, sure. All right, end the turn. Oh, you watched me play Battle of the Bats? Yeah. There were a lot of bat on bat matchups today. Those are very long games. I was not the biggest fan of them. they were a grind. All right. So man, we're setting ourselves up to get wrecked if we do this, right? But whatever. Risk it for the biscuit. Let's go. All right. Lots of things happening here. This gets... Oh, that doesn't have haste, though. All right. This will get double strike. This gets double strike. This gets a +1 just to split it up, I guess. Double strike. Double strike. We get 2 Jate hits, though, so that's kind of nice, right? I could pump this. Wouldn't do enough here yet, though. All right. And the turn? I mean, if we get something else with haste, pop this on it. I mean, that's a thing. It's not the most exciting thing, but it's a thing. All right. Good old Sunfall. Come on, haste card. Nope. No haste things. Well, let's go digging. Because why not? Didn't find one. There's a Mabel. I don't know if she's really the answer, but she's a thing. All right. Yeah, I think just having that one turn off is the difference here. Because if they'd have been even 3 points lower and then we get another attack in, like, that could have changed things pretty big. That's tough. Yeah, I don't think... I think it's going to be really hard for us to win from here now. I mean, we could rip a bunch of burn damage, I guess, but it's going to be hard. Let's see, what is this? Whenever a token you control does what? Yeah, carrot cake. Well, that's a way to gain life now. Yep. Whenever one or more tokens you control enter, draw a card. That ability triggers only once each turn. Yep. The token creature? Just tokens. I gotcha. All right. Can we find our duder that gives something trample? That's another way we could possibly win here, right? So we right now could make Mabel 6, 7, but not trampling. We can make a thing not block though if we remove one. So we can make Mabel 3, 4, 5, 6. Not blocking. Oh, create a token that's a copy. Yep. Is that still enough? Oh, wait a minute. So we need 3 to equip. Can't block, can't block. So it'd be 3, 4, 5. That's exactly 8. Wow. All right. So equip here. Go ahead and put this on. Oh, yeah. And then activate Jate. Remove one, say target creature can't block. Move another one, target creature can't block. Oh yeah, I was like, fortunately they put a little symbol on there for me. That helps. And then we will plus Mabel. Put a +1/+1 counter, attack. Man, Mabel was the hero. Whoo! That took a lot to figure out. Mabel had both swords, y'all. Like, Mabel was doing work. But all right, cool. I wasn't sure how we were going to get out of that, honestly. I was like, well, I guess if we draw some burn damage or whatever. It's like, Jate was the actual right card there. I mean, short bow's cool. Maybe we're supposed to just be playing 2 Jates. I don't know. Making something not block is kind of big business. Yeah, we'll keep this, right? Uh-oh. It's lizards. If it's Gev, I'm shooting Gev next turn. If it's not Gev, I don't know. We'll see. Oh, is this going to be lizard followed by 2 lizards? Nope, it's not. Oh, that can add up fast, though. That could be a real problem. Play Manifold Mouse. This gets double strike. Yeah, all right. I guess that's the way we got to go here. Double strike. All right. I mean, if they don't kill that, like, our hand could be pretty baller, right? Because we go +3, +1, +1, double strike. Like, well, never mind. We have some other business we got to tend to. Like, we were gonna do something, but opponent had other plans. So let's kill this because that'll get out of hand for us, and we don't like that, obviously. Let's go ahead, target this with this. All right, that's not bad. Yeah, just double strike. Why not? This is just a 1-2 tandem trying to get work done. All right, opponent's at 7. Now, if they kill the Heartfire hero, it starts to be a real threat. All right, we're down to 14. Like, at some point, you got to kill that, right? This is other mouse? No, target mouse. We can target itself even. That's nice. All right, so we could play this, give it haste, possibly. I don't think we need to, though. Is this a trap? That's the question. Play this, give it haste. Yeah, that's fine, because we get to target it as well. Making sure I still have mana. Oh, no, no, no. I won't have mana for a lightning strike, though. All right. Yeah, that's fine. I kind of messed up there. It's all right, though. I'm going to kill it finally. All right. Opponent says yes. I have a go for the throat. That resolves. We will deal 3 to the opponent. We will attack. Mostly because we have our own rage, obviously. Oh, I could have just targeted my own thing with rage and killed them. I just realized that. No, it wouldn't have killed them. I'd have been short one. All right. Okay. We'll just end the turn. I guess we'll play this. Why not? Opponent's at 4. Like we can still get hasty thing. Yeah, it's fine. Rot collar. Yeah, we got way more than enough damage coming, I think. All right. Well, that's a thing that happened. Just get that out of the way. Target this guy. Yep. Opponent's saying GG. And then attack. Give this double strike. Okay. All right. Go ahead, mice. Go ahead. I mean, really, this 1-2 combo did all the work, basically. Right? I mean, I say it was a different one that was in play, but effectively, it was just Heartfire Hero, Manifold Mouse. Like, they just did the work. So, yeah, turns out they can do some things. Yeah, we already talked about the game audio, or something's going on with OBS, and it's just not playing through. I don't. There's nothing I can do. We tried for like 15, 20 minutes earlier, and I tried even between stream sets. The good news is it comes through on videos because I did test that already. Oh, we get to go first. I have Manifold Mice, and I'm gonna mulligan. We have enough 1-mana things. I'd like to draw some of those. So let's. How gambly do I want to be? I think I'm just gonna play Cheeky House Mouse straight up, and then maybe Jate equip if we get lucky. I don't think that's the best play, but it's not the worst play. Oh, they're gonna get our Jate. Oh no, they didn't take the Jate. Oh, nice. I thought they were gonna take that for sure. I would love to put some counters on this thing for later. All right. You got it. That dude's cut down. I will play a Manifold Mouse. Just straight up. Sure, you get double strike. Why not? Yeah, double strike with Jate is pretty legit, honestly. That's some strong business. All right, taking a rage. Okay, that's not terrible. Let's go ahead and put that here. And I guess we'll play this. Never got any mana, so just kind of got to work with what we got. We're going to double strike with this thing. Yep. Get them counters. No! All right, well, gotta discard this cheeky house mouse. I was hoping to have a big double strike turn next turn, but that's obviously not going to happen. All right. You got it. All right, so what are our options on this thing? We can untap target land. We can... Okay, that might... All right, so here's a thing. We could play a mouse, right? We can untap a land. Wow, we're getting wild here for a second. Untap this. And then we'll move this to put that here, which now pumps all of our dudes. And then go to the next phase. There's so much happening right now. Target this, have 2 double strikers, go attack. Do I want to give this +2, which means it would deal 4 and then 8? Yeah, let's do it. Put a +1/+1 counter. Put a +1/+1 counter. All right. If I put another counter here, it's going to be 5, 6, 7. I think I want to leave some counters on, though, just in case, because we weren't going to be able to kill them. All right. You got it. Yeah, we're good. That's ball game, because they wouldn't be able to block here. Jate plus mice. Going to be able to make it happen. So, equip. Give one of these +1. Actually, I guess it doesn't really matter. Just give the same one +1, right? It's all the same thing. All right. Wait, why did it... Gosh dang it. It doesn't matter, really. I can just still put another one on it. It's fine. I think I misclicked. It's fine, though. Go to attack. Put the other counter here. +1. There you go. It all works out the same. Okay. All right. Here's the wild part about that game. We never got more than 2 mana. We technically would not even have been able to cast the Jate if it came up and we needed it. That's much better performance than I thought it was going to be able to do. And Jate overperformed. So far, we've seen Jate twice, and it was brilliant both times. I'm beginning to think we need at least 2 Jates in the deck. Because, man, is real nice. It's been real nice. I'll be honest with you, though. Like, while it was just attacking with mice, it felt like there was a lot of little math that you had to pay attention to, right? Like, oh, I can untap a land and I can play another thing. And then if I put the counter on before the first strike, then I get those counters and then I could put another one. But then maybe I want to make something not block. And you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of little stuff you got to figure out there. But yeah, I'm into it. I think the final list is probably going to end up... Don't be wrong, I like short bow, which short bow is also still good against like bats and stuff, right? Because you can get reach and +1/+1. So it does have other utility. But man, Jate, it looked kind of good, not going to lie. I wouldn't say mice are overperforming. I think mice are performing as we expected. I think that's more accurate. It would be that they're not failing. That's the bigger issue. See you later, Felice. All right. What do we got going on here? I guess we keep this. And then we play Fire Hero. turn 1. Oh, this is not going to be good. Mice on mice. What are we doing? Oh, no. Yep. And that challenger's way better than my guy. We're just going to take it. I know it's a bad move, but I'm still going to take it anyway. Well, now I got a hasty guy, but that's not the same thing. All right, let's go to mouse. What do I want to do here? This could chump block this for a minute, unless they get a Mabel. Target this, get a card. I mean, we can also do that in instant speed as a block situation. No, I'm just going to do it now. Who am I kidding? That's good information to have. Not going to lie. I think I'm just, man, am I? No, I'm doing this. Actually, no, I should have played the house mouse there and held on to the 2-1 because I might have been able to offspring next turn. I forgot about that. All right. Let's see what we can do. And Mabel does make this turn suck, which is the other reason that playing the other dude would have made more sense. All right. Obviously, we're going to trade here. All right. Can't get this cooking yet. I think, we plus the, I guess, yeah, we're attacking. Whatevs. And I think I'm just playing this as a body. And then hopefully we get to kill a Mabel, I guess, with Lightning Helix. That's our best hope here. They're probably just going to target their Sword Masters a couple of times, though. Because I would. All right, Sword Masters are going to pump the team twice, which is going to be super annoying. I mean, it's still going to block. I'm going to rage, and then I'll target it. No rage even. What? Wow. Not even messing with y'all. That kind of surprised me. Okay. Well, that's, Geez, I don't know what to do now, y'all. Like, I for real didn't think that was gonna happen. Okay, sure. Why not? Okay, well, how the turntables. Yep, your team gets pumped up. Discover. Wow, sick turn. Sick turn. That's gross, but I can respect it. All right, I'm at a whole 8. So I'm potentially dead next turn. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I don't have enough. Dang. Dang. What can I do here? I could get back Swordmaster Hero. God, that doesn't do it, though. God, that's so close to being good. If I attack, I might just die. Like, legit. I have to kill their something with... All right. I'm gambling, but let's go. End the turn. I needed another land there is what I really needed, but hopefully it's not a rage or something, and I think we can survive that. Does this get anything when it dies? No, it doesn't appear to. Sure. What you got? Nothing. All right. I got a bite. I was hoping they might try to make a play there and do something, but okay. Now we have hasty things. They have their get lost on top. All right, so now that thing's threatening lethal next turn. Mabel, okay. Well, Mabel makes y'all 6, I guess. Get to kill one? Nope, that got there. Wow. Whoo. Whoo. That was, oh my God. That turn with the Atali's favor into the rage, I thought that could have been the beginning of the end. Like, whoo, that was dirty. My goodness. Yep, there you go. Oh my Scott. That's a good way to put it. Maybe that'll be a thumbnail caption. You wish the mouse had a touch more impact. Seems like a death sentence if drawn at the wrong time. Yeah, but that's got to be the downside to the deck, right? Like, part of it is being able to be efficient and get your stuff. But if you don't, then that's the punishment, right? Okay, that was an easy mulligan. We're going to keep this. Manifold guy plus that. All right, I think we're going to put back the house mouse. Okay, that's probably where we want to go, I think. Let's go ahead and do this on mouse. All right. I got to remember Offspring, man. Like, it's a whole new thing I just don't think about, but it's been really good. And the bats are on the move. All right. Well, we're going to really want to draw land here to get ourselves some options, but double striking. Because we would either like to play this and then put the +1 and pump our team, or just play Mabel. Either way, we need to do something important fast. All right, come on, untap land. Well, you know what? If we're not going to get a land, that's honestly the next. Oh, we can't cast that though. Oh no. Ah, that hurts. Okay, well, here we go. Give this double strike. And I'm attacking. I mean, if they're willing to give up their 3/2 for this, then we'll take it. Like, I don't love it, but I'll take what we can get here. Man, if that lightning helix would have been a land, oh, we could have had such a big turn there. Now I don't even know what we want. Probably another land for Mabel still. Oh, we're definitely getting punished. This is what happens sometimes. Like, you skimp on land. Like, this is the downside, right? All right, Augur it is. Come on, need a land for Mabel. Or even a land to be able to kill the Augur would have been sweet. I think this is where we die, though. Not being able to cast anything. I mean, we can, but nothing efficient, unfortunately. Wow. Now if we get a land, yeah, I don't think it's even enough. All right. Well, is what it is. All right, Brewlab might get me here. They didn't even get the punishment of them taking damage from their Augur. They even got a land. This has got about as bad as possible for me. All right. They're purposely taking damage for something here. Oh, for complication. That makes sense. Oh yeah, we're cooked for real now. The thing I notice about bats though is like if you kill, like in this scenario, if we just had a removal spell for Lurker Bat, like that turns off a lot of what the deck does because they don't have any life gain at the moment, you know? So like as long as you're playing around like their cleric or whatever, and like there are ways to play around it. Also, I mean, you know, drawing land would be good too, but we failed at that part a long time ago. So yeah, not in great shape here. What are our options? We play Mabel. We can attack. But then what? Right? They get to double block one of our Swordmeister. Ugh. I mean, I guess we could do this just to keep them low on cards based on the situation at the moment. We can play this since we get the reduced costs. And then I guess just attack with these two because it's not worth giving up the mouse. I don't think here the battle mouse. All right, man. I feel that third land might have just been too little, too late. But we'll see. Maybe not. Though short bow would be a little bit of a boss here. Oh, well, not anymore. That's gonna end it. Yeah, yeah, that's gonna do it. Yeah, it's still gonna be bad because I'm gonna say like even if I get a get lost, we're only attacking for 6. Yeah, it's not enough. I mean, at least buys us a turn. Maybe it is if we get a get lost, actually. Yeah, that card's not going to be enough. Yep. All right. GG's. We just got stuck on land for too long. Ah, man. I feel like had we got that other land earlier, though, we would have won that game. I genuinely believe that the way it played out. But well. Where we're at on the mice. Here we go. All right. So yeah, overall, mice did some really cool things. I'm at a little bit of a loss here, though. Being honest, I don't know how many Jates we need. I don't know how many short bows we need, right? Because short bows, if you're in a world of like bats and other things, like short bow actually really does work, right? Like it does a real thing. But we are also skimping on lands with 21, so I might just go to 61 and put a 20-second land in the deck. But Drudop's Curse or Cure, I think, is maybe still worth it. But I don't know if that answer is 100% correct. And I'm only playing one. And I feel like if I'm playing one, can I get by not playing any and just double down on the mice? You know? I don't know. That's a tough one to figure out here. I think I'm going to go into another Jate because being able to make something not block is real. I think we saw that, and that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I don't know. This worked though. That's the thing. I almost don't want to mess with it too much because it actually did what we wanted it to do. Arguably, that we could also have more monstrous rage too, and that's kind of fine, especially when you're giving something double strike with monstrous rage. Like honestly, I think I'm gonna drop the Dewdrop Cure and just play another rage. And now it's another thing that targets creatures too. Leaves us with 24 creatures. We still have things that target stuff. We have Rockface Village that we can give stuff haste later on. Still have 2 Mabels, still have 2 Lightning Helix. But I think the issue is how much removal do you want to play or not, right? I think that's the biggest issue because sometimes you do just have to get something out of the way for the turn. And sometimes Helix just doesn't do it, right? I mean, it's different if you have something with double strike, then sure, Helix can help take down almost anything at that point. But we'll see. Overall, though, mice worked. So 3 Cheeky House Mouse, 4 Flowerfoot Swordmaster, 4 Heartfire Hero, 4 Might of the Meek, 3 Monstrous Rage, 2 Jate, 2 Get Lost, 3 Ember Heart Challenger, 4 Manifold Mouse, 4 Raging Battle Mouse, 4 Lightning Helix, 2 Mabel, 1 Lupin Flower Village, 2 Plains, 6 Mountain, 1 Rock Face Village, 4 Battlefield Forge, 4 Inspiring Vantage, 3 Cavern of Soul. And honestly, unless there's a lot of counters out there, Cavern of Soul might be too many. Hey, Air Bubble came over with some folks. How's it going? We are still going to be on for a little bit longer, having some fun. Being blasted with the bubble machine. Well, thanks. But yeah, if you want to check this deck out, as always, the link will be over on Moxfield. And yeah, it was a good one. So if you're looking to play mice, this could be for you. But also check out all the other videos like usual, because, you know, lots of stuff with Bloomburrow. Okay. What'd you say? Yeah, little Embercleave synergy. That's true. It was a little bit like Embercleave in a way. All right. So let's see what we got going on here. We got mice done, right? We played some mices, some mises. Let's see. We did big back season, mice, squirrels, lizards, raccoons, bats. Still feel like I should get 2 more decks in here today. So what do we want to do? We've got mono black discard. We've got Balin tokens. Though I think the Balin tokens is mostly just, hey, how many tokens can we make and is it good enough? That's kind of what that deck is. Don't know if it's any good, but hey. We have a War Leader Pia deck. We've got mono green. We've got Gruul aggro. And technically still dragons, I suppose. So what do you want to do? No rats. There are no rats. I didn't even bother putting a rat deck together. So we have no rats available. But I will let y'all that are still here for the late night crew decide what we're going to do next. There's 1 vote for discard. 1 vote for Pia. Olapod says it'd still be funny to see how many tokens we can make. So I'm assuming that's your vote for Balin. Don't have a crime deck. Crime decks kind of already do what they do. So I didn't bother building one. All right. So we have 2 for Pia. 1 for Gruul aggro. Right now, Pia's in front. Anybody else want anything else? 3 for Pia. All right. Well, I guess that's what we're doing then. The people have spoken. So let's take a look and see what we got happening. All right. Let's talk about Pia. What are we doing here? The Pia decks obviously are interesting because you want to take advantage of things that are being exiled, right? So anything we can do to exile stuff and give us some value, that's a good thing. We got some new cards that actually fit this deck that do that. So we'll see if we get the payoffs that we want. So starting with some Get Lost, this is neither Pia, neither thing that exile stuff, but we do have to remove some things. So between that and Go for the Throat, that's probably going to be our removal today. We have some Inti. So this obviously exiles a thing. If we play it, we get some extra value, but also puts a +1/+1 on something. Rin's runs. I keep saying Rin's runs resolve because I think about the other land, but that's not. It's Rin's resolve. I don't know why I say that, but anyway, when Rin's resolve gets us access to 2 cards that are exiled. Fireglass Mentor. This is one of the new cards that's actually pretty cool because if we've dealt damage at some point, then during our second main phase, we actually get to have another card we get access to, which will again trigger Pia, which is super sweet. We do have some Lightning Helix. We have Pia Nalar herself. So Thopters have haste. Whenever you play a card from exile, you get a 1/1 Thopter, which is super nice because then we get damage in and we trigger other stuff. We're also playing Comball, Profiteering Mayor, which is super sweet because if we have stuff come into play on our side, then we drain the opponent for a life. And if the opponent makes a token, we get a token. So that's actually pretty cool too. I'm playing an Infamous Cruel Claw just to try it out Don't know if he's going to be any good or not. I'm assuming not, but it does exile a thing, and we get to play it for discarding a card. So, like, maybe we'll see. Anim Pakal just kind of gets to do a lot of work with Comball and some other fun stuff, but also works with War Leader's Call, which also works with the Thopters and many other things in the deck. And as fan service, even though I don't think it's the card we need to play with War Leader's Call, people like trying to squeeze in O'Hare Ashenil with their War Leader's Call. So I'm playing a courtesy one. This is for the people. And then we have 2 Dragonhawk Fate's Tempest, because again, it exiles the cards. And if we do play them, we'll get some stuff with Pia. If not, we just have a big 5/5 and get to deal some damage. So yeah, this is what we're doing today. We're going to see. Well, first off, if you want to download this, I'm going to leave the link. Like always, it'll be over on Moxfield. They're a channel sponsor. Pay them some love. Post your decks over there. They appreciate it. But for now, let's go see if Pia and the Thopters can fly over everything. Was Bone Horde never a consideration ever? Was a consideration, yes. But with the deck being more aggressive, hoping to be more aggressive, I should say. We don't know if it's going to play out that way. But if it is slightly more aggressive, I'd rather just have the damage immediately. You know? So that's the hope. All right, let's see if Pia and Cruel Claw and company can get stuff done. That's also true. We do want to try more new cards where it makes sense. Ooh, what do we do with this? All right, we're going to have to get a little creative here. So I think we'll try to leave up a get lost, probably. Oh, well, this is a discard deck. All right. Well, this is unfortunate. Damn. Wasn't expecting that to happen. All right, well, this is what we got. I think we just play it knowing she's likely to die to Liliana here, but it's just what you got to do. I mean, maybe she doesn't die, but I'm pretty sure she dies to Liliana. No, leveling up here. Okay. Not to say there's not other removal. Well, but for now, doesn't look like there was. All right, we'll try this. I mean, obviously still going to be removal, right? Oh, going to kill Inti. All right, fair enough. Oh, because that's the removal he had. That makes sense. All right. Okay, so this turn, if Pia lives... Oh, Massacre Girl. Well, crap. That changes things quite a bit. Yeah. We get these until the end of our next turn. So let's at least set up some stuff and see what this looks like first. All right, sure. Let's kill this. And attack. Maha. Oh, no. All right, well, this whole turn's going to look different. All right, and we'll kill Maha. I'll discard a card. Probably going to be that. Sucks that we lost a Helix there, though. We'll decline. All right. Kind of just doing what we can to hang on here. Okay, we take some damage. That does not benefit us here, so let's attack. Inti's dead again? Dang it. All right. Man, I didn't get either of my Intis to go off. That's tough. I guess I might as well play this at this point. All right. Does our board get swept? Because it feels like that's the type of deck they're playing. Sacrifices half the creatures they control rounded up. That's a real question. We know we've already seen 2 Pias. I only have some. I mean, man, this sucks. I think I'm going to keep Pia, though. Could just be the wrong answer. Okay, he had Liliana anyway, so that didn't even matter. Okay. It was irrelevant. Generally, 100% didn't matter. All right, hey, you might be a thing. I mean, they're drawing 2 cards, so the odds of us getting to keep an Anima Call is pretty low, but maybe. Anima Call's dead? Yep, had to feed the cycle. All right. Well, that's probably the best. Well, that's not true. We could get a dragon. Dragon will just die next turn, but all right, that's not really helping. It's always the Tuesday after early access that the cards are available. All right, I think we're just dead here. We did not have a fast enough start. We had a bunch of defensive cards that mattered, and that was good, but I don't think that was enough. Yeah, all right. GG's. We're not coming back from this. Yeah, all we have is a land. Like, we'll let them get something back here and get some value, and then we'll concede. Get our Anima Call. Oh, they're just getting Maha. Yeah, that's even better. Just get that. At least that ends the game. Historically, it's almost always been the Tuesday after. It's Wednesday or Thursday for early access. Then you go do pre-releases on the weekend. And then I guess they get a Monday off, and then we get everything on Tuesday. I mean, we got a thing, but it doesn't do anything. Yeah, all right. GG's. I'm gonna let them have this. We're dead. Yep. Just had the removal at the right time. In hindsight, I will say this though. I think in hindsight, could just remove the bandit's talent instead of one of the creatures potentially, and that does change the scope of the game for not letting them get the extra cards. But yeah, lots of people playing the black discard. We were beating it though with a lot of different decks, so I think it's a good deck though, but it is definitely beatable. But it's a good deck. All right, let's see how many people are still on. Though I think Malone is in Germany, so there's people, international folks still on playing, so that's good. We'll find some opponents. Because I want to get in at least like 5-ish games with this, and then maybe 5 games with something else. And then we'll call it a night. So if it takes us till 1 in the morning, then we're just going to play till 1 or 2 in the morning local time. I'm just going to hang out with y'all till my eyes don't stay open. Not true. I stay up late anyway, editing videos. Watching your streams today makes me feel better prepared for a pre-release this weekend. Yeah, that's kind of the other part of it too, right? Like, you at least just get to see what cards do and what interactions are. So, like you're saying, if you go to pre-release, you at least get a little bit of extra heads up and know what's going on. Speaking of which, I have 2 videos that get a lot of views leading up to pre-release. There's one of them, if you look on my channel, is I think it's tips for pre-release. So you just kind of know what to expect and what's going on. And then I have another one that's sealed deck in 6 minutes. Just a couple of quick videos I put together just to help people out. So if you've never built a sealed deck or you've never been to a pre-release, go check those 2 videos out. You can just go to my channel on YouTube, just type in, sealed deck in 6 minutes. And I believe it's tips for a pre-release, I think is the other video. You thinking of brewing with Schooner and the standard? I mean, I don't know if I'd call it brewing. You just play it. I mean, I feel like it's brew when we don't know how good the cards are and we're being creative. Like, that card we just know is good, so you just play it. We'll keep this because we have a lot of removal. I don't know if that means anything. All right. Mice are probably going to be off to a pretty good start here, I imagine. Good news is we have 3 removal cards. Is that enough? I don't know. Mice kind of create their own infestation, so things get ugly real fast. All right, getting in there for 3. I can respect it. Pass. I want to get whatever they try to target with the demonic ruckus. That's what we want to hit. Oh, manifold. This was going to be a gross turn. If I didn't have a removal spell here, bruh, Jay's hand was sick. He was about to for real be cooking. He had the whole family recipe and everything going. Like that was, oh my God. Like that was about to be rough. Woo, that was about to be a pile of damage there. With the double strike, can't even be mad at that. All right, deck. I mean, I like lands too, but this is a little too cute. Come on now. Like, what are we doing? We got way too much land. We have so much land, the opponent probably can't even tell what we're doing. Like, which is silly. All right, I'm attacking, getting rid of one of these lands, faux show. Most definitely putting that there. Oh, Rin's resolve. That's not great. Ooh, but we do get access to a Pia. I like that part. All right, we're at 23, so I think we're somewhat safe. I mean, his deck's trying to pop off with some wild stuff, so I think we're still well. This is the start of it. Right, this is how we get there. All right, cool. No blocks. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. All right, attack with this and this. Discard this. Putting a counter here, hopefully getting a real spell, which we did not. This is brutal. We get a Thopter we could block with, though, right? We get another Fireglass Mentor. Or would I rather have the Get Lost? Actually, I think I'm going to play Get Lost. Because this gets us a land, a token. And then we just use this because we're going to lose it otherwise. That gets us another token in the turn. And then I think we're at least safe for now. Oh, what's this guy? Come to target of a spell or ability, you get to put a +1/+1 counter. All right. And a cheeky house mouse. Sounds good. I am definitely going to put tokens in the way of things. Yep, we'll block. Block, block. All right. Oh, yeah, now we should be good to go. Discard. Counter on good old Pia. Yeah, why not? All right, cool, cool. Whew. I mean, we got lucky in that game. Like, the fact that we had multiple removals, like, otherwise I was about to get ugly. See you later, Joe. Man, that was sick. Wish OP had a play queue for just Bloomburrow. I think they tried that. I think they did it for 2 years, where when we got to rotation, they had a queue that was basically like new standard before it was new standard, if that makes sense. Like for like a month before. I don't think it was a month. Maybe it was like 2 weeks. But that was like interesting, right? Because you're playing the standard that doesn't have the new set yet. But basically like all the rotation ready decks I was building, right? That's basically what they were playing. So that's actually kind of cool. Pocket removal feels good. Yeah, there was quite a bit of it. Oldbot says, okay, I should go to bed. Was a fun day to watch your stream. See y'all. See you later. Thanks for hanging out. Good play against Jaffer. We will keep this. Fortunately, we have double Pia here. All right, so we're going to put this on human so we can play a Pia. I mean, if Pia dies, it's unfortunate, but not bad because we don't really have a way to take advantage of her anyway right now. So I assume if there's removal, we'll see it. Oh, well, Deep Cavern Bat. You got it. Yep. Oh, well, we're just going to draw a lot of removal. That's just kind of how we're going to play this. And I guess we'll attack. In the turn. We do have a go for the throats, even though we can't technically cast the Get Lost right now, but go for the throat could still be good if they play one of their 3-mana creatures. It doesn't look like they're going to. Another Deep Cavern Bats. That's unfortunate. All right. Well, kill that one, I guess. I mean, because otherwise they take our go for a throat, then we can't kill anything. So, got to kill something there. I said, don't love it, but it helps. Okay. Maybe you will get us where we need to go. Let's attack. I'm going to discard Pia. Because I'd like to have the removal, but it's probably a ambitious discard there. Oh, just another Pia. You know what? I think I'm still willing to do this and get a 1/1 out of the deal. I'm probably better off having a bigger creature here, but I'd rather at least have a token. Keep this one. All right. Don't need the untapped one, really. All right. Can I get an untapped white land? Oh, now I really want one. Oh, no. This is bad. This is really, really bad. All right. Well, Pia, you were it, friend. I guess I'm just going to get rid of this. Oh, and it's an inspiring advantage. All right. Well, is what it is. Man, at least you could have given me the courtesy of giving me a war leader's call. That would have been sweet. I would have loved that. I mean, we're not terrible here, right? I mean, opponents at 10, we're at 17. Like, there's some stuff still happening here. No blocks. Now, if we can get another, no, we wouldn't be able to. All right. Bronco. Okay. All right. We got some options now. Let's tap this for colorless. Get rid of this guy just so we don't have to even consider the things that can happen. And I think with them at 10, we're just attacking here. Yep, that works. All right. In the turn. Because they may, I mean, just not want to give us the Lightning Helix back would make sense, but they don't know we have another Helix as well. All right. They get a card. Do we kill the Bronco? What's the worst that they can get? I think we got to let it happen. All right. Let's see what they get first. Okay, just a land. I think I want to kill Deep Cavern Bat here. I'd rather them just be at 6 or 5 instead of 6. Oh, well, they're at 7. That didn't really work either. All right, fair enough. Well, they're back at 6 because they took a point from their lands. Okay, you're something. We're at 15. Could we die? This has to be targeted by opponent stuff, though, right? Whenever creature you control, target a spell or opponent controls. Okay. So currently we'd be taking 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, plus possible. Oh no, because that could actually still attack too. All right. Guess this is all we get to attack with. That's sad. But oh well. Do what we gotta do. All right. That makes things hurt a little bit less on a coming turn. We like that. I could live with that. Oh no, that's a food guy. Gosh dang it. Well, the good news is they're probably not doing much else if they want to leave 2 up for food. At least I would think so. All right, go to 14. Is it a sacrificial Bronco? Nope, there's nothing. All right. Okay. Well, now what? Hmm. No war leaders call or anything. This is exactly what I'm saying. Like this card's only mediocre in here when you don't have a war leaders call. Yeah, if I target something, the other thing will get a +1, but we get 2/1/1s, but they'll block those. Pia finally probably kicks the bucket here. All right, let's see what happens. I mean, they don't have a flyer anymore, so we get a point that way. So yeah, all right. I can be talked into some things. Food successfully cracked. All right, blocking some low power duders. All right, so putting everything on Pia. So we can kill off 2 things. I mean, technically we could get rid of all of them, but let's do this. I think we like that. I think we could live with that. All right, that resolves. Go ahead and play this big body. All right. So now if we get a war leader's call, it's legit. All right, 7. We go to 13. Oh, and there's a Glissa. All right, fortunately we can still kill Glissa for the time being, so that's good. Nothing too crazy there. Mmm. You are a thing, though. Huh. Man, I got to make a decision, don't I? That sucks. All right. Well, I guess we got to kill Glissa because that's the only way they get any value here. We're going to attack. Obviously, they can just chump block all the 1/1s. All right. More Paw Patch recruit. Gosh dang it. Uh, all right. Paw Patch recruits. That's such a fun card. I have it in a couple of decks myself. Yep, might as well get some food here. I mean, it's a legit play. I do not blame you one bit. Got to keep your head above water here. Okay, now we're doing some things. Attack. Also, now when they get a food, we'll get a food, which is nice. All right, next turn, I think we're good to go. I'm going to go ahead and play this. But barring something crazy, I think we're okay. Oh, Adam Pakal dead. That could change everything. Yep. It at least wasn't something that instantly killed Adam Pakal. So that's the good news. Never mind. It was something that killed Adam Pakal. it was literally a thing that deciding if they wanted to take the risk. Yeah, you go ahead and gain the life there. Ugh. Now what are we doing? All right. Well, now we're up against it. We got to find something now. All right. You got bats. That'll help you gain some life. All right. Opponent's at 4. I think we just let that ride, I guess. This is a weird board state. I don't know what we're trying to do here. Like, I guess I'm looking for something that can kill Augur. Is the plan? Oh, that's bad for us. Okay, well, that's tough. Yeah, I think plan number 1 is probably try to kill Augur right now. Keep cards out of their hand. More food. Okay. Vitamin Riptor, that mentor is so good. Like, so much extra value in that card. All right. Might get some chip damage in on me here. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You got to do it sooner or later. I mean, I guess we just block. All right, we're 13. Yep, that's going to be more damage. Take 3 more. All right, if we can get a removal spell, or we could just get lands. That's the other option. Um, hmm. All right, I guess the plan here is attack with Bat or with Thopter. And hope to get something worthwhile. Oh my gosh. That's so bad. That's so bad. Maybe we get something off these. Okay, we'll take a war leader's call. That's something. Oh, rough. Yeah, I guess. I mean, like, sure. Play a land in the turn. All right, they go to 6. Take no damage. Man, this game got kind of wild. All right, we're at 7. We're taking at least 3 in the air. We can get to 10, so we know that's fine. I think they're just doing the math on, like, do you just have enough blockers to get it done? I think they might, or attackers, I mean. We do get to drain them for 1, so that's a real thing. But yeah, I think we're still dead. Maybe not. block 4, block 3, block 3, block 3, block 1, take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then gain 3. All right, I guess we're not dead. And we'll drain them for 1. So, all right. We're not as dead as it seemed. All right, everybody's coming in there. This is what we expected. All right, so drain them for 1. They're at 5. We're at 8. We obviously block here. We block. Does it matter? I mean, we want to block the 3s, obviously. So there's 3 in the air. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right. So we can just start counting down from 15. We can go. Where's another 3? So that's 12. Uh, 11. 8. 11, 9. And then gain 3. Is this our blocks? Little concerned that they could play a land and kill us, which might be what's about to happen. But I don't know if I have a choice. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 after combats. All right. I guess this is what we do. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Crack this for food. Whew. All right. Gee, bus. My goodness. That was intense. We're stuck on the trigger. Yes, I would like to discard a card. Like, I don't know. I was like, I don't know what happened. Okay. Sure, that can have one, I guess. It's whatever. Oh, we got Cruel Claw, but it was too late. All right. Wow. Whew. Oh my gosh. That last turn, I think legitly was because of that extra point from Comball. Might have been what he missed. But honestly, I don't know if there was a better play for him in that situation. I mean, if you play for another turn, I possibly get another creature, deal some damage. So like, yeah, that's wow. That game was nuts. That game was nuts. Oof. Oof. All right. I think this one's just going to be a short one since we're just showcasing the deck. I don't know how long this actual video is going to be on it. Probably only like 30 minutes, but that's okay. Let's talk about this deck, though. Because this deck, now, again, I think O'Hare Rational does not need to be in the deck, but hey, if you want to play it, I'm not going to tell you not to. I get it. People want to do some fun stuff with War Leader's Call. But yeah, you know, honestly, another card this could be is we can still play Quintorius, right? Like, he's still standard legal. Or am I mistaken? Was he the set that rotated out? Nah, it's still standard. Because in Ixalan. So we could still do this. I think this could be possible. If you wanted to play Quintorius, I think you could play that instead of O'Hare Rational. And then you could like exile stuff for Pia and get that trigger and whatever. Even because again, like we saw in that last game, without us having War Leader's Call, we're only really changing like lightning helix damage. And that's not necessarily worth it. That's why I tell people, like, unless you're playing extra, like playing O'Hare Rational with the lizards, that could be some big business. You know what I mean? Where you're like, oh, hit you for 1, but it's 4. Hit you for 1, but it's 4. Right? That could be something. But you're playing something where you're getting that extra damage in. So realistically, I think if you want to, I would swap this with an Quintorius Con. That's what I feel. But anyway, we played 2 Get Lost, 3 Go for the Throat, 3 NT, 3 Rin's Resolve, 4 Fireglass Mentor, 4 Lightning Helix, 4 PNLR, 2 Comball, 1 the infamous Cruel Claw, 3 Anima Call, 4 War Leaders Call, 1 O'Hare Ashnell, 2 Dragonhawk, which again, I think you could play a Quintorius Con here and be fine. Lands were Plains, a Swamp, 3 Mountain, 4 Courtyard, 4 Cliffs, 4 Battlefield Forge, 4 Inspiring Vantage, 2 Cavernous Souls, and 1 Merrick's. But yeah, this was good. I mean, we won some crazy games. We had to survive some weird situations. You know, you can stumble on a draw. It is a deck that can do that, but the options of what it has and the removal suite in here is really good. So it has a lot going for it. If you like playing Pia, this could be a deck for you for sure. But yeah, as always, deck list will be over on Moxfield. If you want to check it out, links, all that good stuff, you know the drill. But yeah, if you enjoyed this and you like me, you should also check out my other decks because those are actually really cool too. And lots of Bloomburrow stuff. All right. 4 NT? Yeah, you could go 4 NT too. I don't think that's unreal. Yeah, like 4 NT's totally fine. If you want to get, like, you could cut Cruel Claw and just play another NT. I think that makes a lot of sense, honestly. This was more just like, if we draw it, does it get to do something fun? You know? I mean, 4 Anima Call, yeah, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. Anima Call is just a good card in general. I mean, totally reasonable. All right. So we got War Leader Pia done. Let me tag that deck as Dunsky. Where are we at? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. All right, we got to get at least, I think, 2 more in here. What if we go with this Gruul aggro pile? I don't know if this does anything, but it's got big cards. So let's see if it does big things. All right, let's try that. How many of removal are we playing in here anyway? We did have hard-hitting question. Is that the only removal we're playing? Some Tyvar stand. That's probably not the best. Now that I'm looking at this, it's going to be a little bit of a problem. It's going to be a bit of a problem. Where can we find removal in here? Where can we find removal spots? Maybe we cut Tyvar stands. We play a hard-hitting question. Ooh, man, this list is tight right now. There is not a lot of wiggle room. This concerns me. What if? Oh, you know what we could play? We could play the talent. The other thing. What's it? This. The one that fights. That makes sense, right? Let's do 2 of those. We'll go to 61 cards. Whatever. We've done that before. That doesn't scare us. All right. Let's see if this works. Charm is not as easy to play in this deck because you do have mountains that are gumming up the works because you're playing like Fabled Passage and Plaza of Heroes, and you got to be a little careful when you're trying to use the Charm because you need 3 green. I do like Charm. I play Charm in a bunch of other decks, but you got to be careful with it in some decks. It doesn't always work out. All right. So let's talk about some Gruul aggro. So the kind of question is like, what would aggro look like for Gruul in the new format, and how many new cards are we going to want? Well, there's actually a few that I think work in here. So let's go the rundown. We got 4 Evolving Adaptive, which isn't the craziest thing, but we have a bunch of efficient cards right now that this should very easily be able to get to 4, possibly 5/5, but I think it'll almost always get to 4. Hard-hitting question. Obviously, we got to have removal to get rid of some things, as we will with Hunter's Talent. This is a new card that's actually pretty cool because it's a bite spell, so you don't have to put your creatures at risk, just like hard-hitting question. But at level 2, you also give something +1/+0 and trample. And then at level 3, if we don't have anything else to do, if we just have a big creature, we get an extra card. And we have quite a few big creatures. Sharp-Eyed Rookies, kind of in it for the same reason, the adaptive, other than also being able to get us cards. Hey, thanks for the new follow. Like, we will be able to grow this fairly easily. Hajar is here because we do have a couple of legends, but otherwise it's just a 3/3, which is fine. Wondertail Mentor just to give us some extra mana, but can grow over the course of several turns. We have some things we will be spending some mana on. Bloated Contaminator. This is just a big body, efficient. If we get counters on some of our other stuff, this will double those. Not double. It'll add another counter with Proliferate. Outcaster Trailblazer. Pretty sweet. Don't know how many cards we're going to get to draw with this, but we'll see because we do have some efficient smaller cards like the Contaminator and Scrap Shooter, which I'm a big fan of. This actually can destroy artifacts and enchantment, as well as having Reach, which is big game right now against quite a few things. Anzarog, this thing's just super annoying, and if your opponents block it, you get another attack step, which is awesome. And you can also make it where your opponent has to block it, which is super nice. That doesn't come up that often, though. Then we have Dragonhawk, just a big over-the-top card, get us access to some more spells. And then Hugs. Even if we don't pay the X, Hugs is a big 5/5 for 4 that does let us play some extra lands if we happen to have them in hand. So lots of good stuff going on here. Again, if you want the deck list, it'll be over at Moxfield. Their channel sponsor. Go over. If you have deck lists to post them over there. They treat me right, and they'll appreciate it. For now, though, let's go see if Gruul is still doing the stompy business. I don't know if it is, but we're going to find out. I'm hoping maybe just our creatures are big enough that they get the job done. Because if not, I don't know what's going to happen. We can at least fight Shieldred. So that's reasonable. Like, there's some things we can do to Shieldred. It's more about we only have a couple of creatures with reach. So it's going to be to see how it works. Let me go see if I'm going to see if I can hit up the Discord real quick. See how many people are still in there. There's a few people still chatting and stuff within the last 15, 20 minutes. Folks still seem to be active. Might be down to the international players at this point. Oh, somebody had an awesome GIF with an otter getting petted. That's cute. All right, let's just see. Will Gruul get to do Gruul things? Hope this isn't the last deck we get to play today. Because I want to get probably 4 to 5 games in with it, and then we'll try one other one. And I think this deck and one more will probably be all we get in tonight. Because realistically, by then, it'll probably be close to 2 a.m. local time. And I should call it quits. Hey, how many of y'all play TFT, by the way? Teamfight Tactics. That's like my chill game at the end of the night when I'm done like editing, whatever. Sometimes I'll hop on and play a game. And man, I suck at that thing. I can get to gold 1, but I can't get any higher. Okay. This is keepable, right? This seems reasonable. All right. Going against rabbits. So our first thing is we want to draw another untapped land, right? That's like first order of business. I kind of want to do this, but I also don't want to just lose a creature to silliness. All right, I guess we got to gamble. That's tough. Not really what we want to do, but it's kind of what we want to do. Bunnycorn. All right. Bunnycorn's legit. I will not be blocking. All right. Oh, that did not go the way we wanted, obviously. I guess now I kind of have to play this. Boy, needed a land real bad there. Would have been nice to be able to play the Trailblazer with the land, but no deal. All right. Hop to it. All right, well, that's a 4/4 Bunnycorn. You got it. Our turn. Well, there's a land that's a little bit late. Just a wee bit. All right, so how do we approach this? If we do this and this becomes a 3/3. We have a 3/3 to block and 2 2/2s. And then next turn, we could have 2 3/3s. to go with this. Yeah, I guess so. It's like the most efficient use of our mana anyway. Also, I guess if we get an untapped land, we could play Rookie, then Contaminator, maybe? We'll see how this goes. Oh, I thought our Wandertail mentor was about to eat it. Oh, okay. Well, something's going to eat it here. Sure, why not? All right, so we're going to take 6. I don't think there's much we can do about that. Well, I guess we take 7. We'll block these knuckleheads, though. All right. At least minimize the damage that's happening to us as best we can. All right, we did get an untapped land. So, first order of business was achieved. So, I think we do this. And this. Also grows the mentor. All right. We get to attack here if they want to trade. We're kind of okay with that. All right. I mean, they have another one of those like hop to its or whatever. That would have super sucked. All right. Well, I guess we're blocking with this and this. Yeah, seems about right. Okay. So we play this straight up here, right? No need to get too tricky. Grows our sharp-eyed rookies. I mean, we get some green mana. I guess we'll just use it to draw a card. Yeah, not really doing anything else. I was thinking what I might do with the other creature, but it doesn't achieve much there. All right, so if we attack, they could block. Like, all right, sure. All right, they just took it. Yep, there's a hop to it. I was wondering. I was like, there's got to be a reason that that's what you want there. Obviously. Yeah, I guess we just block this thing, right? Take 1. I mean, seems as good as anything. I mean, where it's... Oh, no, because it didn't even trample there to do enough. All right. So, we can turn this into a creature. So, let's go ahead and get our land out of the way first. Yeah. I was just thinking, like, what could we draw? But a scrap shooter would destroy this. So do we have one? We do not. Now we're just dead, right? Block, 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 take 6. And we're at 1. I mean, we're not dead. Like, we're dead, but we're not dead. Already played a land for the turn. So yeah, that's unfortunate. I guess I could have attacked there because it might have mattered. All right, hop to it means we do not even get quality blocks here. So yeah, we block here, we block here, and we block here, and then we're close to dead. Draw a card. Oh my gosh, you were way too late here. Hold on. Nah, that doesn't do anything. Yeah, that's too little, too late. All right, GG's. Man, we got way flooded there. That sucked. Well, we didn't even need Brotherhoods in. We just needed one of our big cards. If we could have got like Hugs that could have trampled, if we could have got the dragon that could have flown over, right? Like even Ansrog with us being able to attack and then attack again would have been good enough. We just didn't get anything. We drew lots and lots of land. We had a bunch of clues. We cracked the clues, It didn't get there, though. Sometimes it's like that. You got to take the good with the bad. I think there's some people that play that think they should never get bad draws, but it's like, no, that's part of playing the game, man. Like sometimes take a little good, take a little bad. It's just the way it goes. All right, let's see who else we get. Things just can take a little longer between games, but a big creature doesn't reset the clock. It didn't need to reset the clock earlier. Would have just ended it. A big creature would have just ended the clock. On the last turn, it doesn't do anything, but prior to that, it would definitely would have ended it. We had superior size. We just didn't have a way to push through. We needed something bigger. Or something with trample. Or, again, Scrap Shooter would have killed the enchantment. So, like, there was a bunch of outs. Ooh. All right, let's try this hand. Ooh, this is the first time we got to play on this. This is pretty. Nothing fun we can interact with on the board, though, unfortunately. But, yeah, that's cool. I dig it. All right. I kind of want to just draw land here. Thank you. I'll say, like, any land is good enough, I think. All right. Wow, this board is crazy looking. I like it, though. All right, let's go for it. And then we actually do get something to spend this one green mana on. All right. However, they're going to untap with 4 mana here, so let's see what it is. Tender. Oh, they're going all the mana. All right. Well, that's definitely a thing. Don't have a way to spend the mana on this one. We're just going to pump our team. Ooh, an Anzarok. That's cool. All right. Just attacking with the business here. All right. They're untapping with 5 mana here. 6 mana. Oh, Roxanne. Good call. Good hit. All right. 1 mana up. Do I want to kill Roxanne? Nah, we don't want to kill Roxanne. We want to go over the top, right? We're trying to do silly things. Let's go. Do I just attack with Trailblazer here too? I think so. Like, this forces them to block something. They can't, like, if I attack with just the other 2, they could go to 3 and keep all their stuff. Here, they're incentivized to block. And we have 2 kill spells next turn. And a creature land. I don't think playing aggro means you rely on the right draws. I think that's a very narrow view of how aggro plays. I think a lot of people try to put aggro mid-range control in just these 3 buckets of, like, they always work this way, but they really don't, actually. All right, they still have a lot of mana. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't even want to block. Like, yeah, if you sweep the board, you sweep the board. I'll try to attack with my creature land next turn. And I mean, Anzarog's a big boy. He's definitely punching above his weight class. Clifftop Lookout. All right. Still have 3 mana available. 4 mana, actually. Tinder Wild Guide did not get an extra token. Interesting. Why did we not go extra token on that? All right, so I'm not going to use this on Ansrag. I'm going to do this first. We're going to eliminate some blockers here. Okay, that was good enough. Cool. Good morning, William. It is morning for some of y'all. It's a really late night for me right now. No, it doesn't rely on the coin flip at all. I mean, if you look at my videos, the number of times we've beaten mono red on the draw at like 1 to 3 life, like totally doable. Like, does it help to be on the play? Especially when we're playing best of one? Absolutely. But does that automatically mean that that shifts the game enough that you can't win? No, not at all. Not at all. It definitely helps. I mean, it's an advantage of like some reasonable percentage. It's got to be at least a 5% difference, which matters. You know, that's a big deal. But I also get that some of that is people just tired of playing against mono red. You know, like that's totally fair too. Oh, we can't keep this hand. We have to mulligan. Ooh, what do we do with this? I guess we get rid of one mentor, right? That's got to be correct. Okay. Oh no, glimpse the core. They're rampant. Oh, where were you? You would have changed some stuff for that might have done. All right. Well, that's tough. Drawing the adaptive there. Would have liked to have had that because we could have done that turn 1 and then this turn 2, and that could have been something. Oh, frog business. Oh no. Okay then. Yeah. I mean, we'll just do what we can here. But there's a lot of mana already for frogs, so this is about to get ugly if we don't get the right removal spells. Yep, there's Glarb. We need a removal spell like a while ago. Okay, well, the working plan now is crack this Fable. I mean, the good news is they spend a lot of mana, but they still don't have a bunch of cards in hand. So things are at least reasonably serviceable still. We'll play this. We'll play this. Not going to give them the gift. Bump our stuff up. So neither of these is a great block for Glarb. All right. And we just have to hope this is good enough. All right. Well, that's going to keep something tapped down. So that's unfortunate. Yep. Sharp-eyed rookie. Down you go. Going to gain some life. Smart move. And get to play a land and still have 4 mana to do something here. Oh, another invasion. All right. Well, you do have all the lands. That is legit. Oh, sadly, we also have all the land, as it turns out. Oh, you know what's funny? We could untap the rookie with this thing if we wanted to. That's awkward. I mean, it wouldn't get any damage bonus this turn, but it would be untapped to fight with next turn if we really wanted to. I don't know how bad I want to do that versus get cards here, but I think that's correct, weirdly. No, if I untap that, what are we going to do? We're going to block the land with Glarb. And then they take... No, they can't do that. All right, that seems fine. Let's do it. We'll just pump up the adaptive here. So everything's at least 4. So You could put Glarb. Okay, that's fine. You put Glarb on the land, probably. Yeah, that's what I thought they were going to do. That makes more sense. Okay, so they're at 4. Yep. All right. We can still find like a fight spell. We can find. There's a bunch of stuff. We have outs. Can we get there though? That's the question. They can also play stuff off the top, right? Yeah, because they can look at the top of their library. Cast land, play lands, and cast spells that cost 4 more. Oh, returned everything with the season. That's nice. Can't hate that. That's cool. Sweet little play. Then what are we doing here then? Get the land. So we play rookie, play Contaminator anyway? Because there's nothing threatening in their hand but another Glarb, right? So yeah. All right. I mean, having so many creatures that get to be 4/4s is a bit. Oh no! Oh, you're kidding. So sick. Well, all right then. That's a thing that happens. All right. So check this out though. If they don't have anything else, Scrap Shooter still technically gets to kill that, right? I mean, we got to give them a card, so it's a gamble, but here we go. All right. Some stuff triggers. We're going to try to attack for 4. Is that good enough? Nope, it's not. Like, it definitely was not. All right, well, that's got to go on the bottom. Now we just got to try to find something to come over the top or whatever. All right, we did what we could. I mean, I can't ask for too much more. Man, we needed a removal spell this whole time, though, for like, let's get Glarb out of here. May not matter now. All right, at least that only gets to kill like one thing here, so that's good. Yep. All right, that does get another creature, which unfortunately has reach. So now it does mean even if we get dragon or something, it's not going to be enough on its own. So that is real. All right. Okay, we did get dragon though. That does also grow the Wandertail Mentor. Which is 2. That's 4 damage if we don't play anything here. All right, I'm going to gamble that they can't kill the dragon. Oh, woo! The dragon did it. The dragon did the thing. Literally, like Magic Christmas Land. Your opponent's at 4. You get to exile 2 cards. Dragon got it done. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was crazy. The opponent's deck, I have to credit to whoever this person is. I don't know what that screen name is, but this was doing some work. Like, they got so much mana. I mean, granted, they did draw like all 4 of their Invasion of Zendikar, or I guess 3 of them. No, they did get 4 of them because the other one's in play. So like, they did get all 4 of them, right? So they had access to a lot. But Glarb got a bunch of stuff. Like, the season also was rough. Like, Season of Weaving got us too. That was pretty crazy. So like their deck was doing some things. Like that was pretty cool. I don't know if that's going to be a real deck or not, but that was cool to see. Like their deck was working, punching the clock, putting in work. That was cool. Hey, here's a question. While I have a moment talking to you guys and gals, folks, people, would y'all be interested? Like, let's say I could get it together in the next couple of days, a video about like the early winners from Bloomburrow based on the streamer event, and then even the early losers. I think those could be two different videos, right? Of just like, hey, here are the cards that overperform. Here's the thing. Here's some cards that underperform. Here's the thing. And they wouldn't be long videos. Each one's maybe like 10, 15 minutes. Probably feature like 5 to 8 cards in either one. But that feels like that could be something cool to put together over the next couple of days. I don't know if y'all be interested in that or not. I know it's like bonus content that like some people kind of like, some people don't like. But I mean, while you're still waiting on the set, I feel like it could be kind of cool, you know, since it doesn't go live till Tuesday. Oh, yeah. Opponent's deck was great. Like, I'm a little envious. That deck was pretty sweet. Okay. So, all right. If y'all are into it, I'll go ahead and I think I could put something like that together. I'll have to review my games a little bit and kind of go back over what I liked, what I didn't from different stuff and what I saw working. But yeah, could be a thing. Could be fun. Like I said, I haven't done anything like that, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, I did the other video, like analyzing Dragonhawk versus what that other thing is, Bonehorde Dregosaur, and like that just did okay. But I think it's also different enough that people didn't really know what to expect either. So, you just kind of never know. It wasn't like it did awful, but it didn't do well, I would say. Oh my god, what are these? Here's the thing, like I'm just waiting on an opponent here, going through some comments. Like you see people that show up and just like they hate a game and they're just like, bah, like this game sucks, or like y'all should be using sideboards or whatever. I'm like, I just delete all those comments, y'all. And if you make them multiple times, I just hit the hide user from channel button and report you or whatever. I don't report you for that. Like I report people for other racist and abusive stuff that they post on my stuff pretty regular. But yeah, it's just like, and that's for anything, not just Magic, but like if you just don't, like an example, I'm not a League of Legends player. I used to play League of Legends for a bit, and it was probably the most toxic community I'd ever played in, legitly, over everything. Tabletop, card games, board games, whatever. So I just quit playing, right? I'm like, it's just not worth it. I was literally reporting people like every other game, and I probably could almost do it every game if I wanted to. Like, it was just getting to a point it was ridiculous. But when I see people playing League of Legends, I don't go to their stuff and be like, I don't know why you're playing this trash game and this community's awful. Why are you doing whatever? Like, no, people are still having fun with the game. Let them. Right? Like, what are we doing? Why are we mad about it? Oh boy, this game, we have to mulligan this. I don't want to, but I feel like I have to. You know what? I'm not. You know what? We're going to risk it for the biscuit. We're going to draw a turn 2 creature, and then we're going to draw an untapped land, and we're going to draw an untapped land. I'm going to will it into being. Come on. Okay, well, I already failed. That plan did not work at all. Sounded good when I said it. Apparently, it was hard to bring into fruition, as it turned out. However, getting all these lands when we got hugs and whatnot, though, that's good stuff, right? I think I'm willing to just attack and trade here. Like, our creatures are bigger, so we would rather, if they want to trade and have to go wide, we would like to pick off things if we can. This could be a turn where things get a little wild, though, if we're not careful. And I don't even think we can afford to block because of, like, rage and things like that. Also gets a little squirrely if there's like a Mabel or something, because we may end up having to kill her instead of playing Hugs. So I don't know. We'll see what's up, though. They're obviously tapping manually because they got some plans here. Ooh, Manifold Mouse. There's going to be some big... Oh, no! Well, that sucks. All right, that's a thing that happened. Yeah. I feel like I'm going to play this, and I'm going to kill Manifold Mouse here, I think. And I'm still going to attack, because I think that's fine. I don't know. You know what's funny? I don't know if I'd rather cast a Hugs next turn, or if I'd rather have a land to play Dragon. That's amusing. All right, sure. All right, here we go. All right, I guess we're on Dragons, right? Let's go. Well, Sharp Eye Rookie likes to be you. 2 damage to the opponent. All right. We are hoping to not have to block with Dragon. that's the dream here. Oh, Dragon looks like it's dead, though. No, not yet. Potentially. All right. Can't equip because that costs 2. That does pump Error Body. Oh, do you have a +1 spell? That sucks for us. Dang it. All right. Well, I guess what we got to do is this. Here comes a Rage, right? Oh, might. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. We take 6, go to 6. All right. That could have been a lot worse, honestly. So we're going to play Hugs +1. All right. So I have access to that and that. So if I attack, we can't even afford to attack here, actually. I want to attack, but we can't, realistically. Like, we have to be able to block here. And if they get a removal spell for one of our creatures, this is just going to hurt a crap ton. All right, they get access to a card, which is a land, which they might actually have needed here, to be honest. That land could be real business. I was going to say, if they tap to kill Dragonhawk, that's not the worst thing for us. Like, we're okay with that. I mean, Hugs, you going to work all day, my man. Like, all you, brother. Yep, that works. Okay. What are we looking at here? So we play this, play this. So we have a 3/3 and a 4/2. We could attack, have... Oh, man. Rage is such a scary card, you know? But at some point, I think we got to gamble it. Play this, and I guess we attack and hope for the best. All right. If they got the cards, we die. If they don't, we're lucky. I mean, just them equipping is a +2. So technically +3 because the creature gets 1 and then each of the creatures triggers. All right. That guy does have haste, right? Yeah, he's vigilance and haste. That guy's a boss. All right, I don't think we die, though. Yep, opponent says GG here. Oh, but that tramples, so let's not do that. Whew, all right. Dragon Hawk. Doing a thing. Okay. Whew. All right, go Gruul, go. Man. Ugh. Ugh. Man, I gotta give respect. For real. Like real respect here. Mice are doing their thing. I mean, we've seen a few different builds. This was a version that I think didn't have Monstrous Rage, but because it exists, you kind of have to worry about it. But this version also had this guy that has haste, which is pretty sweet. I don't think I was playing that in mind, but it does kind of go to show that mice have some variability. There's a few different ways you could build it and still be pretty effective. Like also even playing Repel Calamity. This is another one that I wasn't playing, but obviously was great here and works against several decks right now. So yeah, credit to the opponent. That was a hell of a game. Brewlab, that was awesome. For real. Do we want to play one more? Yeah, let's go one more. Let's go at least one more. You like the let's see, we got some comments hopping in here. You're so high on the uncommon black talent that levels up for the rack ability. Yeah, that's already we've been seeing that quite a bit. Some people really like that. I like the dragon versus. Plus, the channel got dragon on its name. That's true. It is branding. But I just guess it's a video that exists due to a very specific situation with cards being very close. Yeah, I think it's a tough thing, right? Because people don't necessarily search for individual cards when they're on YouTube, right? You're looking for a deck type or a set of colors, like you want looking for an Is It deck or whatever. So making a video where you highlight two specific cards isn't necessarily something people are going to search for. Now, if they go to Google and they're searching in like, I don't know, how good is whatever, like Dragon Hawk or whatever, like there's a chance a video will pop up for that. But just in a random search of just like, let's look at some arena stuff, that's not necessarily a thing that's going to pop up for everybody. So you kind of know that going into it. Really, unless my core audience watched it, then YouTube would probably like push it out to more people. But as it is, you know, not really the thing. First time catching a live. Well, welcome, Colin. Ooh, we go first. Okay, let's keep it and see what happens. This could be a big mistake, but you know what? I'm willing to make mistakes. Nope, but there's going to be mice or bats. That's pretty much all we've been seeing when we see white land. Oh, it's Brewlab again. All right, cool. Well, let's go get us a forest. All right. Well, we're going to need something, or this is going to end very poorly. This has potential to not go well. I almost want another 2-mana thing. Actually, if we could get the talent next turn to fight something and just kill it and then play the ridgeline, that would help. Oh, that's so good. We almost killed multiple opponents with just like Manifold Mouse and one creature. Yeah, let's get Hunter's talent here. That'd be great. Nope, no dice. All right, well, we're going to do this and this. And I guess I'll attack. Why not? You only have a 1-2. All right, then we at least get to play Big Ansrog next turn, and we can figure out what that looks like at that point. Oh, gosh. Oh, that thing's a monster. With doubles, right? Well, I have to block at least once. I don't even get a choice there. That's not real. It's a real problem, is what it is. It's that real. All right. Well, we have one of these to give at least. All right. Well, we needed a removal spell, and we did not get one. So I think we are in trouble now. Oh, now we're definitely in trouble. Yep. Yeah, I think we just take the beating here. Like, they got a good start. We didn't have anything. We're just going to go down to 6. I don't even know what we could draw here that would matter, but let's see. A land was probably not the answer. Okay. Yeah, we're probably just like chump blocking. What does that look like though? Like, what do we get? I'm trying to think like, how does this work? Right? We play. I mean, I guess we could play hugs for +1. No, we have to do this for the extra cards. Like, otherwise, we don't even have a shot. All right. I mean, I guess I could attack. They're not going to block, I wouldn't think. That would be kind of wild. All right. I mean, really, all I'm hoping for here is somehow we have dragon plus fight spell next turn. Oh, that's not even going to cut it now. Yeah, I think we're just dead. I think we're just dying to the hasty dude. That's just kind of where we're at. I mean, opponent is at 10. Hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Like, oh no, but that thing, yep. Because we can't block it because of the house mouse. All right, well done. Nah, we don't. Gruul doesn't deserve to get the small life. If we get big lifelink creatures, that's Gruul, right? But not small ones. That's how it's supposed to be for balance purposes. I don't know. Like, what do you want? Like, we have quality creatures. I mean, like, you can't overreact to a loss. Like, I mean, it just we have the things. If you just don't draw them, you lose. Because to be fair, the opposite for the mice is that had we gotten a removal there to remove either the double strike dude or the big creature, we'd have won the game, right? So we didn't need anything else other than to draw one of the cards, right? That's the thing we needed. But as far as individual, like, what does the deck need? No, the deck had the stuff. We just had to get there. And to be fair, if the opponent doesn't draw a house mouse there, we get to chump block, right? We get to play some big creature. We get to attack with the dragon. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If we could have found 2 more points somewhere, right? That could have been it. Actually, 1 more point, I guess, if I'm being accurate. We go first? Sure, let's do it. We're going to try to play Wandertail Mentor on 2 and see if it lives. There's a real chance it doesn't, but we're playing against bats, so maybe. So if we get an untapped land, we're playing Ansrog. If we don't, well, we're not going to get those options because the opponent has Deep Cavern Bat. So that's a thing. Oh, interesting. Well, that's cool. I mean, not a bad choice on their part, but we did get a sweet card here. We will give them a card because getting to destroy that is pretty awesome. And having a creature with reach against bats is also pretty awesome. All right, Lurker Bat, you doth have. Yep, that also works. Would have liked an untapped land there for a dragon, but I don't think I'm going to get greedy here. I think I'm just going to I say just do this, but this is real. No attacks. What's cool with mana creatures is you get to attack and then you can untap them, not use them on the next attack step and still cast something, which is super sweet. We're going to take a dragon here? Maybe. Yep, that makes sense. 1 less flyer to deal with. Ooh, we would have got the mana too. Would have got the mana. Let's see. What do we got going on here? There's a lot happening with this. Like if I activate my land and attack, we get to untap a bunch of stuff. All right. I mean, sure. I mean, let's go. Go gadget stuffs. Here, I guess. And then we'll get to untap and do it again. Yeah. And then we swing again. I mean, yeah, like, okay. I'm not gonna lie. I feel pretty good about that one. Like, mostly because my man, the scrap shooter, did real work there. Like, getting rid of that enchantment generally stopped so many things from happening. Right? Like, this wasn't like a 5 power creature that it probably would have been. Like, sticking an Ansrog with like the land is also pretty sweet because now we're just getting multiple triggers for a pile of damage. Like, this was cool. This was a good attack step. Like, that was crazy. This man, if we can do that every time, awesome. All right, let's take a look at this for real. For real, for real. Because I think my early version I put up had some number of what's it called? Tyvar stands, right? But I decided to forgo Tyvar stand just to make sure we have like Hunter's Talent because it's a way to draw some cards. Like one to make room for stuff like scrap shooters and stuff. And I think we got to see every card in action in this deck. And like we saw evolving adaptives get big, we saw the sharp-eyed rookies get big. So like the only thing really was kind of wanted more Hunter's Talents sometimes. You know, I think that was the real issue is that sometimes just like, oh, if we had another Hunter's Talent, we'd be able to, you know, get rid of another creature and punch through with Trample or whatever. Because Ansrog with Trample, bruh, like a 9/4, so they have to block it. And if they do, it's just like, well, now what? I mean, I gotta kill it, but then you're still gonna get another attack step. So, like, yeah, there's a lot of things working in this deck. So, yeah, Gruul still has options. I don't even know if this is the best build, but it definitely is still doing work. So I'm not opposed to this deck, this build at all. This was actually really cool. So yeah, we're going to have 4 Evolving Adapted, 4 Hard Hitting Question, 2 Hunter's Talent, 3 Sharp-Eyed Rookie, 2 Hajar Loyal Bodyguard, 4 Wandertail Mentor, who turned out to be very good in here. So that was really nice. 3 Bloated Contaminator, 4 Outcaster Trailblazer, 3 Scrap Shooter, 3 Ansrog, 3 Dragonhawk, 2 Hugs, 4 Mountain, 4. Actually, you know what? That's probably something I am going to change. I think a mountain for another forest because I think we still have way more green. Oh, click the wrong button there. We still have way more green than red, so I think that makes sense. Though being able to go search for a red if we need it with Fable still makes sense. But anyway, 3 mountains, 5 forests, 4 Copperline Gorge, 4 Conclusion Forest, 3 Restless Ridgeline, 3 Fable, and 2 Plaza of Heroes. Mostly to try to be able to protect Hugs and Ansrog or whatever, but you know, maybe even Dragonhawk if you need it. But yeah, this deck surprised me. I didn't think it was going to perform the way it did. We held up against early aggro from mice. You know, we genuinely beat down the bats. That was cool. Having some creatures with reach do matter. So there was a lot going on here. Hey, thanks for coming over with the raid there of extra people there. Nigel Victus. Hey, thank you. So yeah, this is cool. I think if you want to play this, if you're looking for a way to play Gruul, this is probably going to be right up your alley. But hey, thanks for following too. But yeah, I'm going to leave the link like always. It'll be on Moxfield. You'll be able to check it out. But yeah, if you enjoyed it, enjoy me. Check out the other stuff that we're doing because still lots of stuff. Man, this Bloomburrow season is just going to be crazy. They're just all kinds of stuff. All right. Just finished your early access as well. Yeah, I'm on for probably about another 40 minutes to an hour, I think. And then that's probably going to be my time too. I've been at this. What are we clocking in here? This is We're in hour 11 at this point. So y'all just know I love y'all. I'm punching the clock hard for y'all right now. Yeah, I did a few early. I split mine up. I did like 5.5 earlier, and then I took a break and I got back on at 7. Or no, I got on around 8 o'clock Pacific time. So it's now 1:20. And like I said, I'm gonna play one more deck, and then I think that's gonna be my night. Yeah, you did 9 hours. That's still a good day too. Yeah, I decided to take a break. I went to go eat, pet my cats a little bit, just chill a little bit, spend time with the woman, and then like hop back on. So tomorrow's going to be my downtime day. So I'm taking advantage of the energy right now. But yeah, thanks for stopping by for sure. So yeah, if you're new here, you follow Nigel. I'm PowrDragn. I put up literally content on YouTube every single day. I'm at like 4.5 years. We haven't missed a day. We have content every day. Matter of fact, I have one loaded right now that as soon as I'm done streaming, it'll be the last thing I do before I go to bed to make sure you have a video to watch tomorrow. But yeah, we do all kinds of stuff, card reviews, set reviews. I even did stuff where like I'm comparing cards now. We're trying that out with Dragonhawk versus Bonehorde Dracosaur and kind of good and bad and what the differences are. So we're trying some different stuff. Just a few different things, but nice to have you here. And we're sticking around for one more deck. Maybe, okay, I'm saying one more if it's successful. If not, we'll play another one. So I don't want y'all to leave on a bad note, right? So here are our remaining choices. We have Mono Black Discard. We have Balin tokens, which I'm going to be real. I think the Balin's going to be a failure because we're playing almost no removal, but I'll still play it if y'all want to see it. Rakdos Dragons, Mono Green Aggro, and is that it that we kind of have left? And there's rabbits, I guess. So we have Mono Black Discard, Rakdos Dragons, Mono Green Aggro, Balin tokens, and rabbits. Though I think we've seen a lot of rabbits today, but if y'all want to see more rabbits, I guess we could play some rabbits. I'm not opposed to it. So what do y'all feel like? Chatsville? What do you want to see? I'll let y'all decide. Y'all can decide my fate of the next hour to an hour and a half. This is on y'all. If I get less sleep, it's because y'all made me play a bad deck that didn't work. If I get more sleep, it's because you picked a deck that did work. My sleep is going to be based on y'all. All right, we have vote for discard, 1 for Balin, 2 for Rakdos Dragons, another for Balin. So 2-2. Bats is not even an option right now. Bats is not on the table. So we have 1 for discard, 2 for Rakdos, 2 for Balin. What does everybody else want? Monderong, thank you for being a follower. If Balin fails, we have more content. Yeah, but I get less sleep. How much do you love me? It's fine though. Seriously, if you want to, we can totally do it. I'm fine with it. Couple more for discard. Another one for Balin. I think Balin's edging by 1. All right. So it looks like Balin. I think that's the vote. All right, then. Here we go. I don't know if it's gonna work. To be fair, though, I can't be too upset. Like the decks, like just threw together. Like we ended up having really only Squirrels needed a giant overhaul. All the others did pretty well, so I can't be that upset, you know. All right. Whew. 10:20 a.m. in the Netherlands. Oh, you definitely have time. It's still morning for you. To be fair, though, I'm normally up this late anyway, editing videos or whatever, so this isn't that bad for me. Okay, y'all. Let's talk about Balin. Here's the thing. I think Balin has a lot of options. I think Balin has opportunity. The problem with Balin, though, is that you have to dedicate a lot to making tokens, which doesn't leave very much room for defense. You're kind of all in, right? If we're going to do it, we're just going to do it. So let's do it. We've got 4 Novus Inspector because, well, this card's still good. It makes a different token. And remember, Balin says token, not token creature. So anything that's making an additional token is actually really good for us. We have Resolute Reinforcements, obviously, because we want more tokens. Charming Scoundrel, this is an interesting one because it can make an additional token. Actually, technically 2 tokens. You can make either a Wicked token, which counts, or you get to make a Treasure, which counts. But the Treasure also allows us to play some of our more expensive stuff, which could be pretty good. Rouse Reinforcements, I'm not sure how much I love this card being in here, but it is a way to make 2 bodies, and if our goal is just have a lot of bodies, then sure, why not? We have Hop to It. We've been seeing this in the Rabbit decks. We're going to see if it works here. 3/1/1 Rabbits. Why not? Alltech Matter Weaver. This is cool because you get to copy, you could create a 1/1 Golem, first off. If not, you can just copy another token that's already in play. Now, all of our tokens are small, but in some cases, we may want to copy a clue or something else, which is pretty sweet. We are playing War Leader's Call. We're playing 3 of them because we got to have a way to punch through. Why do I have 62 cards? I'm going to cut 1 Rouse Reinforcement. I'll play 61. I ain't going to play 62. I just realized that. But yeah, War Leader's Call, a way to do some extra damage and make our tokens just not suck. That's the reality. Then we have Balin, the Haymaker. 3 mana for a 4/3. We can tap 2 tokens to add a mana of any color. We can tap 3 tokens to draw a card. We can tap 4 tokens to make Balin really, really big. And then we have some Mondrak, because if everything's making tokens, we might as well get extra tokens, right? I do like Knight Errant Eos a lot in here because this does help us dig a bit deeper since we have so many 1/1s. And we need some sizable bodies in here. And we have Song of Totentan, so if we got nothing else going on, we'll just spend our mana, make a bunch of duders, and hopefully that's enough. Now, I will say I would like to have our boy King Darien Extra Large the 8th in the list because later in the format, if we start seeing a lot of sweepers, I would like a way to be able to protect our creatures, our tokens. But if not, that's fine. We're going to see if this works as it is. So we're going to gamble. This is one the stream picked. We're going to see if this works. But as always, if you want the deck list, assuming it works, it'll be over on Moxfield and y'all can check it out. But in the meantime, let's go see if Balin is ever able to hop over the competition. Oh, man, I do not have good feelings about this. But let's find out. I mean, I hope I'm totally wrong about this. I hope Balin goes bananas. I mean, to be fair, it's not even totally a Balin deck. It's a little bit of a Mondrak deck too, right? Because if Balin doesn't work out, we do have Mondrak as a backup plan. Oh, we didn't even get to go first. That's okay though. This is all right. Oh, against rabbits though, early? Ugh. I mean, the good news is we can make chump blockers for the rabbit, but we need them to not have things that give their rabbits trample. All right, well, we take 2. That's a thing. What do we do here? We just wait. I mean, we can make a 2/2, but that's whatever. Like I guess we they didn't attack last turn. All right, we just pass. I don't think we've seen mice with black in it though. So we're doing Jund mice? Oh, probably for different pump spells. That would kind of make sense. All right. I have a feeling none of this is going to go the way we want, which is sad. Like, I almost feel like I have to triple block the Heartfire guy, and we're still going to take Trample from a Rage or something, which sucks, but that might be the only real play here. Oh, actually, that doesn't work. No, it does, because it'll get 1 from itself, and then Rage will give another one. All right, I'll gamble. Yep, it was a Rage. And then kill one of our tokens. Oh, and you had a timer? Oh, bruh. Like, really, though? Oh, my gosh. Like, all right, then. You got me, fam. Wow. That's something that happened. Okay, what are we looking to do here? We play Hop to It. We can chump block once. They're down to 2 cards, though. Like, I mean, okay, this might still be doable. We're not in panic mode yet, but we're close. It's like, yeah, I mean, you have another rage. You have another rage. I can't do anything about it. That's fine. Rage away. They can also kill their own hero and hit us for some too. That's pretty rough because they are playing black. Okay, well, that's a lot of damage. I mean, if you just draw it all, like, nothing we can do about it. All right, there's Balin. And Balin says we have to tap 4 tokens. I mean, we could turn Balin into, what's that? We get 3 counters? That's not enough. Should be a 7/6. All right, so, I mean, unless we could get 6 tokens, nah, we wouldn't be able to. All right, so let's play this. Make a treasure. If I play this and make a treasure, I could then tap a treasure. Dude, but we can't do that. Now, I mean, I don't know. Opponent's down to 1 card. Maybe we can do this. Like, I'm trying to talk myself into a bad play here. Okay, let's do this. Let's crack the treasure. We'll do this for white. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to tap the 2 tokens because we want the tokens around for Balin. All right. Well, that's all we get out of that. Okay, then. That's not great. No attacks. I mean, I'm assuming those are more spells and not lands in hand. So, yeah, this turn's not going to go great, obviously. Like, we know this, but, like, we can't do anything about it, you know? Sure. I mean, like, yeah, whatever. Like, we can't do anything. We got it. All right, we're at 3. I mean, at least we can make chump blockers for that for a minute. So that's real, but might be all we can do. Oh, we can't even chump block it. We have to actually kill it. I'm just realizing that. Oh, no, we can't. We're just dead, actually. We're just dead. All right, GG's. Like, we can't do anything there. Like, the opponent literally just drew 2 creatures and then all spells. Like, no Animal Call because we don't have room. That's the problem. Like, I don't hate Animal Call. We can go, I mean, we can go back and squeeze some in if you want to. Like, we can squeeze some in, but I don't. Here's the problem. I'm not sure where they go. That's the issue. Like, do we cut Matter Weaver for them? Reasonable. Like, could be the answer, right? We could cut Rouse Reinforcements if you want to play Animal Calls, right? We do have enough things that, well, I mean, we don't have that many things that cost 2, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, we have some that cost 1 or 2, but not a lot. But I mean, yeah, maybe cutting Matter Weaver is correct. A 2/4 is actually still like real business, though, right now. I don't know. Maybe. I think realistically, if we want to play Animal Call, I think if chat wants to play Animal Call, we can. But I think we're in a tough spot, right? We could cut like 1 reinforcement. We can cut 1 hop to it. I think we could cut 1 Matter Weaver. Because I think we need the other parts. The other parts are important. But I think if you want to do that, we could play Animal Call. And then we could run with that. So chat's choice, let's go. No, we're not trying to do that. We're not trying to make all the goblins. That's a whole different thing. That's a whole different thing. We're not trying to do that. And a bunch of our stuff actually doesn't make artifacts. That we just happen to get the draw where it did. But we don't have that many things. Like later on in the game, they make artifacts. We don't have that many things early that make artifacts. Which is fine. But again, if we don't get certain cards, they don't do anything. I mean, Mondrak maybe, but I like Mondrak just being a body is the thing. All right, let's do it. This is interesting too. Like, do we just go 2 bodies? I think we go 2 bodies and try to Knight Errant on the next turn, probably. That makes sense, actually. All right. Nothing exciting there. All right. Well, that works. Pass the turn. Oh. All right. Well, we'll try this. Slick shot sequence or slick sequence. Okay. You know what's funny? That does actually mess with us a little bit here because I can't Knight Errant this turn. So as much as that looked like a little bit over aggressive, it actually worked out great for the opponent. Okay. I don't think I want to play Knight Errant into 3 open mana here. I think that's a bad idea. So I'm willing to do this. I think I just make a treasure. So I feel like if we put a counter on it, the creature probably just ends up getting killed. Oh, it's just the deuce. Well, never mind. All right. They did not sweep the board there. All right. We'll try this. Interesting. Oh, my. Well, that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, all right. I mean, you got to kill something, I guess. Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way you can just let that all happen, right? That would have been crazy. Well, here's the thing. We could... Oh, man, there's probably a Sunfall next turn, though. It's all right, though. If we're going to ping them for enough, F it, right? Do all that damage. Put them down to 2. Put them to 1. Yeah, we'll take both. Oh, that's the combo right there. See, if you get these, this is the combo. Yep. Yeah, this is the best backup plan because then you get to play this and immediately attack and get 2 dudes or get, well, technically you're attacking with 2 dudes. You don't get 2 dudes. But yeah. All right, cool. I mean, I guess that was just some control pile. All we really saw is a bunch of kill spells and draw cards. Also, I hadn't thought about the synergy there of make the 3 rabbits and use the rabbits to go use the the Knight Errant. Because that's a pretty wild turn 4. If you already have a creature out, then you use the rabbits. You can tap 4 things plus a land to use the Knight Errant. That's pretty good. That's an option of things. Oh man, I have this lowly video just waiting for me to get done to load, but that's okay. Also, thanks for those of you that did watch the deck tech videos and all that other stuff. That did help out. And the sleepers videos I did with Dev. That was actually a lot of fun. Glad y'all enjoyed that. Okay, let's see what the opponent's got. Okay, this is something. All right, rabbits. Probably shouldn't be taking a point here, but I'm going to. I think we go Scoundrel Treasure and then just try to play Mondrake next turn or the following turn and just see what happens. I will block. I will be forcing it. Well, now I don't want to block. I was like, I'm going to force you to spin cards. Well, I guess I'm not. Okay. Mondrake plans have changed. So I think I want this as a 2/2. Maybe. Because next turn is not any better. I think we're probably just playing rabbits. I don't know. We'll see. I think I'm making a 2/2 here. All right. I have a feeling this is still not going to go great for us, but we're going to do the best we can. All right. Okay. That's reasonable. Okay. So I guess we just got a 3 rabbits here, right? Just make the opponent's life difficult as much as we can. One, two, three, four, five. We only have 5 tokens, so Balin wouldn't get to do anything too crazy here. We also lose a token if we block with Scoundrel. Oh, double. Oh, no. That's going to be hard to deal with. That's tough. I think we have to just take it, though. Yep. That is a tough situation. So what do we do now against Tramplers? Like, we can play Mondrak, but we're really just, like, double blocking. Oh, man. This is not good. All right. I think we have to Mondrak, though. If there's some way we're not dead, which I don't know what that would even look like, then maybe. But man, our draw was so slow. The opponent definitely could do whatever they wanted here. I think there we really needed a war leader's call to turn everything a little bit bigger and play the inspector. Would have probably been, oh, well, we're dead. All right. GG's. Like, we got nothing. Just do your business. Yeah. You can just swing with everything. It don't matter. Like, we're dead. Yeah, exactly. Get it all in there. Cool. No blocks. Yeah, we were a turn too slow that time, upsetting stuff up. I also, though, I think I should have trusted my instinct, and I should have just gambled on just playing the Mondrak. I think I should have stuck with the Mondrak plan, force them to have a way to get rid of it. If they don't, then we possibly have enough blockers. No, I don't think you're going to get sick of anything by the end of the season. Like, you're just going to see a lot of them early because that's what everybody wants to do, right? There's a new thing. It's like when Kamigawa came out, right? We saw a bunch of rats or whatever. And, like people want to play ninjas. And, same thing when Ixalan came out. You saw a bunch of pirates or whatever. And then, like, 4 weeks later, everything's kind of back to normal, right? I think it's going to be the same thing here. You're going to see some people playing mice, rabbits, whatever. And then 4 weeks in, you'll still see them, but they're just going to be another theme deck you see every once in a while. Like, there's going to be in the rotation with everything else, and it'll probably be fine. And again, we're playing a deck that has literally 0 defense. Like, if I had an actual removal spell to get rid of like the 6/6 or something, even a get lost would have probably been fine that game. But like, we're just not playing it. Do. But let's see. We'll see what else we could do with Balin. We were doing some things. We were getting close to getting the deck to do some stuff. So we'll see. Me and Dev are a good team. We think so too. I actually made a logo so we could do a wrestling YouTube channel. We talked about it. We're actually close to plotting it, honestly. We've already talked about how we could do it among our other content. So if you're a wrestling fan, keep your eyes peeled. Hello from Japan. I really enjoy your life. Thank you so much. Meta settles after about 2 to 3 weeks or a month. Yeah, that tends to be about right. Opponent goes first here. We will keep. Oh, sleight of hand. Who's playing sleight of hand? What deck is this? All right. I'll try this. Maybe you'll counter. No counter even. What's happening? I for real don't even know what's up right now. What? So you slide a hand and then didn't do anything for 2 turns. Like, why though? Like, I'm genuinely confused. Like, why? All right, I guess I'll just try this. Probably gets countered, right? I mean, that would make sense. All right. I didn't want to dedicate the war leader's call because that seemed like a bad idea there. Wow. Okay. Had lightning helixes. All right. Not the card I thought they had. All right. So this is some kind of spells deck. I just don't know. All right. We got Balin. I just don't know what the total plan is here, is all. All right. Counter for this thing? Nope. You want to kill that. All right. Fair enough. We got some counters for Balin, though. Some tokens. So that's cool. All right. Balin's almost there. Almost there. Ooh, that could help. How does the opponent feel about this? All right, let's attack, I guess. I think I need to force them to do something. You know what I mean? Like we have to put them in a situation where they want to like sunfall or something. All right, we're just gonna end the turn. I mean, you got a bunch of mana. Oh, Carnosaur. Okay, that's a body. Quick study draws cards. All right, sure. More duders, more damage. We will play a land. Oh, I guess we can just win with Song of Totentans, huh? Yeah. All right. I guess we'll just do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the rats are hasty. GG's. All right. Well, that was weird. Who's my favorite wrestler of all time? I don't know. I feel like it's changed, you know. Also, as you find out about some wrestlers and you find out some of them are trash humans. You know, like I don't say trash humans, that they end up having beliefs I don't agree with. I think that's the more accurate way to put it. You know, so that's definitely changed some over the years too. Let's keep this. Nah, let's mulligan. Let's mulligan. That's too dangerous. What are we doing here? Matter Weaver. Yeah, all right. That's fine. But yeah, I don't know if who I'd say is a favorite. Like Rey Mysterio's always been cool. You know, if nothing else, lots of respect for the longevity he's got going on. It's absolutely crazy. Let's if I get a treasure. You know, I'm just gonna pass. I think I'm just gonna make the 2 creatures here, and then I'll just try War Leader's Call next turn, probably. I think is the thing. Yeah, I'm not even interested in blocking it. That's fine. Gumdrop Poisoner. All right. Well, I have some little things you'll get to kill. Okay. Let's go ahead and play this. Now we have blockers, but we're going to attack here. I mean, they got food, but we got attackers. So we're going to keep on keeping on here. The next turn, we get to make 3 creatures, which is nice. Yeah, Hogan's definitely. I mean, Hogan's on tape being racist. I mean, just outright. So, I mean, that's, you know, is what it is. But yeah, there's still a lot of cool wrestlers out there, though. But yeah, I've always liked Rey Mysterio. Let's let's hop to it. Let's go ahead and play this dude. And no reason to attack there just yet. Good news. We are able to block some things. Unfortunately, they can sack some food and make a lot more things. So that's a little bit of a problem. We'll have to do our best to make it as little of a problem as possible. But right now, we could at least put 2 and 2 in front of things, and that would work out. Well, I mean, I was playing squirrels earlier, and you do get in some weird spots like this where you're trying to decide, like, do I? Oh, there you go. That's a good one. I'll say, like, do you play a bigger body? Are you looking to maybe try to do some squirrel combo-y things? Ooh, ooh. All right. Well, we're gonna try to set it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we only get through for 4, and they get to trade 2 things. That doesn't seem like a good trade for us. I'm just gonna pass. Bristlebud Farmer. They get to go digging, and then oh, they get another treasure. I mean, another food. Oh, they return to land. Why? Oh, why a land? Oh my. Are we dead? Like, what happens? Why did they take a land and not another body? I guess they don't really need it because they could sack food to make squirrels. So that's fine. That kind of makes sense. All right. Well, they have 5 now. What does that do? Okay, so that makes a squirrel and pump squirrels. Oh no, they just sacked for food to be able to kill a thing. Okay. Okay, so that was their play. All right, I thought there was something more nefarious going on that I wasn't aware of. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, well, we're just gonna make a bunch of bodies, I guess, right? I mean, we don't have to do it now. We could just wait, right? 1, 2, yeah. I mean, I guess we just pass. Feels like a weird spot to pass, but I mean, I guess it's correct. We are only at 7, so we got to be a little careful. There are a lot of squirrels already out there. I mean, that's a real thing. I'd be more concerned if they had the rock collar. We would have had to have been way more aggressive. But here, I think we're mostly okay. Because we have to make 3 creatures and 3 creatures. Attacking. All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That has lifelink too. We have to remember that. All right. Get a pile of duders. Get a pile of duders. Man, Mondrak's doing the real heavy lifting here. Okay, opponent's at 8. Now we get to pick our blocking situations. I almost don't want to kill that, but I don't have a way to block where I don't kill it, you know? So let's block here. Let's block here. Oh, it doesn't matter. They don't have mana open, so it's fine. Let's block here. We can afford to take 1. That's fine. These will block this big... Actually, no. Why would I want to do that? I'll take a little bit of trample damage. I think that's fine. I mean, I guess just put 3 things in front of it. Whatever. Block here. And then we take nothing? That's true. We take 1 trample. And we get to keep a couple bodies plus Mondrak? Yeah, I'm good with that. That seems reasonable. We take 2 trample? No, we take 1 trample. All right. No, that's fine. Opponent's still at 8. Let's see what we can do. Death touch is a thing. But we have the option to do this. I am going to discard to draw a card. That did not help us, unfortunately. So now what do we do? Opponent is at 7. 1, 2, 3. And they have lifelink too. That's another real thing. All right. Oh, there's Balin. A little bit late for that though. All right. We just pass. I mean, obviously we'll block here. They do go to 10 though. And they get to kill off something else. I would say secretly we don't want it to be a token that dies. Oh, farmer. Now we're dead. We just got to back up Balin. That's not going to cut it. All right. GG's. I could have blocked differently too, though. That's totally my fault. Do. Hey, dude, what's up? Watchtower? We're just doing some late night streaming with some early access cards for sure. The Star Show didn't get to play. No, well, it didn't matter. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, I told y'all Balin was probably not going to be great. Y'all are the one that wanted to see the deck. See you later, Bobby. Yeah, let's keep this. Oh my gosh, another discard deck. All right. I almost don't even want to just play cards out at this point. Like, we've seen so many discard decks today already. All right, you do your thing. Sounds good. We'll get rid of that. Play this. We'll play this, make a treasure, because we probably need the mana at some point. All right. Well, they know we have Balin. They don't know we have Anampakal. So I guess we attack. We offer up Balin for sacrifice and hope that we get to stick a Anampakal that does something, right? Because there's no way Balin survived. They left mana open, obviously, to kill it. Like, that's not a secret. All right, there's Liliana. So now we need another Scoundrel. Oh, no, they're just going to discard. Oh. Huh. Okay. Not what I thought they were going to do there. That's interesting. Well, we're definitely playing this. And I guess we'll just play this, because why not? And then send this and the token into Liliana? All right. Well, if we get another Balin, we at least have some tokens to draw cards and stuff now. If you make a sack a thing, it's definitely not going to be Anampakal. Like, that much I know is not happening. But they also might not discard if they want that card in their hand too. All right, cool. Token out. That's reasonable. Sure. I'm gonna attack with both. Just get the damage we can out of this right now. Yep, that dies. In the turn. So here, if they sweep the board, we at least get a card and then can get 2 bodies during their instep. Like, that's something. Oh, Anna Bacall has a target on her head. They're passing? Hmm. All right, I'm going to draw first. Because if they're afraid we might have something in hand, they might not play around some stuff potentially. But, I mean, we do have just one mana open. But, I don't know. All right, so they're sacrificing that, going looking. All right. Come on, War Leader's Call. Nope, that was not it. So how much damage can we do? We can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Well, we'll assume this gets blocked, right? So we'll have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Dang it. That doesn't kill them. All right. Well, we got to do what we can do, right? I think we win with Song of Totentans next turn, though, possibly. All right. Well, all right. I mean, this looks like we're going to get a pretty good win against the discard deck here. I mean, not necessarily, because they could sweep everything here, and then we're still only attacking for 5. Half the creatures? Sure. I'm going to make a bonus one. Not that it really matters, but yeah. All right. You know, though, I will say we've seen a lot of Rush of Dread. Like, people have been playing this card very heavily, and not as part of the combo with the 2/4 guy or whatever. Like, people are just straight up playing this as it is. Like, so be aware this card is out here. People are for real playing it. It has a few new cards in it. I mean, it is playing like the new talent. There's Cruel Claws, something like the discard deck or discard card that has the gift a card thing. There's a few things that are in there. So I mean, I wouldn't say they have no new cards, but yeah, the Rush of Dread. It's a real card. Something you're seeing way more than we've been seeing before. I don't know if that's going to continue as the format shakes out, but something to be aware of for sure. Hey, Ubelstar, how's it going? We are having a good time. I'm in hour, almost going into hour 12. No, we'll be in. It will just be. Yeah, we're not quite on hour 12 yet. We're still somewhere around hour 11 and a half, but it split over 2 sessions though, not one continual. You know what I want? I just want Balin to do something one time. Like, that would make me happy. Let's see if we can do it, team. All right. Come on. Even if I'd be happy if I just get to draw. Well, we're not even going to get that. I was going to say, if we even get to draw a card with Balin, that would be sweet. Opponents probably taking War Leader's Call. I don't know. Maybe they have spot removal though. They probably let us keep Balin and take War Leader's Call. At least that's what I would consider. Maybe they don't though. Maybe, possibly. Interesting. Wow, why was that the choice? See, I always find that stuff interesting. When opponents do things you don't think they would do, I start trying to make the puzzle of like, what does their hand look like, or what is their strategy here that's the card they wanted to deal with. Okay, so then, because they get their choice of making this discard a thing. All right, sure. Well, now you choose Balin or War Leader's Call. Both of them are decent for us here. It's probably War Leader's Call, I say, at this point, right? That's the only thing that makes sense. All right, so they're kind of doing discard, kind of not. So what is this plan? I mean, I guess we just play Balin and Balin dies, right? I mean, I guess I didn't have to take a point there, but All right. I guess it just is what it is. We are a token short of being able to draw a card with Balin. Oh, that's not true. It's 2 to draw a card. So we could do that. No, it's 2 to make mana. I have that backwards. Okay. Yeah, we discard that, I guess. Because we need tokens. Okay. Oh, Mondrek, you were so close. You were so close. But you're just not there. All right, pass the turn. I mean, all things considered, with the opponent decimating our hand, we're actually still kind of sort of doing some things here. Oh, and losing the Mondrak sucks, but we'll be fine. Actually, maybe we don't lose the Mondrak. Hold, please. Like, maybe. Oh, yeah, we definitely don't. We'll get rid of Balin instead. That's that's much better. Opponent's doing a better job making tokens than we are right now. All right, that's a real thing. All right, pass the turn. I mean, eventually that is going to add up with them having a bunch of life and everything else. So we got to, sooner or later, find a way to deal with all this. What is the white in there for? Maybe blink effects? So stuff goes out of play, comes back into play, make us discard again? That would kind of make sense. Another investor. Gee, bus. All right. Well, do your thing. Ooh. Wow. All right, Modric, you got to go. I mean, having a 5/5 here is legit. And especially if we get another token maker, like, that could be a real thing. Speaking of which, hell yeah. All right. Also, now we can make Balin into a 7 tough. All right. So let's tap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still leave 3 tokens to draw a card. Yeah, all right. That's probably fine. 1, 2. Actually, if I leave 6 tokens. So I was thinking I could tap Balin. No, that wouldn't really work. Never mind. Sure. Okay. That works. Oh, we can make 2 mana and play this also? Oh, this is sick. All right. We might be able to attack for close to lethal next turn, the way things are going. But the opponent does have 3 cards, 5 mana. They have access to a bunch with these clues. We're also doing all this on just 3 land, which is kind of impressive. All right, so they finally decided to get rid of Balin. So here's the plan. Do we want a card? We want the bodies more than the cards here, because that's damage. So let's just go tap 2. Let's get white. And then let's tap 2. All right. More bodies. All right, Balin's gone. We got our money's worth out of Balin, though. We got like 3 cards plus, so I ain't mad at it. Sure. Oh, Pixie is in there. Okay, cool, I guess. All right, opponents at 15. They're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 blockers. So that pile gets blocked. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17. We'll discard, draw a card since we don't have anything we have to discard. Oh, bonus damage. Love it. And then all at the opponent. Whoo! That's by far the best we could do. All right. Oh man. Whoo. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I don't know how we got. I mean, I know how we got there. Like Balin actually did some work because with us being stuck on 3 mana and they ripped our hand apart, Balin got 3 extra cards that allowed us to get this Knight Errant into play, get access to a couple extra cards, get 2 more tokens. So as much as I want to hate on Balin, like this is a game in particular, she really did her work. And maybe, reasonably, could be good against the discard decks to help you keep reloading your hand. I hadn't really thought about that, but that's a real thing. So yeah, so Balin action. That's something that happened. All right. So let's talk about it. The whole goal was to see Balin do something, right? Balin did her thing. I ain't gonna lie. Balin, good job. Balin actually showed out in one game. The trick here, though, like I was saying, we're playing no defense. Sam Wither says, hello from Australia. Well, hello. But can we get by with no defense? That's a real question, right? Because we have War Leader's Call, we have Anam Pakal, Mondrak, Song of Totentans. Like, maybe that's it. Oh, no. Balin is easy to get out. The trick is getting Balin out while you have a bunch of other tokens, right? That's the trick. Because just getting a 4/3 or even we'll say a 5/4 Balin with the War Leader's Call, it's nice, but it's not insane, right? You want to be able to get those extra cards or turn Balin into a 7-power trampler or whatever the case is, right? That's what you want. So if I were to make changes just on its face, I'm cutting a Matter Weaver, probably cutting a Mondrak. And then I think the questions become, are we just playing a hop to it and going in on War Leader's Call, right? And just saying, this is how we're going to get our damage in. Some combination of token, War Leader's Call, Balin, Anam Pakal, like that middle chunk of the deck is kind of how we're going to have to get stuff done. And I'm okay with that if that's what we decide to do. I think that's probably the best plan. Though, to be fair, we did kind of go nuts when we had Mondrak one time, so that was kind of cool. But yeah, I think this is an interesting deck. I would not just discount Balin like I did, and I'm going to be honest, like I did discount Balin, but I don't think that is fair without seeing some more stuff. I think we need another 2 mana. Is there a 2 mana thing that makes tokens? Like, let's go create token and just go 2 mana. Well, maybe 1 mana things too. That's fine. And obviously just from standard, but that's okay. All right. Because I think that's what we need to explore. Like, I mean, carrot cake. I mean, I'm not sure if that's really what we want, but it's a thing. Is there anything else here that's worthwhile, though, that we would realistically play? I think that's the thing. Like, Squirrel's Hive kind of works, except for in a world where you are playing against a bunch of, like, I guess, lizards and mice or whatever. You don't want that, right? Because you're just going to take too much damage, and it's just not going to work out for you. And you need it to be cheap. That's the other thing, right? We don't want it to be 3 because we already have Anam Pakal, War Leader's Call, Hop to it, Balin. Like, whatever we put in there has to be 2 mana. But I don't know if there isn't, like, like people talked about Gleeful Demolition. That's like a thing, which if we get Nova Inspector or a Scoundrel, I mean, it kind of works. But I don't know if it's exactly what we're looking for or not. But there may just not be good options. There's Legion Extruder, but that just turns a token into a thing. It does give us at least removal. So that's something. I mean, technically Plunderer, but you're also risking giving the opponent stuff. So I don't know if that's great. Yeah, it's just not great. I mean, Gold Vein Hydra, so if it dies, like how much? We don't have that much green mana, though. I'd be a little afraid to do that. That probably isn't the right call. Baird, but Baird only really works if we have War Leader's Call, right? Yeah, we don't have anything else pumping stuff, so that doesn't really work. Could have been cool, though. Yeah, there's really not much. There's not much. No, but again, Rocco's 3, right? That's the problem. Everything we're doing is like 3, but again, but if it's just makes a token, that's not good enough. It needs to be something like we're saying, like Charming Scoundrel, where it could like make some other type of, even if I don't know, something that puts a wicked token on itself or something, whatever. Oh, you know what? This kind of works. Oh, but we have to pay 1 to get the token, though. It doesn't really work. Thought we were onto something. Yeah, and Hopeful Visual almost makes sense because it makes it 2/2 and you can scry later, but that's maybe sadly Rouse Reinforcements is the best thing. It's just not exciting. Maybe that's just it. What does this do? If you controlled it, return it to the battlefield. Otherwise, its controller creates a 2/2. Oh, yeah. This is just exiles of things if it's disguised or whatever. Yeah, that's not it. All right. Yeah, maybe there's not any other real options. Maybe that's just what we got to go with for now. Yeah, I think that's a real call. I think if you're not sure. No, I thought about Virtue of Loyalty too. It's possible, but again, it only gets you the 1 creature, right? It's all about getting 2 permanents for your thing. That's the biggest deal. Preferably 2 creatures if you could, like something and a token. But Gleeful Demolition, probably the best other answer if you don't want to play Rouse Reinforcement. And that's a real thing. I mean, the only downside is you will have times where like you need your Scoundrel Treasure to cast something, so you don't want to get the 3 dudes with it. That's going to be a little tough. So maybe for now, it's just got to be Rouse Reinforcements, and it is. That's tough, but if it's right, it's right. So we're going to put up 4 Novus Inspector, 4 Resolute Reinforcement, 4 Charming Scoundrel, 2 Rouse Reinforcements, 4 Hop to It, 3 Anim Call, 4 War Leader's Call, 4 Balin, 2 Mondrak, 4 Knight Errant of Eos, 2 Song of Totentans. Lands are a little bit all over the place, but we got 2 Plains, a Mountain, 4 Copperline Gorge, 4 Battlefield Forge, 4 Inspiring Vantage, 4 Rays of Virtulicate, 2 Merrics, 3 Plaza of Heroes. I mean, we do at least have enough early things that we could do stuff, but yeah, Pixie to replay stuff is interesting. I don't know how good, but it's worth considering. I wouldn't be too upset about that if you wanted to play Pixie to like bounce a Novus Inspector, make another thing. I think that's an option. I mean, it's real. Replay and reinforcements, get something else. So like I can be talked into that a little bit. That's some kind of value, right? But yeah, if you want the list, as always, it'll be up on Moxfield. Y'all know where to find it. Links will be down there like always. And yeah, if you like this stuff, keep watching the channel. Subscribe, all the good stuff, because we have lots of fun decks, especially with Bloomburrow, because man, this set's crazy. Is Pia going in different? No, Pia's still doing the same thing. We played Pia earlier. It was pretty cool. But yeah, Balin. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. It's all right. It's all right. So, question, I was trying to get to 7 videos. We did, or 7 decks. So we did 1, 2, 3, 4. Squirrels, we completed. So I'm gonna mark Squirrels complete because we made an updated Squirrel thing. We did it in parts. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We did Lizards at 6, Raccoons is 7, and we did Bats is 8. So, and War Leader, PS. So we did a lot, actually. 6, 7, 8. We did 9? Did we play 9 decks? Yeah, I guess so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because I was marking them as we went along. Yeah. All right. Well, dang. We did a lot, y'all. This was a productive damn day. And also, thanks for that, by the way. Just saw that notification pop up. But man, I feel like I learned so much today. And I think this is the thing, right? When we make our videos where we're trying to speculate on like underrated cards, overrated cards, what's going to be good, what's not, that's why I tell people take everything with a grain of salt, right? Yes, we did play Hugs, actually. Hugs was fun. But we don't know what we don't know, right? There's some stuff we assume because like, well, this other card's good, so this card might be good, right? And you're kind of make assumptions. But always remember that those assumptions only go so far because we have to see what the metagame turns into, right? We can make some assumptions that this is going to be good or this is going to do a thing. But if the metagame's totally different than it is now, which it might be, it's hard to actually say like what's good, what's bad. See you later, Watchtower. Thanks for stopping by, man. So I think that's part of the problem. But even on early access, we still only know so much, right? Because all of us as creators, I'm assuming everybody played somewhere between 3 to, in my case, like 12 hours or something. And now I'm already moving things around in my head. Like, well, maybe I want to put this card in this deck instead. Or maybe this other card I overlooked. Okay. Well, maybe now I wasn't sure how I wanted to build birds or rats. Maybe now that I know a little bit more, we can come back and look at rats and maybe it's an actual thing. Like, like, I don't know. And even just learning about squirrels, right? That was a real thing that we played squirrels and it turns out, well, squirrels aren't necessarily great as a squirrel deck. They're good as a food and something deck, but not necessarily as squirrels, right? But I was thinking like, oh, squirrels might be able to just do a thing by themselves. Turns out, probably not. Not the way you want to go. But conversely, raccoons worked exactly like we thought. They were actually better than expected, to be honest. Raccoons, we did some work with raccoons. Like, I ain't even gonna lie. Like, raccoons did some things. But here's another thing that's interesting, right? Raccoons played very differently than even Gruul Aggro, right? You would think, oh, there's a bunch of, like, there was, I think, like 2 creatures that are the same between them, but the decks played very differently. So that's also good that within a certain color type or color combination, you can have a bunch of different builds. Like even now, you can do squirrel variations and in Golgari, you can do graveyard stuff, you can do like roots, right? That's still a thing. You can do regular mid-range, you can do fight club stuff, right? All those things are valid. So that's what's making standard really good right now is that even though a color combination exists, there's not just one way to play it, right? Because I feel like sometimes we've had, and not recently, but I feel like over the years, we have had some times in standard where you want to play a certain thing, but there's a deck that's just outright better in the same colors. So then nobody ever plays any other cards, but just these small things in each color. Right now, though, there's a bunch of, I mean, we didn't even explore just a regular Selesnya tokens decks. Nobody did the +1/+1 decks because there's some new cards for that, right? The +1/+1 stuff could still be good. Rabbits are in Selesnya now, so that's a thing, right? There's a bunch of ways stuff can go right now. So I'm feeling it. Like this could be a good time for standard. And even Rakdos, right? There's dragons, there's lizards, there's the controlly mid-rangey stuff that your top end is like Carnosaurs and Atalis or whatever, right? There's a bunch of ways to play stuff right now. So this is good. This is good. I think that's one of my biggest takeaways. But yeah, I asked this earlier, and I know we have a different crowd that's come through. So I'm going to ask everybody one more time because this decides if I'm going to spend some time making a couple of videos the next 48 hours. But after today, I was thinking, would y'all want to see a video of like, I guess the biggest winners and we'll call them the biggest losers, right? We'll say the cards that overperform and the cards that underperformed on early access. Because I think if I work on it the next couple of days, I can get it up on Saturday or Sunday and have those 2 videos on back-to-back days. So if you want to say like, hey, here are the cards that overperformed from Bloomburrow that we saw at the early access, and here's why. And there's some other ones that underperformed. And even give a thing of just like, hey, this might have underperformed, but maybe for these reasons, right? Or this overperformed, but once the metagame shakes out, maybe this card's not the card, right? Something like that. Because people are always asking, like, what was your favorite deck? What cards did this or that? And I was like, is that a video y'all would want to watch? So I'm just asking the populace at large because I don't really know. Like I'll leave it to y'all to tell me what you want to watch. I trust the people because y'all are ones going to watch it or not. You know, that always seems like the right thing to do. Ask the people. Stella says, yes, the cards that overperform, underperform would be good to see. All right, cool. That's at least one vote for it. Romulos. Yeah. Okay. Well, here's the thing, Gake. If you think the game sucks, why are you here? We just had this talk earlier. Like, I don't play League of Legends anymore because I thought the community was trash, but like people still enjoyed having fun with it. I don't show up on League of Legends videos and be like, I don't know how y'all still play this game. Like, let people enjoy it, right? Like here's and I'm gonna say this for real. And this is a genuine thing. And I'm being as sincere as possible here. And I don't know how to word this without sounding like a jerk, so I'm apologizing up front. But when you show up on people's content, videos, streams, whatever, to just complain about a thing that isn't harming anybody, that there's plenty of people, obviously, in these chats that are enjoying and having fun, and we're just sharing fun stories, and I'm even trying to help people out right now, that you're just going to show up to complain? How bad is your life? Like, like introspectively, like what's going on to the point that you feel the need to try to steal other people's happiness? Because the reality is, you're not bothering me. I don't really care. Like, I'm just going to ignore this 20 seconds from now. So it's weird to show up and just like want to have that be a thing. It's weird. I don't understand. But anyway, I wonder that. Like, are people hurting inside? Is life just not going well for you? Like, don't be wrong. Like, I have sympathy for that. That's real. But it's not going to get better by trying to knock on other people for doing stuff that's not harming anybody. You know what I mean? I know we're getting philosophical here, but it's really weird. It's really weird. All right. Anyway, rolling down because I want to know what to craft. Like that's the hard part, Stella. I think that's a real situation. And that's something I struggle with as a creator, because I know if I put something out there and people do it because people want to hear these words, right? But if I put something out that says, definitely craft these things or definitely don't craft these things, people will take that to heart. And I feel a little weird kind of giving people technically financial advice in that regard based on something we learned in a day where we have no idea what the metagame is going to be. But I will at least tell you how cards interacted or how cards perform against certain things. And I feel safe saying that. But there's very few cards I think I will say definitively to craft or not to craft. That's the thing I try to stay away from, because a new deck could pop up on Wednesday, the day after the set goes live, and make those statements completely invalid. And it would suck if somebody like went and spent 8 wild cards on a thing, and then the deck they build is invalidated by this one new deck that popped up or whatever. You know what I mean? That's always kind of tough. But I think you having more information is better than not, almost in any scenario. So I would rather just give you more information to help you make the best possible decision. Jude says, yes, I would want to see that. We're talking about the overperformers and underperformers videos. Biddy says, I'd watch it because I trust your opinion and you're extremely knowledgeable. Thank you so much. I try to at least be as level and fair as possible in my statements. And I try not to be, what's the best word? I try not to just be over the top about it, right? I don't try to be performative or whatever. I try, because I know y'all are making real decisions with your time and money, right? So I want y'all to be able to at least trust what I'm saying. I vote for the following video on the sleepers to confirm or not your initial thoughts with Dev. Like, the problem is those don't draw views. I've thought about that before. I think Dev even did one of like, here's where I went wrong, I was right, and it didn't perform as well as his other stuff, I think. So like, that's fun for like chats, or if you're a YouTube channel member, I might put that up just as a fun video for the channel members. But to spend time like doing serious editing on the video and everything else, like that's a lot of work for something that's probably not going to get as many views, because unfortunately it also comes kind of after the fact. So that'd be kind of tough. But like I said, if members want it, I'll put it as a member video though. Yeah, on YouTube, we're all just enjoying content. That's true. That's true. Thanks. I love your streams. Yes, those rares, you want to make sure you're going to use them. Yeah, that's exactly it, right? If you make them, you want to make sure you're using them. Like, obviously, lands are always safe. But beyond that, it can be pretty hard to decide. The best cards to craft are the ones you'll have the most fun playing with. If winning is important to you, wait for the meta shakedown. That, that's a reasonable statement, Samuel. I don't think that's wrong to say. Right? Like, if like, let's say, using myself as an example, right? I know I'm probably not going to play a ton of Azorius control, right? So if there's rares or mythics that go into that, even though they might be good, and that's the other thing too, I don't know what type of decks you play or like to play. So here's a good example, right? And this isn't take shots at him because I know CGB, we've been friendly with each other at multiple events, but like, I'm using him as an example because I know there's no harm in using him in this example. But if CGB says, definitely craft these cards, these things are awesome, whatever, it's probably going to lean toward the slant of the hardcore mid-range to control type thing, right? Because those are his favorite types of decks. So there's certain cards that are going to matter more to him, right? If you come and tell me, if I were to tell you, you know what cards I'm absolutely going to craft? Well, I can tell you right now, it's going to be Scrap Shooter, right? Like, I mean, like that's one of my favorite cards in the set. I'm going to be making some Scrap Shooter. But I also am likely to play some type of aggro to mid-rangey type decks where Scrap Shooter will make sense. So I would make use of Scrap Shooter probably in like 6 or 7 decks minimum on the channel over the next like 3 weeks, right? So that makes sense for me to start there. I may eventually craft those Azorius cards that are good to like have them in decks, but those are going to be way down my priority list because those aren't the decks I want to play first, if that makes sense. Azorius Control, the bane of my existence, the deck I have the most trouble with. You know what? Here's another thing too. I kind of I'm working on some content, I will say, but you probably won't see it for a couple of months because I have to, unfortunately, I think I have to pony up for some editors to do what I want to do. But that's some stuff I'm going to be talking about too. I want to go through the whole thing from deck building to building specific types of decks to battling against certain types of decks. Because I think a good example from earlier tonight even is we see a lot of people, I say a lot, a fair amount, that will come in and go, man, I really hope mono green is playable this set, right? But yet, me and several other creators have been playing mono green and done well with it over the last few weeks. So it's like, mono green's already been playable. So then the only thing I can think of is either somebody's making a bad version of mono green, which is possible. Hell, I build a lot of bad decks that y'all never see because I test them and they suck. You only see the final ones in the videos. So some people might be making bad versions of mono green or just playing incorrectly into situations, right? Even in streams or in videos, people are like, well, why didn't you do this instead of that? I'm like, well, if they had this card, I would rather not get caught with nothing in hand or whatever. Or I'd rather have this after the sweeper or whatever the case is. But I've watched a lot of people just run stuff in, and then they do have a sunfall and then you've got one card left and then you just die. So in those scenarios, it's going to be a really hard matchup to win. But if you watch my videos, I do fairly well against the control decks. But I also tell people, here's probably the biggest bit of advice I could give, probably 2 bits, but related to the same thing. When you watch people's content, even if it's a deck you're considering playing or whatever, or you're just curious about it, don't get hung up on wins and losses. So many people are just like, oh, what's the win rate of this deck? Can I have the link to this thing? Can I see whatever? Like, even whatever you see, whatever makes that video, whatever makes, their page that shows their stats or whatever, you're looking at a very small sample size. Usually not going to be more than 5 to 10 games, right? Even less if they're playing like best of 3. You might go up against completely different decks as soon as you decide to play that deck or whatever. So your results are not going to match their results. You also play differently or whatever, right? And that leads us to the second part, that if you're not just focused on the win rates, which I think is a bad idea, it comes back to a thing many poker players have learned, is learn the process, don't be results oriented, right? Watch those games, understand why those games were won or lost, right? Did the creator you're watching take a chance and the chance not work out, right? Or did they lose a game? Like, let's say you watch somebody and they go 3-3, but 2 of those losses were like, they drew a bunch of cards and their opponent was at 1 and they just didn't find a burn spell. Well, okay, well, those games are totally winnable, right? Like, how many times are they going to play games where they draw 4 cards and none of them are burn spells when they have like 12 burn spells left in the deck? That's a pretty low percentage, right? To have that happen multiple times. So maybe it's better than it looked, but people look at that and go, this deck lost, whatever. And then they don't even give it a second thought. And it's just like, but maybe. And I'll be honest, I have made decks for videos after watching some other people's stuff that they said, oh, this card's probably not any good, or this deck didn't work because of this reason. And I got to thinking, well, what if you pair it with this other card? Or what if you do this other thing? And it turns out it works. So just saying, I would watch more about the why more than the what, I guess is the way to put it. Like, did you win or lose? Sure. But how did you win or lose, I think, is more important. Here's the thing, though, Face Tat Joe. That's the other statement that I gave people earlier is tournaments don't matter if you're playing on the ladder, especially best of one. They just don't. And I'll tell you why. Because when you go to play in a tournament, the environments are completely different, right? In a tournament, like, here's an example. For myself, last season, I made what the number, I think it was 115 decks, right? During Thunder Junction season. All of them, except for maybe one or two, but all of them I could reasonably play on the ladder and still won and still, hit Mythic a couple times, whatever. But of those, I might only play 15 or 20 of them in a tournament. Because in a tournament, it's a different skill level of player. People are playing only the maxed out versions of their stuff. You know what the metagame is going to be, so you're only targeting certain things, right? And it's best of 3 with sideboards, whatever. That doesn't always translate to the ladder. Like, you'll still see a bunch of mono red and whatever, right? Playing best of 1. You're not going to see that much in a tournament. So your results are different, right? So mono green, again, has been winning in ladder games, but it's kind of just mid in tournaments because building for the ladder to be able to win is totally different than building for a tournament. So if you're playing tournaments, sure, you have a very small pool of decks you're probably going to be considering, right? Of all the decks that are available, you're probably only going to be looking at like maybe 8 or 10 of them, probably, depending on your play style. You're probably going to have a small package of decks. But on the ladder, the world's your oyster, Let's see. Llanowar Elves and Foundation coming in November. That is true. Good advice here. I usually watch to see what looks fun to play regardless of win rate. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, even my videos, I've told y'all many times in my videos, I play cards because they're fun, they're interesting, I'm trying to do something, whatever. I'm not just trying to play the absolute best card. Because sometimes, I made 115 decks last season for Thunder Junction. I have to do something other than just play the best cards over and over. Y'all are going to get bored. You know what I mean? People are too tier list oriented. It's a game. Yeah. And here's the reality. And this is, again, this is going to sound a little bit jerkish. And I know it. But tier lists don't matter if your skills don't match. Just, calling a spade a spade. I've watched it for years. People that spent good money going to PTQs to try to qualify for the Pro Tour, and they're like, "Oh, I got to play this. It's the best deck or whatever," and then they 0-4 the tournament, and they don't understand, and the deck's trash. And it's like, no, you didn't know how to play the deck well, so you'd have been. Most people would be better off playing a deck that is like a tier 2 or 3 deck that they could play well, that they're comfortable with, that they enjoy the play style of, than trying to play what anybody's telling them is the best deck to play, especially in a tournament where you're going to have to play 6 to 8 rounds on the first day. You're going to play another 6+ rounds if you make the top 8 or whatever on day 2, and you're going to be tired and hungry and whatever. You're just going to make more mistakes. So you're better off just playing the thing you know well. Like, even if it's not the best thing to play, you're probably going to give, on your personal scale, have a percentage better edge of getting another win or two that you wouldn't get otherwise. I see it all the time. Let's see what else we got here. Excuse me, it's Foundations. Okay, yeah, so Foundations is a set that's coming out in November, basically similar to the old core sets that we used to get, if you remember those. If you're newer, you probably never saw a core set. The last one was M20, I think. something like that. But maybe 21. But regardless, we haven't had core sets in, 4 years or whatever. But the idea is they have some number of reprints and some number of new cards. So there's certain cards that kind of get to stay in the rotation, even though they may have rotated out, or they fit certain themes that are still in the new sets or whatever. With Foundations, they're doing a thing for the first time that instead of having it be a set that's in standard and follows the rotation pattern, those cards are going to be available for, they said, at least 5 years. I think they say the term at least because some of them, I guess, in 2029, we'll get around to doing another Foundations, and some of the cards might stay, some of them might rotate out. But supposedly, from what I'm hearing, the most recent stuff is that there's going to be 50% new cards, 50% old cards. I don't think we know how big the set is yet, but they've shown a handful of them already. So that's what that's all about. That's when you hear people say Foundations, that's what they're referring to. But the cards will be standard legal, and they'll be standard legal for 5+ years. I did a video about it, actually. I feel like Simpsons right now. Simpsons did it, because I've been doing so much content the last couple of weeks. But yeah, let me give you a link to it here. So if you're curious about it, I kind of broke it down, talked about it a little bit, like what's good and bad, like why it's important, that whole thing. But yeah, there you go. There's a link. Have at it. There you go. But seriously, that's true. Like, nobody wants to lose all the time. I think that's fair. I'm not saying you should just lose all the time, but there is a reality to, if, like, let's say somebody came to me and said, the best deck is the most hardcore, grindy, Demir control, whatever. I would be bored out of my mind playing that after one day. Right? So even if it means I lose 10% more games, like, I'm probably going to have more fun playing the other deck, whatever the other thing is. But yeah, you still want to be able to play, one, at least a reasonable version of the deck you like, and two, being able to play that deck well, right? I think that's another thing too. If it's not competitive and you're not climbing the ladder, it ain't fun. That's up for debate. Because I think it depends too. Like, there's things I do that I don't want to particularly be great at. Like bowling is an example, right? I go out and go bowling, and I almost always have somebody come up and go like, oh, you could get more strikes if you do this or spin the ball. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm just throwing the ball, hanging out with friends, eating some chicken wings or whatever, and that's my time. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not worried about bowling perfectly. But same thing on Arena. If you notice, I'm generally having fun, right? So, and I'm still hitting Mythic, but I'm not just playing the same boring thing or whatever. Like, I play some games on the ladder just so people can see the games and play on the ladder, because people give stuff more value on the ladder. Because like, oh, well, if you're just playing in the play queue, you're playing against nobodies and they don't play well and whatever. But then you'll see me play on the ladder, and then people just attack into stuff. Like, I don't know. Right? Like, that's a thing that happens too. I don't think it matters all that much. Hell, I play on the play queue and people are still bringing mono red and whatever into that. I don't know why people do that, but they do. So it's whatever. Even pros make mistakes and lose on competitive stages. Oh yeah, I did commentary for the Arena Championship 6 a couple weeks ago, and we watched somebody effectively just forget to do something pre-combat that affected a thing, and lost one of the games. I mean, it happens. Build your own deck. You will have more fun. But here's the problem, Romulus. I think theoretically that's true. The problem is, for some people, it is very difficult to just build a working deck, right? That's one of the reasons I'm trying to work on this other video series I have planned. But even then, here's the tough part. I want to do the video series because I think people want to have heuristics they could follow in deck building and feel like they're more confident to do it. And that's good. But Magic is a game that, unfortunately, the next deck you go to build is probably going to be the exception to the rule, right? Here's a good example. Let's talk about playing. Let's say if we want to play Boros Aggro, right? You want to play some creatures, you want to play spells, you want to do this thing, whatever. But then Mice comes out, and now you're building a bit differently, right? Because now you kind of want more permanents, because your permanents target each other and they build on each other. So you kind of, you know what I mean? So like, if I told you to build a certain way for Boros Aggro, or hell, compared to even last season where you had all the tokens and, whatever, that's a whole different build, right? So it's hard for people to know what should I be targeting, what should I be doing. So I'm hopefully by the end of the year, I'll get those out to help people at least have some resources available to make it easier. I'm not going to say easy, but easier. So you at least have some confidence, because that's the other problem, you know? But there are great videos to help you build it. Yeah. And people have them. They're out there, you know, but people still struggle even with the resources, right? Hell, I'm a good example of that with Teamfight Tactics. I was just talking about that earlier. That's the other game I kind of play for fun a little bit and goof around. And every once in a while, I play some ranked games or whatever just to goof around. But I can't get above gold 1. And I've literally watched people play, even play the strategy I'm playing, and get as close to their builds as I can. And I still struggle. I'm just like, it just doesn't come together for me. So I'm sure for some people that's magic, right? They enjoy the game, but certain fundamentals just don't come to them. So it's better when somebody else does the work, especially if, like, let's say I want to play a +1/+1 counters deck, or I want to play a discard deck or whatever. If somebody's already done the work, then you should definitely copy their homework, right? Like, why spend extra time and stress and whatever trying to build a deck that somebody else has already done? Like, it's kind of like, you know, when we started making electric cars, we didn't start all the way over putting a chassis on 4 wheels, right? We know certain things already work. We just kind of changed what was under the hood because we knew how all the gears and everything operate, and that's awesome, right? Kind of the same thing. For me, it's more that the difference in Platinum and Mythic is like 2 free packs. I personally have fun. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, if you get stuck in Platinum or Diamond, it's not like it's the end of the world, right? You're only missing out on a couple of small things. But I will say this. People give a lot of, or try to give a lot of weight to, well, I raced the Mythic, so my content's in Mythic or whatever. But if you watch a lot of the games and matchups, mine included, I'm not throwing shade at anybody. Like, mine are included in this. I've said it before. The games at Mythic, unless you're like in the 98% plus into the numbers for people trying to qualify for like the end of season stuff or whatever. But if you're hanging around like low 90s, 80s, whatever, people are just goofing around because they already made Mythic. They already did everything they're going to do. So now they can play goofy decks and not care because there's no loss. You're not losing anything, right? So a lot of your games sometimes are just easier at Mythic because you're not running into as much as the high end expected decks. So I think there is something to that. Let's see. True. I refuse to play the Slickshot deck or Atraxa anything because it plainly is way less fun. Yeah, same thing for me. I don't even think. I'm gonna think this through before I lie to you. I'm pretty sure I didn't play Atraxa in a deck in 115 decks I built last season. If I did, it was literally 1. But I don't think I played. I know I played it the season before, but I don't think I played Atraxa in a deck this last season. For that reason, like, every time I played the Atraxa decks, it just didn't feel fun. Now, some people like that style of Magic, so I'm not hating on it. Just for me personally, I didn't have a lot of fun with it. I just concede against decks I have with bad matchups. There's no sideboarding, best of one. That's fine too. You know, like, if you don't enjoy the matchup, concede, have a fun game. I think that's fine. I don't craft hardly any content creator decks because they don't show the losses. Oh, here's the thing. I definitely have losses in my deck, in my videos, but also there's sometimes I'll just tell you, if you watch to the end of the videos, when I'm doing the wrap ups, sometimes I'll just tell you, like, yeah, there's 2 insanely long games where I lost against a control deck, but each one took like 30 minutes and they didn't make the video. So you just know those exist because I told you. Right. I mean, it doesn't do me any good to not tell you. So I just let you know you have extra information. Like, this thing happened. And I've also said, like, you know, sometimes I tell people, like, I had to play like 10 games before I even started recording just to figure this deck out and do whatever, just so you know. Right. And you didn't have to watch the like games where I stumbled and I misclicked and like didn't stack stuff correctly or whatever. Right. So I still want y'all to have that information. So yeah, if you watch it in my videos, I'll just tell you. I copy a deck, but I always make little changes. Works for me. There's always some cards that yeah, and that's totally reasonable. I mean, nothing wrong with that. Customizing stuff, personalizing it, I think is good. It can be frustrating sometimes when you start falling down the ladder, but I think it's important to have something else playing alongside Arena, TV show, streams, music. Yeah, I think we also just need to have ways to disconnect and recharge, right? I think when, I don't want to sound mean, but like when your whole personality becomes, I got to be really good at Magic, right? Or whatever it is, right? I got to be good at League of Legends. I got to be good at Teamfight Tactics, whatever it is. You're going to start putting too much value into that. And it becomes mentally unhealthy. Like every little loss, every time you don't draw a land, whatever, it's going to start becoming stressful for you. And I always tell people, if you start feeling tense and you start feeling stressful, just leave the game in the lobby. Don't jump into another game. Go pet your dog, your cat, go for a walk around the block, go grab a drink, just step away for a second. The game's still going to be there when you get back. You don't have to grind through every single thing. Like just take a second. Hell, I did it earlier. I was on the stream for 5.5 hours or whatever earlier. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to take time to eat, grab me a drink. I played with my cats a little bit, talked with family. Okay, cool. Got myself together, came and set up the next stream, and we got on, right? But you should do that when you're playing Arena too. Take time for yourself. Arena is certainly a different experience than going to hang out with my friend group. Oh, yeah. That's way different. Because when you have your friends around, like you got inside jokes and y'all are probably splitting snacks or something or whatever, like that's a whole different time. Like it's hard to beat hanging out with your people, Running against Boros tokens, mono red, Azorius artifacts. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Not going to lie. In Mythic, it's 90% mono red, control decks, and Atraxa. I made it to 213 Mythic. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now, when you're up in the higher numbers, and you're trying to be in the ranked numbers, yeah, you're going to see mostly just the meta decks. You're not going to see much else. That's exactly what I'm talking about, right? But as you go further down in Mythic, like I see all kinds of weird things, so it's one of those weird scenarios, just kind of the way it plays out. Don't I have an untapped account? I probably did once upon. I probably still have one if I log back into it. Here's the thing though, like untapped doesn't do anything because what I realize is I make a lot of changes to the decks while I'm testing. So the stats on untapped wouldn't even be accurate. I'd have to like stop what I'm doing, make a final version of the deck, and then do the thing. But then I also record videos where I'm making changes in the videos. So like the stats just wouldn't work. So that's my main reason. The other is I'm also not branding myself about check out these win rates. Occasionally, if a deck just goes bonkers, I'll put it in the thing and say like, I don't know, I won 80% with this. I don't know how, right? And I'll put that out there. But I'm not branding my content that way. So I purposely don't bother with that. And I also don't want to have like all the discussions that come with it or whatever. Like, it's just, and as far as I'm concerned, and I've seen this happen to a few other people, like it's just one more thing for somebody to nitpick. And I don't really care. Like, if you don't like the video, you don't like the deck, that's cool. It's not going to be for everyone. And that's fine. But just to have another thing that I have to have another discussion about, like, man, I got a lot of stuff going on. You know what I mean? Just being real. So, like, it just didn't make sense for me to have it. So I just don't. I mean, like I said, in the past, I've logged in there. So I probably have one. But I haven't put anything content-wise in there probably ever. Made a mono red and Boros tokens to try to get to Mythic for the first time ever in my entire life playing MTGA. I was happy, but it felt cheap. I mean, if you just want to do it once and say like you grab the brass ring, I mean, you still checked off something for yourself, so it's fine. I have a rule. If I lose 2 games in a row, I have a break. It works. That's fair. For me, I'd probably do like 3 or 4, but I'm a little bit of a glutton for punishment like that. But yeah, whatever your limit is, for sure. Just set a stop. You know what it is? It's like if you're gambling, right? You're playing a slot machine or playing poker, and you start to go on a little bit of a losing streak. Set a floor and just say, right, when I get to this number, calling it quits. I'm gonna get up, take a break, call it a day, right? And sometimes it's probably what you should do. I just lose more in Mythic. Just lose more in Mythic and you'll get some chill games. Yeah, that's probably true in some ways. I unironically think Platinum is the most difficult climb. So much variance compared to Mythic. I would say Platinum and Diamond are both equally difficult. But either way, yes, I think they're generally, as a whole, more difficult than Mythic. Platinum and Diamond are a slog. Low Mythic is where the fun... Yeah, same thing I was just saying. Love to see that we all struggle with the same subjects. Helps to be less salty on the ladder. Though, I think, man, this is where we've been getting a lot of philosophical stuff tonight. But I think that's a thing we forget sometimes as humans, right? It's easy to get into our heads that this is only bad for me, right? I'm the only one dealing with this or whatever. But it's like a lot of people are struggling and dealing with the same things, right? So it's not weird when you have a problem or you're taking losses or whatever. Other people are too. You just may not hear it from them or you may not know them, but it's a thing, right? I always say the best thing you can do, though, is at least internalize it so that way at least be introspective about it. Don't internalize it, but be introspective about it so you can learn from it, figure out why things are not working or whatever. Because there's a lot of people, don't get me wrong, there's a ton of people, and I get it probably at least once every 2 weeks, if not more frequently on my content of just like, well, you can't play the game, it's rigged. You can't win more than 4 times in a row or whatever. And I'm like, I literally have videos where, hell, we have stream out today. We won with a bunch of raccoons multiple times in a row. There's people that tell you you can't do it. Arena's designed to where you can't win more than 3 times in a row. And somehow in their head, this is a magical marketing thing. So somehow it makes you want to spend more money. I don't really get it, because realistically, that would just make you more frustrated and it wouldn't make sense. You wouldn't just keep pouring money into it. You'd probably just quit because it wouldn't make sense. But there's people that genuinely believe that. I have talked to several people. And the only thing I can think of is that they're just not as good as they think they are. Because otherwise, why do all of the best players continue to have the best results? Right? We're all playing on the same platform. We're all getting the same random RNG, whatever. But like, stuff happens to everybody. Some people are better at playing around it. Some people construct better decks. Hell, I tell you, I do commentary for some of these high-level tournaments. And I watch people make plays and I'm like, damn, I've literally said on camera, like, that's why they're in the tournament and we're doing commentary. Because, like, that's just real. Like, just being real about it. But a lot of people can't admit that. Right? It's reality. I mean, I tell people, I've been on the Pro Tour a couple of times. I've played in Nationals. Like, I know how hard it is to grind and prepare for that stuff. And people ask me why I don't now. Because I know what that entails. I don't want to do that. I genuinely don't. Like, if I get lucky and I'm just free on a weekend and I show up and I can spike a RCQ and I can get qualified, I might try a couple times a year. But I know my odds are going to be less because my skills aren't as sharp. I haven't put as much time into preparation. But I mean, I literally, like, for a while, that's all I did is my downtime. If I wasn't running my business, I was doing something with Magic, or I was talking strategy, or we were talking about what the top decks were. I was reading tournament reports, right? I'm not doing that anymore. But the people at the top, whatever the game is, there's a reason they're at the top. Like, a good example, and I think I've told this story before to my regulars a while back, but this is several years ago. I had some friends, they were trying to put together a team because they were trying to be a good, like, first-person shooter, real team that was going to play the big tournaments and whatever. And what they realized is, as they talked to other players, like, some of those teams have practice like a football team. Like, they will, like, some of the, as an example, one of the things he was telling me about is they would go and, let's say a new patch came out or whatever, or a new game came out with some new weapons or whatever. They will spend a day just in teams of 2 or whatever, just taking headshots with every single gun from different distances. So when you're playing a game, they know if it's even worth it to take a headshot because they know if they can even make one or not. So they don't give away their position. And I was trying to explain to them, that's why people that are at the top of their craft know those types of things that you don't. And that's why they're good at it, right? It's just real. Like, we have a ceiling depending on how hard you want to work and how much time you want to put in or whatever. And we all aren't going to do that. That's just the way it is. Uh, MTGA group therapy with power. It kind of is that. We've been doing it for the last like 45 minutes, I think. Join a content creators Discord, talk about your deck, celebrate your wins. Oh, absolutely. My Discord's open. Links in the description. Go check it out. We have 700 people almost in there now. And there's people talking about decks every day, helping people with different stuff, like people asking questions. We're giving links to people. Like the Dragon Brood's killing it in there. Like for real. It's a happy Discord. I've only had to ban 2 people from that Discord. One, legitly, I think the person was having a mental break, and that was tough. Like we tried to calm things down and we couldn't, and unfortunately had to boot the person. The other was a person who just went off on a crazy, like, racist and homophobic rant. And I don't know where it came from. The dude was totally normal, and then like one day he just snapped and went ridiculous. Only 2 people we have to get rid of, though. Everybody else has been fantastic. We've had the Discord for like 4 years. Everybody's been having a blast with it. So yeah, you can always hop in there if you just need to commiserate with people. What's the craziest combo I've ever seen as a commentator? Not too many, honestly. You don't see a lot of combos. It's mostly just like really tight plays, right? Like that, because that's the difference for good players and us commoners, right? It's not that they're doing something way over the top. It's that they're finding small incremental advantages. Like you might see a situation where you'll ask yourself, why did they let that extra creature die? Or why did they just only draw 1 card when they could have drawn 2 or whatever? But what you don't realize is they're planning like their mana for the next 2 or 3 turns. They're thinking about like these 1-2% situations the opponent might have that could lead to them losing or whatever, right? And then in combat, they'll have these intricate little plays, and they'll get a thing back, and then something triggers, and then this other thing was going off that we would miss sometimes. You know, last year, I think last summer, I did a series of videos of just going over top plays that you see that the average person probably wouldn't make, but ended up being game-winning plays. You know, and because at the top level, those things matter. Like those are the plays that win. It's not everybody knows the decks. I'll tell you, when you go into a big Pro Tour level event, rarely is there a deck that nobody knows about, right? At worst, other teams have heard rumors about your deck because a bunch of players are friends already. So everybody knows that. It's just, how are you planning? You know, what does your team know about the matchups or whatever? All the little things, that's what makes the difference. So far, I'm pretty excited for Bloomburrow. Going to try and play a new slice of the pie, though. Although the bats are enticing for me to try and make Mardu life gain bats with the Aftermath Ob Nixilis. I would like to caution you about that. I think you are... No, don't get me wrong. If you want to go for it, go for it. I'm not going to tell people not to have fun. But if you haven't spent the resources yet, I would probably stick to some variation of Orzhov. I don't think you need the red in there. I don't think he brings anything to the table. You already have cards that can get stuff back from the graveyard, draw extra cards, you know, whatever. Like, you literally just don't need Ob Nixilis in that deck. It's just not bringing enough to the table. It's really not. And the way the deck works, even if you're exiling those cards, you're not going to be able to play most of them anyway. So I would not do that. Now, if you want to get a little squirrely and you want to play Ob Nixilis in something like Lizards, where their whole thing is take one, take one, take one, that probably is pretty good. There's probably room there where you can get a little extra value. I don't know if you're going to get a lot adding it to the bats. Come on, Dragon. We all know Shuffler's rig. Mono red players go first. Draw, burn. Arena's rig. Hey, there's people who believe it. And for real. At the championship, there were players with thousands of games played on Arena with a win percent of... Yeah, close to it. Yeah, there were some people that were definitely upper 60%. And it played literally like... And y'all think you play... I make content. And I had played like probably half as many games as some of those people that had played. Like... You know, I think, what did one person have? Like 80,000 games or something, some huge number, right? But that's how they're making a living. So they are grinding Arena. They're playing tournaments all the time on Melee. They're doing all this stuff, right? That's how they get to be at that level. And for limited, there are players every month in the top 10 with insane. Yeah, absolutely. But if you talk to people, they're watching every person's ranking of cards. They're watching top level drafters. They're hell, I see people literally just on Twitter and on their Facebook groups. They're, hey, pack one, pick one. Here's what I would take and why. Right. And there's a whole discussion about, we've gotten past pack or pick one. They're saying, okay, let's look and see if each of these cards is gone. What would you take as pick two? And then there's a whole conversation around that for like a week, right? For just the first two picks out of a pack. But those people are the better drafters. Well, that win rate was from last season only. Consistent 65% plus is quite difficult to achieve. Yeah, absolutely. It's not something that's going to be consistent for everybody on the long run, but I mean, even for a season, if you hit a right deck or two, you can go kick butt on the ladder. I mean, we've seen everybody, every creator at some point, we have had a deck for the season that we posted that was 70%, 80%, whatever, right? Probably wouldn't last for weeks and weeks and weeks, but it did for a day or two. Like, and that's the reality of it. Like, things will eventually balance out, but sometimes you can get on a heater and go on a small run, right? That's real. But like, is it Otters is going to be bizarre and amazing to play with or against? We saw a couple of different Otters builds. Ali and Trazi had a couple of decent ones. We ran across his. His was pretty cool. I may send him a message so I could feature it on the channel when the set goes live. I thought it was pretty cool. I mean, he drew also really hot against us, so we may not even know what it actually does, but it looked good either way. I think we only saw a couple of people playing Otters though. Oh, I want to reach out to Kuro because he had a really cool frogs build. It was kind of low to the ground using the 1 and 2 drop frogs or whatever, and that was pretty sweet. I think that could be a fun one too. Let's see. The last 2 months, I was pretty successfully on the ladder with my off-meta life gain deck with rotation incoming and bats very supported. I'm worried everybody will jump on the life gain decks. There's going to be a lot. Ain't gonna lie to you, there's going to be a lot. People like life gain decks. People like bats. There's going to be a lot. Like, bring your removal because you're going to need it. The good news about bats, though, is if you deal with 1 or 2 key creatures throughout each stage of the game, they're manageable. Or if you have a bunch of things with reach. Reach is also very powerful right now. Between a couple of the flyers mono red gets, with the bats, obviously, once somebody finally figures out birds, that's going to be a thing. So definitely a thing to consider for sure. Get your reach on. I may take your advice on that. With Obnixilis and the wild cards, I'd need to spend early on if you think lizards work better. Yeah, if you want to play Obnixilis, I think lizards is a better fit. Plus, you're already in the right colors. You don't have to worry about extra lands and stuff like that. It just already works. All right. I'm not going to charge y'all for that last hour of therapy. You'll get the family discounts. No, that was fun, though. I mean, we literally spent 11 hours of gaming and an hour of just like fun socializing and really learning a bit. I'm good with that. Do I think WotC will ever let us borrow decks from our friends when challenging them to private games like Hearthstone does? It's one of my big complaints about MTG Arena economy. Wow. You know, maybe. I don't think I would say never. That's at least a thing that feels like it could be in the realm of possibility. Especially if it's just like, hey, while we play, I can loan you cards from my collection or give you a deck, and we can just have fun games with my collection. Maybe. Like, that feels reasonable. Like, that could be a thing. It kind of depends, realistically, I imagine, how they think it affects their bottom line. I don't know that answer. I'm sure they have smarter heads in the room that will figure out the math on if it's worth it. Also, realistically, if it's even worth the time for them to do it. That's the other thing. Right now, we know for sure they're trying to get the backlog of sets into Arena because they said at some point they want to at least have Pioneer be a real thing on there. And we also heard them say they're at some point trying to bring Commander to Arena, which right now, my early assumption with that is that you probably are having to build a whole new UI to support Arena because the way, or Commander, because the way Arena is built right now doesn't feel like it would work at all when you have 4 play spaces and all the little bitty things you'd have to have out there. So my guess is there's some UI change coming to support that. And I'm sure that takes a lot of work because you're having to rebuild a bunch of stuff. So between those two things, and they're already working with outside studios to help them, I don't know if anything like deck sharing. I imagine that's not even on the timeline right now. So it'd have to be, if I were guessing, at least a year away, probably more realistically, even 2 years away before something like that would even be considered. I wish we could play cards we don't own or don't have against even like Sparky just to test if it works. You know, I philosophica. That's not even a word. I was going to make up a word on y'all. No, but I talked about something like that as an idea. I mean, again, it would be really hard to program and it would take extra time, so we're probably not going to get it. But the idea of like you could have a set of Sparky wild cards each set. So maybe they give you like, I don't know, not a big number, but let's say like 12, right? So if you want it, you can spend your 12 and they go away, but you can build them. You could, like if there's a new deck you want to try out, and maybe you want to play your existing deck, but maybe you want to only add like 4 or 5 cards and see if they work. All right, cool. You could put them in there and then you could go play Sparky and see how it is. And then you got 7 cards left or whatever, right? 7 wild cards. Something like that feels like it could work because it's a good testing ground. You could try stuff out. And then if you do want them, you go craft them for real, right? But they don't work. They don't exist outside of games with Sparky. That's like, you know, but again, it'd be weird because the game has to recognize you have a different build of the deck that only works and exists when you're going to play Sparky and not in regular games. So yeah, there's some coding that would have to be done there, but that's probably the closest I could think of how to do it. Currently working and listening to you at the same time, Mike Cham. Thank you for that hour. Hey, no problem. Thanks for hanging out. Seriously, a bunch of y'all are hanging out, by the way. Like I appreciate that. We had like 40 or 50 y'all for a big chunk here on YouTube. We had a bunch of people hanging out still on Twitch. There's like 40 people in that one. So yeah, y'all, thanks. I'm glad y'all are hanging around and want to be part of these conversations. These conversations for me are sometimes even more fun than actually making gameplay content because I feel like this is where I'm giving you a lot of value and people are getting to share opinions and get stuff off their chest. And, you know, like we can have real talks that you don't necessarily get to have a lot of times. What about having full play sets of all the cards to play versus Sparky just for Bloomburrow? Not really. I don't think they'll ever do that because you would just get people who would never, like, they would literally just constantly be testing and doing stuff, whatever, in Sparky, and they would never spend anything on Arena. And unfortunately, whether we like it or not, they have to make money on Arena. So that something like that won't ever happen. If they do add 4-player EDH, I'd be a lot less frustrated by no deck sharing, to be honest. But I would like to see a way to chat with the group, though. Politics can make... Yeah, see, that's the part that's tough. Because I definitely don't want chat in my Arena. I want to say something without sounding like complaining. But I don't know how many... I know women have experiences. So if there's any women in the chat or femme presenting people in the chat, you could probably relate. But I can tell you from a racial perspective, chat in games is terrible. I genuinely don't play a single game anymore of any kind online where chatting is important to the progress of the game. I don't play first-person shooters. I don't play League of Legends because League of Legends is only good whenever you can communicate with your team and tell people what's going on or whatever, right? Don't play it. I'll play with friends. If I have like 4 friends who just want to boot up League of Legends one time just to goof around, whatever, I'll play with them. But with strangers, nah. Don't enjoy playing Magic Online, even with the type chat. I've seen, I felt like once a week somebody posts a ridiculous chat for Magic Online, right? It's just not a thing that's positive, generally speaking. Now, again, I don't know how it is if you're just And not to just like section it off, but middle-aged white dude, whatever, part of all the major groups, like maybe it's fine. I don't know. I don't live that life. But I can tell you from where I've been, I don't want chat in my games at all. I barely even want emotes in my game. Like for real. I like chatting with people. I like talking with people. I like going to the local shop and shooting the breeze with people, right? Obviously, I like doing commentary. I like hanging out with people when I go to Magic Cons and stuff. Don't need it in my games. When people are behind a keyboard, things get silly. Arena is designed to reward winning, ranking, playing specific decks, and even they want money, and that puts in a weird spot, of course. The thing is, you can still get stuff in Arena without being good at it. I know somebody who's not very good at Magic, and she only plays every once in a while, and she's still happy getting some rewards in Arena. So I don't know. It's weird. I feel like both Arena's economy is tough, but I also feel like compared to other free-to-play games, I feel like I still get a lot of stuff rewarded to me in Arena that I don't get playing other games. Like right now, my game, the frustration is, what's it called? Marvel Snap. Because like that game, I don't even have a choice to spend money. Like I literally have to grind. And if I don't have time to play, I'd love to be able to just go, hey, let me just give you like $50 so I can have the latest cards out of this current set or whatever. But there's literally no way to do that. You have to just either you have to wait till the card you want comes through this little queue or whatever. Every day you got to check or whatever. Or you just have to grind for hours and hours and hours to maybe get the cards you want. So it's like, man, sometimes having that paid option is nice too, but it really just depends on how the games are built and what they want. From a dev point of view, it's super easy to create a Sparky format as standard or historic. That might be true. I don't know. I'll trust you though. Doish rank queue was completely random. No matchmaking. Rank queue is completely random. I mean, I've talked to people who work on it. It's random. Like play queue is not random. Rank queue looks for your rank, win-loss records. That's it. It doesn't look at longevity account, doesn't look at your collection, doesn't look at what's in your deck. It doesn't look at any of that stuff. And I know people say, oh, when I play this deck, like it's just random. It is. Like I've had games playing, even videos where I played similar decks like a few weeks apart. One time I played against 4 mono red decks. Other time I didn't see any. It's not because the decks were drastically different. It's just luck of the draw. I mean, if they had Commander in Arena, you could just play custom games with friends and chat in Discord or something. That's true. That's true. And I have done that on multiple games with people. We'll have it like, when we do our fantasy football thing, we play fantasy football, we'll be drafting, but then we have a Discord chat going for everybody. So totally a thing you can do. I get that. What about maybe the ability, I think is what you're saying there, to emote to a specific player in the group? Small communication. That's possible. Keep the emote system you have now, but you could direct it at a person. That would make sense. Just general negativity on chat. And I'm that privileged white dude. I don't need it either. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I just, for real, don't need chat. For testing, me and my friends do head-to-head challenges, but we talk on Discord especially. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can have all kinds of chats with your buddies while you're playing. That's cool. I mute all emotes in settings in Arena. I know people are friendly, but here's the thing. Now on early access, I say hi, whatever, because I'm playing with other creators and it's fun. But on the ladder, I've had people ask, like, why don't you use emotes back to people or whatever? Generally, I leave the emotes up because sometimes I can get into the person's mentality of what's going on if they're spamming emotes or whatever. But I've also had times where I've had people, and I've tested it a few times. I haven't done it recently because I haven't done it in a while. But there was a point where people would say hello or whatever, or GG's to start the game to see if you could see their emotes and say something back. And then they start being a knucklehead or whatever. So I'm pre-programmed to just not respond sometimes. Not because I don't like people and I'm not being mean. Just like sometimes I know. And it's tough because now I'm starting to reach a point, I sound like I'm saying I'm kind of a big deal. But I'm reaching a point now that because I do enough videos now, some people are saying it because they generally are like, oh, hey, it's PowrDragn. I'm getting to play PowrDragn, right? So I probably will be changing to where I'm just going to be responding to people more because I think that's just a good positive thing for people, right? If they get to play with me. The monetization model in those games are bad. I should be $60 for a new set. You get all the cards. That free to play is so bad. You grind for months. Here's the thing I tell people: like free to play basically has two models. You're either going to give them money or you're going to give them time. You'll give them some amount of each or some proportion of each, depending on how the games are set up. But that's how they make their money, right? They either have to have your money in your pocket or they have your time. So there's other people there to play with and help the game keep popularity and then get their numbers and advertise and all that. Every game's just going to be different. You know, a good example is you had Runeterra, right? And that was for a while. People are like, Matt Arena should copy Runeterra. I have all these cards and like I could build all these decks. Okay, cool. But what happened to Runeterra? Literally nobody was talking about it like 6 months later. Right? Because you didn't have to grind. So people weren't playing the game. They already had everything they needed. Right? So what was the point? Right? So it was cool that you had all the stuff, but then a bunch of people just weren't in there, or you play in queue times were taking longer or whatever. And then how do they make money? That's the other part of it, right? So now they're not getting supported. So Riot pulled people off that team and whatever. And it's like, it's a whole thing now. So while it seemed cool, I don't even know anybody that actively plays Runeterra now. Hell, to be honest, I don't think about it. I couldn't even tell you if it's actually still 100% functional. Some people abuse emotes. It's fine if you're honest with how you use emotes. So at least if the timer is going, so people don't know. Yeah, exactly. I try to tell people, like, so you know I'm still there. I'm thinking because I'm playing slow because I got like 15 decisions I'm trying to think through. This is why my wife's rank queue incredibly easy, where they play terrible beginner cards. Doesn't add up. I'm just saying. I mean, I haven't had it happen in rank queue. I've tested a bunch of things and rank's been random. I don't know what to tell you. You see my videos. You see the different decks I go up against, even when I'm playing all these different cards and whatever. Even when I'm playing weird stuff that's bad cards, sometimes I still run into top decks. So, I mean, could just be different experiences. I mean, honestly. The people spam emotes are pretty irritating, but I guess it's an intentional thing on their part. Maybe. Some people are just annoying. Like, just being real. Tip for free-to-play players. Draft to build your collections. Stop. Not that that's bad, but that's half correct. I think everybody says that, but a lot of people are just bad at drafting. And what happens is, don't be wrong, they are still getting to buy packs and effectively get to play games with those packs, right? So they're still getting something. But I have had so many people send me messages or DMs or whatever, trying to figure out what they're doing wrong, and they're still taking a long time to build collections, and they're losing a bunch of games, and they don't understand. And the reality is, and here's my perspective, if you're already a decent Magic player or you have experience, then yes, that is probably the best way when you're starting Arena, build your collections. That's a great idea. But I honestly believe that if you're not, you are better off just spending some resources, building a deck you know is decent and playable, and at least a beginner or mid-level skill level can play it decent. Whether we're talking about like the tokens deck, the mono red, whatever, right? Mono white humans, whatever. Because you're going to get more resources back faster, and you're going to feel better winning more games because you just have a better deck that you can learn, you can play it over and over, you can figure out what the good and bad plays are, as opposed to also the large time sink that drafting also takes. Not saying drafting's bad to get a collection. I think it's just not for as everybody as we try to say it is. That's all. It's not mandatory. Well, yeah, that's true. Ranked only cares about MMR as far as I know. Yeah, that's at least what I've been told too, even when I've asked. Mini card games failed. It's not the fault of giving free stuff. It's more of a market problem. There's no more room for card games. Yes and no. I think it's, there was games that came long ago when there wasn't a hard big flood, right? There's a lot of mismanagement that goes on with stuff. I mean, there's definitely a lot other than just giving stuff away. But I always tell people, like, one of the things Magic has going for it, whether we like it or not, is they built a really good game and people play it. So when it's like, I would equate it to World of Warcraft, right? there's been piles of other MMOs that have come out. But people keep going back to Warcraft because when you hop on, there's still huge communities to play with, right? There's still guilds you can be part of. When you're doing the big raids, there's still people you can find to raid with or whatever. It has a draw, right? And if you're newer or if you're trying to compete with the big, you have to have some type of pool of people playing. And I honestly think that was one of the failings of Runeterra. They didn't have a system built to where people had to play the game. It was nice and you felt good that you got everything, and that's awesome. But then people just didn't have to play. There was nothing to work toward. There was nothing to collect. There wasn't rare versions of things. It was just you had your, well, there were some rare versions, but even those were kind of easy to acquire. And you kind of just got everything you wanted, and that was it. Just grab extra shift at your job and use the money to buy gyms. If it were that easy. I think Runeterra gameplay also kind of sucked. It kept pushing cancer. I don't know if I'd say that. I mean, no reason to take shots at them like that. I would just say when I played, the mechanics just felt a little didn't feel as smooth, but the game was fine. I didn't enjoy it as much as several other card games that I played, to be honest. But it was fine. I don't think I'd say it's trash. I only use gold for quick draft, where I take the rares and mythics. I don't own 4 of them. Also, that reminds me, using gold. If you see the things where you get to get gold at 90% off or gyms at 90% whatever, always use your gold if you have the gold available first. I've had people literally ask me, like, should I buy that with golds or gyms? And it's like, the gold's free. You literally got the gold by just hanging out on Arena the day before or whatever, right? Use that gold to get your upgrades. Don't waste the gyms that are harder to get or that you spent money for or whatever. Like, use the gold every time, 100% of the time if you have it. If you don't have it, sure, you just try to get the bonus or whatever. But, like, if you have it, use the gold. Well, I only play Magic because it has a paper version. The only digital card games had some insane power creep, even more than in Magic. That's fair. I mean, I played a fair amount of them. I thought Soulforge was an interesting idea. It made the best use of online mechanics, but even that game had some issues. LOR, Legend of Runeterra was really fun, but there was nothing that made you want to keep playing. Yeah, that's kind of my catch on it, too. It's also difficult to make a completely new card game that stands out from the existed ones that's very popular, like Yu-Gi-Oh!, MTG, Pokemon. I think the issue is it's hard to do without an existing IP, because the issue is that, like, a good example is some recent games that have done well, right? Where you're talking about Lorcana. Obviously, Disney has a huge following. The new Star Wars TCG, right? Star Wars obviously has a huge following. But you're getting a leg up because you're coming in with a fan base already, right? To have a completely original property is very difficult because you have to both get people interested in the thing itself and the actual game. Whereas if you have some flaws that you can fix over time, people will give you some grace if they already like the property, right? So you get away with it. But if you notice, every other card game, except for once upon a time, like Legend of the Five Rings was a real hitter. I mean, that was like a real banger, like top 3 card game for a while. Like it was big. But that's probably the only non-Magic card game, I would say, that wasn't licensed that had any real run in the upper level of card games. Like everything else is licensed on some level, because that's a hard hurdle to jump. And again, it's also because if somebody walks into a store and they say, hey, I'm thinking about playing card games, can you tell me about these different games, whatever? Magic, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, you're going to be able to find players in almost every town, every convention, whatever, right? You will have communities. You will have people to play with. That 4th, 5th, 6th game, maybe not, right? And that becomes hard. A good example right now is Flesh and Blood, right? Flesh and Blood had a whole tournament scene. They still have a whole tournament scene. They've got sets coming out every 3 months, whatever. But there are tons of shops that just don't even carry it anymore. Not because the game's trash or whatever. It's just like, it's hard to get people to play it. Because it's just like, well, if I know I can't be guaranteed I can find players or whatever, and right now, And don't get me wrong, Flesh and Blood is doing fine. It's not doing great, but it's doing fine for what it is. And the company's a small New Zealand company, and they're doing well for themselves, and that's good. But in most stores, with most retailers I talk to or whatever, they're not even in the top 5. Hell, if they even carry it anymore. Like right now, it's like Magic, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Star Wars, Lorcana. One Piece actually has a card game that's doing very well for people. A little bit of Digimon, I still hear some rumblings about, and then whatever the current like Dragon Ball Z thing is. Anything else is kind of like if you have a small pool of people locally that play it, you can sell some, but otherwise, that's just kind of a thing. Your favorite original IP card game was Duelist 2, probably. That is one I actually have not played. I played a lot of them. I have not played Duelist 2. And even if people like the IP, it can fall flat like Artifact did. Okay. Artifact, I had people call me crazy because I watched it was either 10 or 15 minutes of it. And I got done and I told people in the industry that I talked to, no chance. And people thought I was insane. They're like, well, what was the company? Like one of the big companies that worked on it, like Valve, and it had Richard Garfield working on this, that. I said, doesn't matter. Like there are sometimes I get when you're trying to mesh stuff together. So you're trying to draw in multiple crowds. But the problem is it generally felt like watching the worst versions of a card game and the worst versions of a MOBA, right? Because just like a MOBA, things are still happening off screen, right? So how do you even commentate that or show it to people without having to have 3 screens live at all times? Because when the player goes back to one of the other screens, all this other stuff happened when you weren't even looking at it, right? Or you have to know the game well enough to even be aware of what's happening on the other 2 lanes or whatever. Like, honestly, it felt like it needed more work. So I'm not surprised. And then, of course, like the whole auction house thing or whatever, that became its own issue, whatever. So yeah, that felt flat right out of the gate for me. I don't even think it was an IP thing. It was just poorly done. I agree with the limited, not open chat. I just played somebody 40x Yorgomi. Yeah, I've been there. I've gotten to the point, too, when people are just BMing, just some bad manners we're playing, I actually don't include those games in a lot of my videos anymore. If you notice why you haven't been seeing a lot of it in the games, every once in a while I'll include it if the game is exceptionally good or we get the good comeuppance and run them over. But generally, I don't include a lot of those just for that. Like, they don't get their time to shine beating up on me because I'm fine with it. You can be in a video beating me. Awesome. But if you're a jerk about it, not putting you in there. Like, that's the best part about being the editor. I still play and have old L5R cards and play with a few people. Love the old version with the story. Yeah, it was cool. They had some cool prizes too. You could win like samurai swords and stuff. It was wild. Sad how Star Wars is getting run into the ground by Disney. I think it's arguable, honestly, because, and this is where I get hate, but I actually like the new Star Wars stuff way more than the old stuff. I generally don't care for anything. Like, even when I was growing up, my favorite of the original Star Wars was the one where we spent time not talking about the actual like Jedi and the Skywalkers. It's why we're spending all the time with C-3PO and the Ewoks and doing all that stuff. That was way more entertaining to me. You know what I like The Mandalorian. You know what my favorite Star Wars movie is? Rogue One. You know why? Because there ain't a bunch of Skywalkers in it. Right? Like, and I think, and seriously, I don't even think it's close. Like, Rogue One to me is like Rogue One, and then everything else starts here. Like, it gets to be number 1 through 5, and then 6 you can put whatever you want. Like, that's how I feel about it. Like, it's not even close. I think it's just a matter of like they appeal to different parts of the audience. Honestly, I think that's the issue. But here's the thing. I think they should go even deeper with Star Wars. I've said this before. If I could have money right now and I could walk to Disney and say, I have this idea that we should make, and we're going to make millions of dollars. We need to do it right now because David Attenborough, I think, is like 90. So, clock's ticking. But we need to do the worlds of Star Wars like the Planet Earth series. Like, you go to Tatooine and you hear like David Attenborough going and like, here we see the two banthas. Oh, I guess they'd be on Hoth or whatever. But like, we see two banthas in the beginning of mating season, and the female isn't accepting the advances of the male, so he's gonna have to go, I don't know, like do a silly trunk dance or whatever it is that banthas do or whatever, right? Like, that would be way more awesome than anything I've seen in Star Wars. Like, because here's my argument. My argument is, we have literally been told Star Wars is in this vast universe, and the bad guys are trying to take over everything, and it's terrible and whatever. But we literally only know about one family, right? Everything's connected to one family through this entire universe, right? We've been to these planets that we've seen like one section of, right? Like, how cool would that be to like every single world of Star Wars, we just get a whole episode's like an hour of just David Attenborough telling you about like the weather and the trade systems on the cities, and I don't know, like how the seasons work and the mating seasons of different animals, and like there's infinite stuff we could do. I'd be all about that. And bonus one, again, if anybody from Disney wants a freebie, how it's made, but Star Wars stuff. Like, you know, like that old show, How It's Made, you'd be like, this is how they make baseballs, or this is how they make like an ice skate or whatever. And you just go through the process of how they make the thing. What if we saw how they made blasters, or how they made TIE fighters or whatever, right? Wouldn't that be cool if you're a hardcore Star Wars fan to just like, and of course it's all made up because it's fantasy, whatever, but it'd just be cool, right? Like, we could literally just do that. Like, that would be way better than anything else we're doing right now. Like, you could take care of new people that just have a weird curiosity about Star Wars stuff, but then you can also have like all the stuff filling in story and whatever as like this is where these guns originated, and this was the first person to make one, and blah blah blah, right? So much stuff you could do. Like, those would be my two wants right now. The worlds of Star Wars as voiced by David Attenborough, or backup, if something happens to David Attenborough, the dude that played the Hobbit, because we had a couple episodes of Meerkat, or seasons of Meerkat Manor, where he was the voice, and that was kind of cool too. So if we got either one of those doing the world of Star Wars, I'd be down. And then How It's Made with Star Wars stuff. And I'm not even like the biggest Star Wars fan, but that would get me more interested for sure. Yep, there's a lot of people who love the books. That's a real thing. I definitely seen a lot of people into those. I'd love to know how they made a TIE fighter or X-Wings or even the friggin' Millennium. Exactly. Or even understand like the propulsion system of these different ships, right? Because we see all these weird ships, and some of them fly, some of them can break light speed, some of them have like the weird landing things, or some have to like turn their wings up when they land. Like, even just understanding like why they do certain things, or does this make more sense? Or maybe they have to because of the weather on certain planets they originate on, or whatever, right? That could be cool. I'd be down. Rogue One is great. Mandalorian was awesome. The Boba Fett series was awesome. The Ben Kenobi and Acolyte stuff. But see, here's the thing. There's people that don't like Mandalorian that much. I've met them. There's people that thought the Boba Fett series sucked. So like, everybody just has a different opinion. I don't think any of it's trash as long as it's appealing to somebody and people are watching it. Cool. I've enjoyed all the stuff I've seen on their TV series. Like, literally, this is sad. I can tell you how much my hate for the Skywalkers is, because there's an episode of the last season of Mandalorian I watched that I didn't enjoy, and it was the one where they had Luke coming around to like train Grogu or whatever. And I'm like, why? Why do we even waste time on this? Because we have to connect it to the Skywalkers for some godforsaken reason, and it's completely unnecessary. That's literally the only part of the episode I didn't like. I enjoyed the whole rest of the season. Yeah, why are AT-ATs basically mecha camels? That's true. We can answer that question, right? That'd be cool. Can someone still watch these stop printing cards that make opponents discard or steal from them, reveal their hand? This is way too many of them already. Sort of, but like, they're not that intrusive. Like, the worst ones are things like, what's her name? The big Eldrazi, right? That like steals your turn. Like, that stuff sucks. Like, let's not do that. All right, y'all. I gotta go for real. It's almost 4 a.m. local time. We've been on this second half, this late session, for 7.5 hours. Like, we have talked about so much stuff for the last hour and a half, 2 hours. I love y'all. This was fun. Like, legitly, we had some good conversation. I was digging all this. So I hope y'all had a good time. But all right, I gotta go make sure this video that's loaded fires for y'all, and then I'm gonna go get some sleep because Thursday, or the rest of today, I guess, because it's already into Thursday, is gonna be a nice slow day for me by comparison. But yeah, let me see. Yeah, everybody I follow is already off and sleep at this point. I was gonna raid somebody, but everybody's gone. We're the last ones. We're the last ones standing. But it was fun. Don't forget, like always, if you don't follow me on YouTube, please go do so. I have content every single day. You can hop into my Discord. It's all linked in YouTube videos. If you want to come by, say hi. You can follow me on Twitter, on Twitch, on TikTok. I'm kind of everywhere. You can just look up PowrDragn. You can find me. But yeah, check out the videos. There's a lot of stuff coming with Bloomburrow for sure. But anyway, I'm leaving for real this time. I will see y'all later this week, and obviously on YouTube and more videos. It was fun.